Green light, go, go, go. Clear on the left. Yellow flag in sector 2. Yellow flag in sector 1. Yellow flag ahead, watch out.
2001 and above is your pro class. So the pro class is obviously the ones which have got a higher average strength across the team, and they're the ones which are racing quite a lot on SGP and have built their rank up. And the good thing with the rank on SGP, of course, is that it's not designed on who you beat on track. It's more about your performance in the course of a race. So if you're giving it everything and you get 100% out of that car, you're going to increase in rank. But if you're not taking it quite as seriously and you're cutting the course and you're maybe racing against a really weak field, then you're not going to increase rank, or you might lose some rank. So it's a unique approach to ranking, but it does give us some really accurate results, which is exactly what we want to achieve.
Yeah, which is a superb thing, and of course, in a scenario like this, mirrors very much the gold, the silver, the bronze style of allocation of drivers that we've seen in real world GT races. So there's a nice symmetry there. So yeah, if anybody's watching this one and thinks sounds interesting, I'd like a piece of that action, then get yourself over to simracing.gp. There are hundreds of communities and there are hundreds of races that you can take part in, but we'll come back to that one a little bit later on, because we've got the business qualification. So while we've been ambling around chit-chatting, the AM drivers have been out there in qualifying. We've started to see a few times laid down on the board. Only a couple of minutes left of this category. Currently our fastest driver is an Aston Martin 140.525, and Matt Leppard there currently 153 is our qualification leader for the AM category. And how does this work, Steve? When AMs have qualified, do their times go up against pros, or is the grid going to be split?
Yeah, so the times that you see there are the final times for this class. These guys will come into the pits, and then the pros will be released, and then it's overall grid position. So you might find some pro teams that are make it, or some AM teams that make it into the mix with the pros. But yeah, so this is looking pretty tasty actually at the top here. But these times, 140 in the AM section is pretty impressive.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. So at this moment in time, for our AM classification, we have got, looking down the time screen, 20 cars on the racetrack with just a minute left to go. We're looking at Johan Turner at the moment for the Raceboard International Audi, the number 911. Beautiful livery you see on that car, custom liveries. Of course, in this race, the team's showing off, and there we go, makes a little mistake, misses the corner completely, and that is qualification over and done with for him. And again, Aston Martin 1 and 2, Steve, they're looking like 1, 2 and 4 in fact at this moment in time, looking like a strong car to have on this qualification session.
Yeah, in the recent updates, Aston Martin's a new lease of life, and it's become a relatively popular car. But generally speaking, the Aston Martin in endurance racing on ACC is a good pick, especially if you're not at that sort of elite level, and you're more at this more like an enthusiast hobby level. Aston Martin's a great car for endurance racing because it's kind of predictable, it's safe to drive, but it's got a bit of power as well. So yeah, very good choice of car.
Excellent. So we're looking at Kevin Nordenby now about to cross the line. Has he improved on his time? Yes, he has. From 10th to 7th position in the AM classification. Good time there from Kevin Nordenby. Adam Benjamin now in the Honda. Beautiful to see. The Honda NSX currently half a second up on this lap. Can he get the job done over the final few corners? We'll stay with this car now. Past the curb of death. Manages to avoid running too wide as well, which is a perfect run down into the final corner, marking his braking point into the last turn. He wants to be early on the throttle, keep the car to the right hand side for the shortest run to the flag. 13th position so far for Adam Benjamin. Will he improve it across the line? Yes, he does. Into the top 10, so a good time right at the very depth there for Benjamin in the beautiful Honda NSX GT3. Great to see that car mixing things up. But at the moment, Steve, we've got Audi. No, we haven't. We've got Aston Martin, Audi, Aston, Mercedes, Porsche, Honda, Porsche and Honda. And now it's time for our pro drivers to get on there. Will they beat a 1:40.525? Next 10 minutes will give us those answers.
Great lap from Smith there in the Ferrari. He's just gone up to 6th place. I believe one of only 3 Ferraris in this field as well. So that's a great time from him. This is Jonathan Earl in the FRIGUYS team. Absolute legend of a community manager, and he works a lot on SGP as well. So shout out to John. He's very quick as well, so I'd expect John to be up near the top. I would also expect that team to be in the fight for the overall win for this race. He's partnered with Peter Brett, who is an esports pro, and so I'd imagine if you can keep it on the track, John, you're going to be doing all right in this race. But give him a little bit of time to get up to speed as the SGP Aston Martin just stops in the middle of the track and nearly takes out John on his opening hot lap. So scary start already.
Yeah, that got a little bit spicy to say the least, and it's a beautiful livery as well on that FRIGUYS Porsche, the sort of camo kind of zebra style livery on that car. He's using a lot of curb at this stage, so again, like everything, isn't it? The car, you need to bring the car into condition for a qualifying lap, don't you? You've got to get the heat in the tyres, the heat in the brakes, and get your own sort of head in the gear. How does it work on a hot lap with this car, Steve? Is the pace moving there in the car, or does it take 1 or 2 laps for the tyre to drop off? Where is it at for a driver when it comes to extracting that maximum lap time?
Yeah, so for an average person like me, it doesn't really make a huge amount of difference. You're gonna be able to probably set your fastest lap even on your first hot lap if you've not got if you're not super skilled. But someone like John here, for example, he would say you'd need a couple of laps. So you'd have your out lap, you'd do your first hot lap, and then your second lap would be the one where you really want to attack and really want to get these get the tyres up to temps. And yeah, that's what we're probably going to see here. This will probably be the lap that John will attack on.
Absolutely. So there we go. We saw the kind of bike collapse from earlier. There's a mistake there from Weisner. Weisner, in fact, is the man that's been quickest to the pros at this moment in time. Third overall with a 40.912. Let's remember the 40.525 is our current overall fastest from the 153 Aston Martin. So a bit of work to do at the moment. Drivers just building up to that ultimate lap time here in the pro class. We're seeing the 420 Aston now. Beautiful traditional Aston Martin racing Dago. This time all over the car. Looks stands out nicely. Our commentators will be grateful for that when the sun does go down on the virtual Kyalami. That's an easy one to pick out. Let's have a look now on board with Giles. We go through the downhill chicane here in Kyalami. Very tricky set of corners. Indeed, you've got to make sure you balance the car with the too greedy on the throttle to come in to the left-hander again. Starts to fall downhill. Very, very easy to get an overrun, to run wide on the corner of the course, but back on the power nice and early for this long run. This is the final sector and the lap. And once again, going to shave a little bit of speed off on corner entry, carry it all the way through the left-hander, get to the left-hand side of the track, hard on the brakes. Watch out for the curb on the inside, which we do. We give that plenty of respect for a run. Straighten the car up as early as possible. This is the curb of death that we talked about earlier. Close to it as you dare get. Use all the racetrack, but immediately to the right-hand side. Hard on the brakes with 9th position at this moment in time. We're looking for a good run through the final corner. We stick to the right-hand side, maximising the width of the racetrack there. Not even getting back on the tarmac. We'll cross the line. Close the timing beat at a 1:40.9 flat for 5th position. That immediately becomes 6th position as Cher moves up in a 3rd in the Honda Accord. There we go. That is John Cher that we're looking at there in the Raceboard International machine. So good time from the NSX. 3rd position at this moment in time. And just as Steve predicted, Earl is our man on provisional pole position with a 40.420. Very quick from our pros so far, Steve.
Yeah, so Jonathan Earl is taking the provisional pole at the moment, which is interesting. I would have thought that Peter Brett might have been in the car for quali, and I don't think John would be offended by me saying that Peter's probably got a little bit more pace than John, but even still, that's great to see John at the top of the timing at the moment in that provisional P1. I still think there's time to come here, and the track is optimum. I'm just checking that the temps are a little bit low, so I'm still expecting to see those times drop into the 39s before the end of this session.
And I think a lot of the problem as well on this track is there's so many cars on the racetrack, it's just trying to find that bit of space, isn't it? Trying to find some clear circuit. We saw earlier with Earl, the SGP car getting bolt on his opening hot lap. It is so hard to find some real estate to be able to lay down the lap.
Yeah, exactly. And I've just noticed, by the way, that somehow I've been classified as pro So I don't know how I'm going to fare. I've just noticed that the SGP team is in the Pro class, so that's kind of scary. I'm definitely the Achilles heel in that team. But yeah, as Stefan Hooter there just loses it on the exit of T1, and that's going to be returned to pits and have another crack. But yeah, finding the space on the track. Maybe slightly easier than some of the tracks in ACC, like a Zolder or an Alton Park, where it's really tight and twisty. That's where it becomes a real problem. But on Kyalami, provided that everyone's doing their bit and playing their part, you should be able to find some space. If you've got teams like SGP, official teams, stopping on track in the middle of the track, that's not gonna help anyone.
Not at all. So looking at John Share at this moment in time, third position in the NSX, 3/10 of a second up at this moment in time. In his qualification place, third position for 40.6. He's got 3/10 of a second. He needs to find to liberate that provisional pole position from Earl ahead. And there we go, runs a little bit wide onto the curb. The NSX, one of the older marks, one of the older models here in ACC, and then Share decided to bail out of that one, get some fresh boots on in pit lane and give it another go. But it's curious to see that Honda has significant pace at this moment in time, so maybe we've not quite seen the end of John Share and his qualification efforts. We're looking now at Liam Giles in the number 420 Aston Martin, currently fourth position on the overall qualification grid, third in the pro categories, because the 153 Aston retains P2 in the AM class. Can Giles get anything now as he crosses the line? Fourth position at this moment in time. Does he improve? No, he does not. Stays in fourth position. Still needs to find just under 5/10 of a second to move himself up and run in order. And Steve, we predicted the pros were going to be quick in this session. He's done a very nice job indeed so far. He's still got plenty of time left to go.
Yeah, absolutely. But you can still see some of the AM cars still knocking around those top spots actually, which is great to see. And like I said, you just got to bear that in mind. Is while the team might be classified as AM or Pro, you might have a mixture of really fast drivers with a rookie driver or vice versa. So yeah, this grid is definitely going to be mixed up in terms of the classes for sure.
But the fun thing as well is, of course, like we say, it's a standalone event, so there's no kind of long play to make in this one. If you're an AM driver, for example, in the top 3 position, there's no need to think, oh, I'm concerned and get the class victory in AM. Go for it. There's no championship points to score. It's all about who comes away with a big shiny virtual trophy and the checkered flag falls in, 9.5 hours time.
Yeah, exactly. And do you know what? We'll see how this goes, because with the turnout within a matter of just a week, it's been so impressive for us. Who knows? We might turn this into a championship. So definitely no points up for grabs on this one, but let's call it an exhibition race and see how this goes.
Absolutely. We're looking at Eric Larson now, 7th position. We go back now to Liam Giles coming down pit lane, abandoning his session. But Larson, you can see just in the back of the shot. There we go. That is the Honda Civic. No, it's not Honda Civic at all. That's the Honda NSX. Few €1,000 price difference. 7th position at this moment in time. Goes up to second for Larson. Great time by Eric Larson. 40.290. Exactly the same time as our provisional pole sitter, John Earl. So dead heat at the front of the field, but Earl gets it by dint of the fact he was the man who set his time earliest on the session. Great lap from Larson, and that NSX is looking incredibly competitive indeed. 3 minutes 56 seconds left on the clock now. We're looking at Casper Johnson in 19th position in the Ferrari. Gets the curb of death, goes to say hello to the gravel, and that is the day at the beach in Kyalami. Back down pit lane, have another go, and it's starting to calm down a little bit now. This is the only car we've got on the racetrack, Steve, as we're seeing the number 72 of John Lloyd coming out of pit lane to start his final throw of the days in this qualification session for the SGP. 9 hours at Kyalami in association with Sim Racing Expo 2023.
Now here's an interesting thing, is I don't think he's a pro driver. I don't think that's a pro team, and he's out on track. So unless I've missed something here, I wonder if he's going to get a penalty for that. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But currently, there's only 2 cars out on track. I'm wondering if that's it. Called it a day. That's the end of that, or are we going to see a last-minute blast out the pits from some of these guys?
Well, big question is, will John Lloyd get struck down by the big virtual stick of hatred from Dan Terry for being out on track when he shouldn't be? But here is Eric Larsson out on circuit. He is a pro driver and he is on the front row of the grid. We just saw the lap time that he made to get the front row of the grid, and dead heat with John Earl. All he needs is a thousandth of a second, and that's pole position. Hard to find that thousandth of a second though when you're on the ragged edge, Steve.
This is going to be tense. This is this is the sort of thing that I can't do when the pressure's on, like turning in a performance. I cannot do this. So how these guys manage to do that is just beyond me. It's incredible stuff. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if he can do that and keep it together. Like you say, all he needs is 1,000th of a second just to nick that pole position. But that's easier said than done, right? This I'd imagine they're already on the ragged edge. But yeah, we'll see if he can do it.
Yeah, absolutely. So here we go. This is Kyalami. Bit of opposite lock there through the right-hander as well. So Larsson just getting the tyres up to temperature, just bringing everything in line, using all of the racetrack. And there we go. He's bailed. He's bailed. Nothing to be done now. Second position on the grid's not a bad start. Let's just go with it from there. So shame, actually. I was looking forward to seeing what Larsson could do in that little hander.
Yeah, same. So it's a shame. I was looking forward to that too. But yeah, interesting to see. There's another AM out on track as well. Unless there's been like some directive from the race direction to say that AMs can have another go. I'm wondering if that's it. I wonder if that's it for the rest of the session now.
Well, it's been a pretty exciting session. Let's just assume it is, or there's going to be no significant changes. We'll have a quick look at the grid. So it's Earl and Larsson on the front row, both on the exact same time. I know I keep saying it, but I'm going to say it anyway. Dead even from the field. That's pretty damn impressive. Holder out on the racetrack in the 169 as well for the Aston Martin. So another Aston Martin has proven to be fairly competitive in the hands of the AM drivers, but not quite the ultimate speed with the pros. The fastest we've got is an AM driver in third position with a 40.525 for Loppard. So Aston not proven to be quite the ultimate pace that we expected.
No, and it'd be interesting to see if we could maybe get one of the drivers in to just to sort of explain what the thinking was behind leaving some time on the table in the qualifying session. It just seemed like we got to 2 or 3 minutes to go and everyone just sort of called it a day.
Yep, absolutely. But it's the joy, I suppose, of this kind of thing. It's a 9-hour race. Quali's it's important. It's nice to be at the front of the field. The closer you are to the front of the field, the less of the risk factor, I suppose, you've got in the opening laps. But ultimately, as you well know, Steve, Quali's kind of not really that important. 9 hours, anything can happen, and it usually does, to quote Murray Walker.
Yeah. However, you do find from time to time that you even with a 9-hour race, you might find yourself in a position where you've got a poor qualifying position, and that just sets the tone for the rest of your race. So if you can get the car on pole, then you're going to take that, aren't you? So, but actually, Paul, we're actually joined in the commentary booth here by Jonathan Earl. John, congratulations on the pole lap. Just wondering what the thinking was of you being in the car over Brett. No disrespect, of course.
He's not here.
Oh, he's not here. Okay, cool. So you're starting the race then, I guess. So, so it seemed like we got to sort of a couple of minutes before the end of qualifying, and everyone just sort of sat in the pits. What was was there a directive from race direction?
Yeah, so race director, it's final 5 minutes to swap drivers if you want to swap at the start of the race.
Got you. Okay,
that's
cool.
Why we sort of just sat there.
I
was a bit close with Larsson, though. Woo.
Yeah, it was bang on exactly the same time, but you obviously got it from finishing first, finishing your lap first. So, congratulations, mate. And how was it out on track? It was obviously low temps by the looks of things.
Yeah, it's a little bit slidey, but it's not too bad. It was still fairly fast. I had a few more temps in it if I'd actually put my lap together, but yeah, it's interesting to see how this many cars is going to pan out for 9 hours.
I was expecting to see the times get into the 39s, but yeah, I from your pace and that I've seen in the past, I was expecting to see the 39s, but presumably that's what the temps that's caused that.
Yeah, the temps aren't the best for really fast times. Low temps, they'll start graining tyres and things like that. So the first 2 laps are really important. And yeah, it was interesting.
Well, John, I don't want to stop you from your preparations for the race. I know that you've got you know, like to spend a bit of time just tinkering with the setups and stuff. So if you want to head off, mate, thank you for joining us, and good luck in the race.
Yeah, have fun, guys. Take care.
Thanks, John.
Bye.
Well done. Congrats.
Cheers. Thank you. Bye bye.
Paul, have you ever done many endurance races?
I have. It's my favourite form. Well, no, it's not. Touring car's my favourite, but it's one of my favourite forms of racing. Before we start talking about that, though, Steve, I just want to say, did you too get surprised about the webcam coming back on? I saw a little bit of a raised eyebrow and ooh.
Yeah, even though we got it. Even though we got it in the ear, I was like, we're coming back onto cams. It still shocked me when I saw the cams. As you can tell, I'm definitely not a pro. I'm not a commentator by trade. Unlike, I don't know, can we talk about your New Year activity? You've got the TCR World Tour stuff.
I have indeed. I'm going to be gallivanting around, which is exciting. Looking forward to it. It's going to be a lot of new tracks that I've not been to, a lot of new countries. I've never done long haul, so that'll be interesting.
Oh, wow.
Go to Australia.
Amazing.
That will be fun. But no, can't wait. Now I'm hearing in my ears that car number 107 has been given a drive-through penalty. But before we do that, let's have a quick look at the qualification. This is your grid for the SGP. 9 hours at Kyalami in association with Sim Racing Expo. Pole position for car number 95, the Porsche 911, the only Porsche in the top 10. Jonathan Earl set that time early in the session, gave him pole ahead. A second place man, Eric Larson, in the Honda NSX. In third, we have our pole sitter for the AM classification, Lapard, in the Aston Martin that you see to your right of your screen, number 153, ahead of number 776, which is Cher in the Honda. The third row of the grid, position 5, is held by the 420 Aston Martin, just ahead of an Aston Martin, all third row of the grid, the number 320. In 6th, the first of our Ferraris for Santon, in 7th position, just ahead of Wagner in the Audi in position 8. And then rounding out our top 10 is 9th and 10th, an Audi and an Aston Martin for Market and Buckley in 9th and 10th position. There is the SGP car, started by Dan Terry in 11th position, just ahead of the Barford Porsche, number 91. 13th place for 169 goes to Simmons. Mercedes in 14th place for Phillips. 15th is the Ferrari, just ahead of the 35 Porsche of Ebers, and the 17th is 189 for Hutter. In 18th position, number 459 goes to Nordmeyer. 19th, another Ferrari, car number 1 for Johansson. 20th position, number 16th, Tiggy. 21st, 358 Honda NSX for Sumner. 22nd position, 267 for Fredrickson, just ahead of 23rd place in the Honda for Watts. 24th in the Mercedes for Hare. In 26th position, one of the BMWs, 555. 27 is 911 Audi R. Perkins. 28th is 100 Gotto in the McLaren. Number 9 Aston Martin. 29 for Bain. 836 for Dolaz in the Honda. 808 for Farrell in the McLaren. In 32nd position is an Audi for Harman, and the last driver on the grid is car number 445 Newman in the Aston Martin car number 445, 33 and last. And that is a very quick rundown of the grid, Steve.
Excellent stuff, man. Well, some amazing liveries in there, by the way, and some rather questionable ones as well. But that Ferrari at the back, near towards the back, is a beautiful livery. Forgive me for not having the name of that driver or that team to hand, but beautiful liveries in the field today.
Yeah, that's one of the beauties of virtual.
Here it is.
You there we go, that is a particularly beautiful Casper Johnson there. Casper Johansson, there that we see in the number 1 machine. Johansson carrying the number 1, started in 19th position in the race. So Going to be interesting to see if that Ferrari can capture the speed of Santa's machine. Santa's the fastest of the trio of Ferraris that we've got. He starts 7th. Black that we're looking at there, Christopher Black in 15th position. Johansson that we're looking at in the car number 1 lines up in 19th. So the prancing horse needs to find a bit more horsepower, I think, for this race, Steve.
Yeah, maybe not the car of choice, but with this game, you do just tend to settle into one car. So sometimes it works out for you, sometimes it doesn't. I think I've ended up just settling on the Aston. I sort of flip between various cars in this game, but the one that I keep coming back to is the Aston, just because it's just easy to jump in and take a few weeks away from it, come back, and it's feels still relatively quick. And but these guys that are driving like a lot, like constantly every day, then they get a feel for these cars. They don't want to change. So yeah, it may not be the best car for every scenario, but sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But we are getting into double file, Paul, and we are getting ready for the start of this race.
Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Get yourself comfortable, get yourself a beverage. Or in fact, don't get yourself one. If you're prepared, you should already have a beverage and some munchies. And get comfortable, get settled in, because for the next 9 hours, we are going virtual motor racing here at the virtual Kyalami, laser scan Kyalami for the SGP. 9 hours at Kyalami in association with Sim Racing Expo 2023. 2x2, just like in Noah's Ark. These cars go. The revs will be about to rise. Everybody's got their eyes on the gantry, and we are going to go racing as we are about to begin what should be a sensational event here in simracing.gp. The cars are off, the green lights are out, and that is a good start from Earl at the front of the field. Larson slotting in behind in the Honda, looks to the inside, looks to the outside. We fan around through the opening corner. Everybody's trying to find a little bit of real estate for themselves. Got to be careful in the tentative early stages of the race, but John Earl done exactly what he needs to do here in the car. Number 267 has gone for a bit of a spin further down the running order, but at the front of the field it's As You Were. Earl from Larson, from Moffat, from Cher. Everybody's playing nice and fair in his opening corner. Steve, that's a good start to what should be a dramatic race ahead.
Yeah, a pretty much clean start apart from that 267 that was turned round at the back. That was the Alpha Sim Sport 2 team in the AM class, so unfortunately they find themselves at the back of the grid at this point, but I imagine it's there's some action going on. What has happened there? T1 drama. Just as I was saying, we were getting around clearly, we have had some drama already. This is the 107 Audi, which has had a bit of a problem here.
Yeah, so everybody's trying to do motor racing and 10-pin bowling all at the same time, and sadly that is the result. Crashing in a straight line is always an impressive feat for any driver, and sadly several cars caught up in that bit of shenanigans further down the running order. That's one of the AM classification cars, by the way, denoted by the red colour underneath their number. So real shame for a few of our drivers to be in strife so early in this 9-hour endurance race, but no such problems at the front of the field. And Jonathan Earl converts that pole position into an early race lead to cross the line for the very first time from Larson, Cher, Giles, Weisner, Caesar, and where is, I'm just not making a connection, where's our leading AM driver? Currently had started second position with the Aston Martin at the front of the field, but I'm not sure where's he gone actually, Steve. So,
that is that P7, P7 I believe in the Aston Martin. I think is sorry, it's the Audi. The Audi.
Yeah, so a bit of drama. So our AM drivers sort of getting shuffled back by the higher ranked drivers in the early stages of this race. And again, 9-hour race, not really critical at this juncture. It's just staying out of trouble. Stay out of trouble. Get yourself settled into a groove. Let the traffic start to break up a little bit so you're not all bunched together in what we commonly refer to kind of the danger zone these early few laps, where you're subject to making a mistake of your own. You're also in danger of getting wrapped up in somebody else's drama. So often it's a case of consolidating these first few laps. Just let everything calm itself down. Calm at the 99. So just calm things down, let everything unfold, and then you can start to work towards your stint plan.
Yeah, exactly. And just to clarify something here, we have actually got 3 classes in this race. So we've got the AMS and the Silver class. The Silver class are drivers that don't currently have an SGP rank, so they're kind of a bit of a wild card here. So we've got Sia in P6, which is Silver. But this is a penalty that we've got here for, and it just missed it. Car 107, 5 seconds, and that was using the in-game chat, which I missed that on screen. I might have been looking on my laptop for some data on the cars that were involved in that incident, but yeah, must have missed that in-game chat there. So yeah, can't use the in-game chat during the race. It's totally forbidden.
Yeah, 5-second penalty, so that'll be applied at the pit stop, I would imagine. Next time the first time they come down and score. Sorry, not score. The third time they come down and take full service, of course, 9 hours, plenty of time. Drivers going to be in the pit lane. Earlier on, just to clarify, we saw the car running off on the grass. That's one of the black markers just getting well and truly out of the way of all of the race leaders just ahead of us now. We're looking at 7th position. This is currently our leader in the class 330, Aston Martin, holding on to the back of the cars ahead of them. As we see, everybody's sort of checking up a little bit, these drivers at this moment in time, Steve, aren't they? Everybody's kind of just finding their feet in this race, and you can really see, I think that's Sia ahead. He's struggling to find the way past guys that are in front of him. It's really costing time to these front runners.
It is, but the thing is, you know, like that incident in the first lap, and that was very close. As we've got one of the crack guys, a couple of the guys going off a cheater here. So there's some changing of positions already. But that's what that corner can do to you. And I was just about to say that drama in the early stages of the race on the first lap, and like even now, this is all about just get into that rhythm, just find your feet, so to speak. So yeah, that is incredibly frustrating if you're making mistakes early doors, because it feels to me at least that those sort of mistakes end up compounding in time and cause problems later down the road. So definitely far from over, but it's all about keeping it smooth and together at this point, as we see that questionable cracked livery in front of us, which can't quite make out what's on the back of that Aston Martin, but I'm sure it's a me.
Well, the interesting fact is we can see the back of the Aston Martin, because a few corners ago, Eric Larson, who lost 3rd position to said Aston Martin, mistake coming out of T1, get a little bit squirrely, putting the power down. That gave an opportunity for Giles to find a way past, and now the number 420 Aston moves up in a 3rd position. Does Larson have enough in his back pocket to find a way past, or is he content at this stage of the race just to follow that Aston Martin? The danger, of course, dropping into 4th, starting to get brought in to the fight with the cars behind. So Larson will be keen to make hay and find a way back past again, but at this stage we're seeing another driver off onto the beach. That's a curiously coloured McLaren 720S, just returning number 808 to the racetrack. Let's have a quick look. There we see a mistake in the speed, so easy to do. And the car's fat the fuel, the tyres are at the coldest, and everybody's close together. We've recovered that once he lives to fight another day, as Larson in the Honda holding on expensive to the back of their Aston ahead. So bit of work still to do for Eric Larson towards to stay in touch.
Yeah, those Hondas, I was just about to say that the Hondas, from what I understand, tend to be a car that's good on race pace, and we should expect to see great pace over the course of the 9 hours. But just as I was about to say that, P2 in a Honda's just gone to set the fastest lap of the race.
Now this is getting spicy in the front of the field. John Sher in 2nd position. Look at the body language of the car as well, as it's on its tippy toes. We're looking now at another replay, another Honda as well, but a blue one on this. Okay, oh no, is that McLaren? No, it's a Honda. As we're seeing coming through, blue flags waving by the marshal. So again, already some of those cars that got themselves involved in drama starting to get wrapped up in the race. And there we go, curve of death, bit of a tank slapper, manages to avoid hitting anything particularly solid, as the struggling 720S, we can see in the background as well, just about gets around the outside. But John Sher now, as we're saying, car, the body language of the car is on its tippy toes. Cher quite clearly has no interest in spending any time whatsoever behind the back of that Porsche. He's in attack mode, Steve.
Yeah, and I don't know what you would do in this situation. Do you go for the move? Do you make it happen early doors, or do you just get that rhythm going? But I'm with you, Paul. It looks like he's going to attack at the first opportunity he's got. But you know, these guys at the front, John especially, he's someone that would like to work together with someone rather than battling this early doors. So I would be inclined to see some sort of indication from John that he wants to participate with this driver, but it doesn't look like that way at all. It looks like they're going for it as the Honda's going around the outside at T1. He's going to have the line for the second corner. No, Jonathan's just managed to keep in front. That is awesome racing, just what you want to see.
Yeah, absolutely incredible from these two. Respect between both drivers, giving each other racing room. But as you say, John Cher now really fancies his chances at taking away this race lead from Jonathan Earl in front of him, and he's got to get this done sooner rather than later, because just behind at the back of your shot there is the Dayglow Aston Martin. Very soon we'll be buying into this fight as well, and it becomes much more difficult if you have to attack and defend at the same time. So John Cher has probably another lap left to play to get this deal done before things become exponentially much more difficult for the Honda driver. And there we see you riding on board now in front of you. You can see Jonathan Earl in the pole sitting Porsche 911, the race leading Porsche 911, and he's not quite close enough to make an attack at this stage. But look, Steve, that little squabble, a little bit of following, and the gap that was almost 2 seconds is now basically down a pocket change for third behind. So this two-way fight is not far away from becoming a four-way fight very quickly indeed.
Yeah, this is really entertaining already at this part of the race. This is, as we see one of those Hondas take a trip to the barrier, and 812, and that is again, that is a early mistake, and that is going to feel very frustrating. And that's Adam Benjamin in the Rev Sport International Team 3 car in the silver class. So unranked driver on SGP, but that's not going to help his rank at all.
No, not one bit. As we see, a bit of a squabble starting to develop as well at the back of our shop between Giles and Larson. So that one continues. Very, very interesting to see two Hondas in the top four, which is not something you often see in this category of racing. I think we alluded to it in the qualification earlier in the broadcast, where the Honda is one of the older cars as John Cher goes and cuts a little bit of grass on the edge of the curb, but he's managed to get away with that one. Meanwhile, Earl makes a mistake in the front as well, so Cher actually now is really in contention for a pass. He's going to follow through. The twist is coming in to the penultimate corner in a few, we're at the start of the lap actually, I confused myself there. But this is looking interesting for the prospects of the race, isn't it, Steve? The Porsche tends to come alive towards the end of the stint, whereas the Honda is very much on its tippy toes at this stage.
Yeah, I know that a lot of the drivers of the Porsches like that full tank. You know, when it's got a lot of fuel in, it just feels a little bit more planted on that front axle, and they really can hammer that car. But that just because it's nice to drive doesn't necessarily mean it's the quickest. So when that fuel starts to deplete, then the Porsche does tend to come alive. But the Honda really is a car of choice at the moment. It's a very popular car. It's as you can see in this particular race, it's got some pace. Is he going to make the move for it? Is Cher going to make the move? He doesn't. Jonathan just shows him enough that he's got some defending in his locker. But what do you think, Paul? Do you race at this point, or do you concede the position and just try and save the time?
I think if you're Cher, you've got to go for it. The danger he's got is he's got those cars behind that are so close to him. So Cher really is clearly being held up at this stage. He just set the fastest lap. You know there's more pace in the locker of that Honda if you can just clear the Porsche. And of course, Steve, when you're following in close proximity to another car, you're working your tyres harder. You're reducing the useful tyre life of the tyres, you're increasing the temperature of the car, you're also putting yourself at risk, as we see Cher just getting the back end of that NSX out, controls the car on the slide and gets it pointing in the right direction. But John Share would not want to be in this position at the start of the race, but I'm afraid the cards that have been thrown on the line, he's got to make a move. I'm going to look at the replay now. So this is the start of the race. So this is 267 that we're focusing on at this moment in time. In the middle of the pack is the accordion effect, isn't it? Everybody starts to slow down in front. Everything gets bunched together, and a little bit of drama there. We cut away from that one and back to the live pictures, but so difficult endurance racing. But Steve, put yourself, as you will be later on, in the driver's seat. I told you what I'd do in this situation. What would be your play if you're John Share in the Westport International 776?
I think if I'm John Share, I'm going for it. I think if I'm John Earl, I'm letting him go, which is kind of...
Good call. Yeah,
here we go, though. He's going to go for it again. He's not going to have the pace. Round us outside, a little touch of the doors there. Can he keep it planted round the outside? No, John just keeps him behind again. That seems like the move that he wants to make. And I think John's just going to have enough into that turn one. So I wonder if there's maybe another spot that he can find around this track to make that move. But it does look like that's the move that he's fancying. But yeah, if I'm John Earl, I'm thinking I'm letting this guy go, and I'm just going to try and hang on and toe behind this guy so when I hand it over to my teammates, we've lost as little time as possible, because I suppose at the moment, I suppose you're all losing time at this point, so I don't know. I really don't know.
You don't want to be touching doors 15 minutes into a 9-hour race. This has got pants full of poo written all over it for these drivers. They really need to start thinking long game. Often in endurance racing, we've talked about it in commentary, we've raced it ourselves. It's not about what's happening now. You need to be thinking what that's going to mean 2, 3, 4, 5 hours into the future. And you hit the nail on the head, Steve. While these two are squabbling, they're losing time. A motor race is not about fight and transition. It's getting from the start to the end in the least amount of time possible. Sometimes, big picture, allow a car pass to have track position, because every time you fight, every time you dive to the inside, every time you fight on the brakes, every time you do door handles on corner exit, that's giving away 3 seconds, 3 tenths per second, 3 full seconds. And it's so hard to make them on the racetracks again. Share shows his nose to the inside, good driving world, and that Aston Martin now, Giles, is already having a little sniff around the back of these two. So, yeah, not helping themselves, but I'm happy are because it's something.
You stole the words right out of my mouth, mate. And it's not just the guys at the front. There's battles happening all over the pack. So this is P7, this is Audi, this is Weisse with the Aston Martin. Looking of another cracked car, looking for a move at this point in the race as well. So there are battles happening all over the park. Just a quick shout out to the chat on Twitch. Hello and thank you for joining us. SOP Motorsport. Presumably that's Simon. Hello Simon, good to see you in the chat. And you've got your boy Peter in the lead of the race, or his team's in the lead of the race at this point. So congratulations there. Would have been not sure, do we have an SOP car in this race? I'm not sure, I'll have to have a little look, but if you do, all the very best to the SOP team in this race as well.
Yeah, great to see everybody join us on the broadcast. I'd love to engage with the chat, but I've not got enough screens or horsepower on my PC to run Twitch at the same time as everything else, so I'm going to assume you're all there, and I'm going to say a jolly hello. Look at the commentary box, and thanks for joining us in what's been a barnstorming race. Weisse now looks to the inside, Weisse loses position, should I say, to the Aston Martin, 330 behind, so great move by the 330 to get the deal done. Weisse was in 7th position, now in position 8, and has a few cars starting to get involved behind as well for good measure, so great overtake by the 330 there to take that position away from Weisse as well. There's been a swapsy guide as well. Barford loses not 1 but 2 positions in the 91 Porsche from 10th to 12th position, a little bit further back as well, so Barford obviously has gone and had himself a bit of an adventure, which has been in a move down the running order. As we see now, this fight continues, Steve, at the front of the field. These guys, has anybody told them this is not a touring car? This is what I'm used to in TCR, not a 9-hour endurance.
Yeah, but again, thank God that they're treating it like a TCR race, because this is incredibly entertaining. They do seem to have dropped Giles there in the Aston just a touch, but he's under pressure from Larson, of course, so there's battles all over the front here. So yeah, very glad that they're taking the TCR approach in this race. As we get a nice shout out there in that little overlay. Thank you very much, Paul Glover, on the broadcasting, and just wanted to say a shout out to that incredible move on the Audi there for P6, P7, I believe it was. And it's a team full of Lithuanian drivers, and if you're not familiar, Sim Racing GP is built by Lithuanians. Tomas, Ruslanas, the two guys at the top in Sim Racing GP who are developing this stuff, and they are Lithuanian, so I'm sure there's some rooting for the Lithuanian team at home back in the
Yep, great to have a full international contingent of drivers racing in this event, racing on the SGP platform, and that's actually a good point. I'm going to risk not talking about the race for just a minute, even though let's just watch the first corner, just in case for some bizarre reason Cher decides to throw it on the inside. No, it doesn't. Thank you, sunshine. Simracing.gp is powered by the community, it's fair to say. There are hundreds of communities that have their own leagues, their own races. When I say communities, I mean groups of people who go under a name that they so choose and put on events for their people. You can sign up for that once. It doesn't matter if you're in mainland Europe, Eastern Europe, you're in Australia, the Oceania region, if Americas, whatever. Wherever you are in the world, there will be something for you in your time zone, run by people that are going to serve it close enough that you've got good ping, you've got convenient times to go racing, like-minded individuals. So if you're watching this, often we get people outside of Europe watching these esports events, bemoaning the fact that they're watching at 4 o'clock in the morning while they're racing at 12 o'clock our time in the afternoon. Go to simracing.gp if you're one of those people, because there will be something for you in your time zone. It's inclusive to everybody. You could be an absolute alien that's been on this forever, or someone who's joining for the very first time. It could be somebody in the prime of their sim racing career, or somebody a little bit more mature in years. There will be a community for you, so I implore you, get yourself over to simracing.gp. Have a look around, see if there's something that takes your fancy. Heck, have a look around and start your own community. If you're a community manager, or you'll run a league or a championship or races in your own little part of the world somewhere on the internet, come and join the family at simracing.gp. Leverage the opportunity to have the scope and scale and the reach of SGP to elevate your own community sim racing experience, get more drivers, have more fun, take part in things like this in Kyalami, 9 hours a year.
Yeah, absolutely, Paul. I think the good thing, of course, with SGP, like you mentioned, is even if you want to just set up a quick race, you can do that really easily. You don't need any skills to set up your races, and you can just get up and running, doing your own leagues in a matter of minutes, and that's kind of what we set out to achieve with Sim Racing GP, is make it accessible to everyone, right? So no need to learn how to like code servers or like renting servers or anything like that. Just come onto SGP, set up a new race, and away you go. As we are looking actually at the back of an Aston Martin at the Sim Racing GP Aston Martin driven by Dan Terry. Can I say Sim Racing GP one more time?
There you've got to say that. By the way, this is a good point. Earlier on, when I was struggling to remember the names, because I'm all into this, that's the guy that I was talking about, the Aston Martin, that we're looking at, the 153. That was fourth on the grid, fastest of the drivers. Something has happened, some kind of drama has occurred for 153, because they're down in 14th position, plummeting the likes of Dan Terry. So, what dramas have befallen that car? I am not too sure. We're looking back once again from the 153 benefits, looking at the SGP machine, and yeah, we'll follow that one later on. But back to the front of the field, John Cher doesn't fancy Cher in second position for much longer. He wants that Porsche. A little kiss as well, just to remind him. But we talked about this, Steve. while they've been faffing around fighting for position, two-way fights become a four-way fight. Suddenly, it's not fun anymore. It's actually stressful, and there we go. Cher runs wide, runs deep in his pursuit of the Porsche ahead. That opens the door to the Aston Martin behind. Can Giles find a way around the outside? Yes, he can. I had brave pills this morning for breakfast. I'm going to make it all the way around the outside. A little kissy, bangy, but the Honda is stable. So is the Aston. Job done, I think. Can Cher hold on? Who will be fuming in the cockpit of that NSX? From the attacker to the defender, and for good measure, Larson snapping away at the heels, and good job. John Cher holds on despite the aggressive attack of the Aston Martin. Now he's to the inside, will watch his braking point, give each other some racing room. Cher has got the advantage, the Aston doesn't care, goes around the outside and just about holds on. In the background, Larson's thinking, good lord, which way do I go? You know what, I'm going to let you two squabble because this has got disaster written all over it.
That has given John Earl a bit of breathing space up at the front. Now, that is a bad thing to do because I feel like he might now just have a bit of clean air and a bit of space just to get the hammer down and pull away as we're coming up to some of the back markers. So this John's just hit that moment's just happened at just the right time to approach the back markers. John getting that bit of clean air, and these guys are going to be all sorts of drama, I'm sure, between these back markers and this train of cars coming through.
And this is exactly what we were saying, isn't it? That while they're squabbling, they're going to bring the rest of the field into contention. That's exactly what happened. We've seen a penalty, by the way, for car number one for causing a collision. So again, stewards, live stewards, well done, by the way, to all the stewards who've been involved in this one, keeping their eye on what's happening. It's great to see the whole SGP team behind this race and the people that happen behind the scenes to make things like this happen. I'm sure Steve will do a name check, so I'm not familiar with each and every one of the individuals involved. It's great to see putting on these races for our community to go racing as we're seeing traffic starting to play into this fight now. As you say, our race leader John Earl has a little bit of breathing space, flashing the lights just to warm the Aston, certainly the Audi. The race leader's coming up, and that's just what Earl needs. He needs that bit of breathing space, but John Cher will be absolutely furious that he didn't get that job done. Now he's very much under pressure, potentially he will fall off all the places. Get his shake up sometime soon.
So just seen in the chat, I'm just going to jump back to the chat on Twitch. Sasha, sorry to hear that you didn't manage to get into the race. That's not how the technology works, so I don't know what's happened there, so we'll have to have a look at that. But Sasha couldn't get in, blaming it on the servo protection. It's not how it works, but I'll have a look at it for you. We'll do an investigation, we'll see what we can help. But it shouldn't, you shouldn't be affected in that way. Yeah, apologies, like heartfelt apologies, honestly, that you didn't manage to get into the race. But we'll do an investigation on that to see what was what.
Yeah, good stuff. Thank you, Steve. Now back to the front of the field again. That Porsche kind of mentioned, Steve, that it's potentially giving the breathing space to go and run high, but actually, seeing Cher, the pace that we suspected he had behind the back of it, is starting to show it. Look how that gap is closed from the field. You know, at this moment in time, John Earl just doesn't have the car underneath him to walk away from this little squabble, and it's going to be difficult to comprehend for the number 95 at this stage. I think it's fair to say that Earl would have felt confident going into this race, but that confidence is going to start getting eroded when he sees that gap closing back down so rapidly, chasing back.
Yeah, and just as John was probably thinking, right, I've got a bit of clean air here and a little bit of pressure, the pressure being eased a bit, it's mounting again very, very quickly. But yeah, this battle at the front is captivating, and very, very glad that they're working together at this point to try and just work together to try and win this race. But it's I don't think any battles are going to be won now. It's going to be fascinating to see at which point the turning point is of how the race is decided.
There's no working together in this one. There's no working together in this race. These are going hammer and tongs at each other, and it will be interesting though, jumps aside. It will be interesting to see if our two race leaders now decide to be a bit more circumspect in their fighting and not quite as aggressive with each other. And as you say, just start. I'm going to go back to what you said earlier. If I was Earl, I would have led that on the last. It's really fast. See if they can use some preference from the Honda to pull you along as well, because the more the squad on, the more the cars behind you get into action. But also the smaller gap is being created to the rest of the pack. And we know what it's like in these celebrations. When you come in for fuel and tyres, if you're coming in at the wrong time and you come back out of traffic, you can easily lose half a dozen seconds. So part of the game for the front runners during a race like this is sprint at this stage of the race to give you the opportunity to insert yourself back into clean air. So all the strategy, all the planning, all the planning out of how you think the race will go when you do start the event. If you're squabbling like this, all that is put away, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. You can see here though, they've dropped the other Aston Martin considerably, things are starting to settle down actually into a bit of a rhythm. But just one note actually, car 24 Visor had some sort of issue. I saw him drop down the field. I think they were P10 at one point, and now they're P17. So presumably that Alpha Simsport car had some sort of issue, because that has dropped like a stone in the pro category and overall standings.
Larson as well was in fourth position, but he's running down in seventh now. So maybe there's been a little bit of drama between Giles and Larson that has caused that. I don't want to speculate without seeing what's happened, but there's maybe been a bit of drama which can explain why the gap is taking place, is increasing, should I say, down this front two. Race control car number 776, warning for contact. So again, the race control keeping their eyes on making sure they're behaving. But that bit of drama, shall we say, between third and fourth is exactly what the two runners needed. That's given them breathing space to think about what they can do in terms of sharing the race.
Okay, just a quick note, Paul Glover, if you can have a little look in the broadcast chat, there's a message in there for you, but as Paul's checking that, the action is still very hot on the racetrack, and this is going to be the lap. I think this is into T1. I think he's going to be just close enough to make this move. He's going to have make a move down here. No, I reckon T1. This is going to be the one where he makes the move for the lead of the race.
Yeah, this again, look how quickly that Honda has closed the gap to the Porsche in front. So he has got so much more speed, John Sherry, at this moment in time. He's just got to convert it into a clean overtake. Coming through the final corners, as close as he's been so far in this race for the long run, down the start-finish straight into the first turn at Crawford. Now, this is a great opportunity. The inside's a good option. The outside as well becomes the inside for the next part of the racetrack. So there we go. Cher looks to the outside, tries to get the cutback on the Porsche as well at the apex. Gets the job done, but it's not quite alongside, so we can't quite make it happen. A bit of a kiss to the rear quarter of our race leader as well for good measure, but just about holds on does John Earl. He has all of the playbook Cher is using and has learned from that one and can defend against it. It's a great driving from Earl, putting that Porsche number 95 in all the wrong spots in terms of giving Cher that opportunity to find a way past it. The reward is holding on to a slender race lead. Steve, big question I suppose, and sorry for putting you on the spot here a little bit. What sort of time are we looking for the first pit stop here? How long does a tank of gas last on a track like Kyalami?
Yeah, it's a good question. Obviously, it differs from car to car, but I would say you're probably looking around, unless there's some funky strategies going on, around the hour mark. So still quite a bit of time, but I would imagine around the first hour mark is where we're going to see the first stops. But again, that Honda might be fueled lightly, and that might be why these two are pulling away. But I doubt it. I think they're more than likely race pace fuel, and we'll probably see them around the hour mark.
The problem we've got, or the problem these drivers have got, because it's such a tightly contested grid, plenty of cars on track, the gap between first to sort of all the way down to all the way down to 25th, it's only 50 seconds. We're seeing Cher once again gets the run into T1, looks to the outside. Will he cut back this time? No. He goes all the way around the outside, but Earl knows what's happening, runs him out to the curb. Cher doesn't have grip on that curve as he does on the tarmac, gets a squiggle on and drops back. So you can't really. One of the options I always have in my back pocket as a driver when I'm doing an endurance race is be willing to short stint the first stint if you're being held on. So in an ideal world, if you're John Cher and you're not confident of taking the pass on track, you think about coming in early, maybe 20 minutes early, short fuel, and then overtaking at the pit stop, and then that'll make the way back up again as the race progresses. But with a differential of 50 seconds between first and last, you can't do that. So you're coming early, you're going to come out in the thick of traffic of cars that are significantly slower than you, and then you're just going to lose the advantage of the track pace. So both of these guys have got to take it to the limit to where their pit stop is. Basically, Cher, unless he nails pit in and pit out, or in short, the job on the track, hasn't he?
Yeah, and that's a strategy that is 100% of the time failed for me. So I will never do that again. That short fuel just seems to always go wrong for me. So you definitely need a more skilled driver than me to pull that off. But yeah, as with a lot of this stuff in virtual racing, it has to be simple on the track, which is great to see. But yeah, I just want to take a moment. It may be actually wrong time to take a moment to talk about something else, but we'll wait to see how this T1 goes with John Earl doing some absolutely fantastic defensive driving here today. This is the move that Cher wants to make, isn't it? But it's just not going to happen. John's just got the measure on it. He's going to have to wait for a mistake from John, which, to be honest with you, doesn't happen very often. I'm not used to seeing John drive like this, to be honest with you. I usually see John coming through the field. He gets caught up, like, completely not his fault at all. Gets caught up in some sort of action at the beginning of the race, and is sliding through the field and like passing the slower drivers at a rate of knots. So to see John command a race at the front of the pack is really great to see. He's doing a great job, incredible defensive driving, but also huge shout out to Cher as well for some really aggressive but fair and clean driving as well. So that's really good to see. Giles in P3 there, just playing the safe game, just keeping tabs on what's going on here, because you never know what could happen, and that he could pick up a couple of places if these two get a little bit too close together. But they have dropped P4, so these guys are really the front three that are setting the pace.
Yeah, great performance, consummate professional, the three of these driving absolutely beautiful. The mistake actually, you're saying that, from Cher, gets a little too close to the Porsche, loses grip from the downforce, outwash the car in front, makes him run on his line, and that kind of puts him in the danger zone to the Aston Martin behind Giles. So Giles now is, he looks, doesn't he? I think you alluded to it, I'm intrigued with this one. He doesn't look interested in the squabble. He just wants to get through this stint, which is what I would do if I was a driver. Just wants to get through this stint in touch with these two, put him in contention further down the road. Race control car number 14, a 15-second time penalty for causing a collision on lap 18. So car number 14, I'm going to swing around that. That is Dan Terry. Oh, your car, mate.
Ah, Dan. What was the penalty for? Sorry.
For causing a collision on lap number 18.
Wow. All right. Well, at least it's not me. My tactic is usually drive as fast as I can until the last 5 minutes of the race, and then bin it on the last lap. So that's what I did at the Suzuka 10 hours. So 15-second penalty, we can't really complain too much.
Yeah, that's again though, it's an endurance race, it's 9 hours, 15 seconds. It sounds like a lot in touring car race or a short sprint race it would be, but it's very, very possible to leave that kind of deficit quite easily in a race of this kind of length. So we'll keep our eye on that one. Dan Terry, of course, the HGV car, running 12th position at this moment in time. So just on the outskirts of the overall top 10, but firmly in the top 10 in class at this moment in time. Big talk about classes. Well, I've got the opportunity to take a look at the time screen on the left-hand side. If it's white, the white number, that is pro. If it's silver, that is silver class. Red, they are.
I just want to clarify, I hope that we haven't been given like 7 15-second penalties, as I've seen that flash up on the screen a few times at this point, but I think that's a technical issue with the broadcaster. Maybe Paul Glover is just away on holiday at this point. But look at this. This is the P3 now has joined the battle here. Giles is getting involved. This is, I mean, I really want to take a look around the rest of the field and see what's going on, but it's really difficult to move away from this because this battle is just insane. But we will get round and have a look at some of the other battles on the tracks. Yeah, but this is just looking at the timing screen, the best battle out on track at the moment. But we will get round and have a look at the other cars. But it is really difficult to move away from the action when it's this close. And there we go. We've got the picture-in-picture from Paul Glover. He's just returned from holiday. So thank you, Paul.
Yeah, superb stuff at the front of the field that we're seeing at the moment in time. But Giles now, again, Steve, I'm going to ask you, because you're doing the driving, it's weird to ask you, I'm going to ask you anyway. What do you do when you ask for Giles now? Just keep watching with your interest and seeing if these two trip each other up, or you're going to bang into
Here we go, here we go.
This is a pass for the race lead. Fantastic time around the inside. Too much overrun, and Earl says thank you very much, you can have that one, but I'll take it back. I quite like the lead, and there we go. For a split second, Cher was our race leader, and then it all went P-Tom. So brilliant.
Absolutely brilliant stuff. But it was going to take something like that, right? It was going to be, he's been sizing up this move, P1, and John's just expecting that, he's going to go P1, I'm going to do this defensive bit of driving, send him around the outside, and then, but it needed a bit of surprise. It needed that element of surprise, just say, actually, I'm going to chuck it up the inside here, where John wasn't expecting it. But now look, oh no, John, no!
Contact between the two race leaders who went for the switchback, did Cher. Earl covered that line but didn't recognise the fact there was too much overlap and spat off into the barriers. Let's have another look now on the replay. So this is the start-finish straight, running down. We've seen this move so many times between Earl and Cher. Earl to the inside, defence. Cher looks to the outside, but now he's going to do. We saw this a few laps ago. Try to get the cutback as Earl runs a little bit deep. He gets that cutback. Now Earl is desperate to not allow him. Goes to the outside for the racing line. There's unfortunately an NSX in the way. And just like Giles was hoping for, those two tripped over each other. He needs to make no moves that are risky on track and takes the race lead. And sadly, Steve, that was always going to be the outcome as John Terry decides to be a battering ram in the SGP car further down the order.
My goodness, this is just all kicked off in the last couple of minutes. So I wish that was John Terry in the car. As a Chelsea fan, John Terry, I'd love to drive with John Terry, but that is Dan Terry doing Dan Terry things. Was that Paul Glover the thing that we got a penalty for, or was that just by chance you happened to land it? So that's going to be another penalty for the SGP car. Good work, Dan. But yeah, that battle at the front, I saw the replay, I saw it live, I saw the replay. I'm putting that one on Jonathan L, unfortunately. I think that was, he came across the front of that NSX probably a bit too aggressively. I don't know, Paul, what did you think?
Yeah, I think it was a pure racing incident. I think Earl was swinging the car out wide to get the run through the next corner. Didn't recognise it was an overlap, and sadly two cars at racing speed come together, and that's always going to be the outcome for that one. But the upshot is that has dropped Jonathan Earl over to third position. So it could have been much worse for the Porsche driver. Earl is still very much in contention. Excuse me. Very much, I'm starting to struggle now with the voice. He's very much in contention for the overall race. But yeah, a lot of cars in the same busy time, all going very quick. Something's got to give.
Yeah. And I think the bigger problem that Jonathan L's got at this point now is that that Porsche hit the barrier at a pretty significant pace, and I want to see the front of that Porsche and try and get an idea of how much damage is on that car. It looks pretty bad. That's you can see there's no front end grip at all. He is really struggling out there. So yeah, the incident was a problem, but the bigger problem that he's got now is trying to manage that car to the next pit stop. So what do? Do they stop early? Do they come in now, or do they stay on strategy? I think if I was them, I'd be pitting ASAP, sorting that damage out, because you're going to be losing. Just see how much time he's losing to that Aston behind him, and he's going to be losing time every lap. So this is not going to be a fun car to drive at the moment. But the other thing that I was going to mention was, you asked me just on the lap before, what would you do if you were Giles? And I said, sit back and wait for these two to come together. And what do you know? That's exactly what happened. So Giles profiting from the mistake of the two front runners, as John getting it all out of shape. Again, that's going to be lack of downforce where you need it. I think he's going to have to pit, although he doesn't seem very happy with that Aston. Didn't quite see what the problem was there. Maybe. No, it looked like clean driving to me, so I'm not sure what John's upset with there, but that's another position dropped. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that Porsche pit for fresh rubber and repairs to the front end of that car, because he's just going to be losing too much time. Hello to Cami in the chat. Cami is taking up the broadcasting commentary post from Paul and myself at 1 PM, so very much looking forward to hearing Cami's take on the race. Cami's got a very unique style of commentary, let's say, very laid back and entertaining and fun, so that's always great. Race control, what's this? 15-second penalty. Okay, cool. Dan Terry, another 15 seconds. 15 seconds.
You can get in that car, maybe it will be tomorrow.
But do you know what? We're in it for the fun. We're happy to be taking part, and that's all that really matters. I would love a P15, but sorry, a top 10 if we could manage top 10. But that 30 second penalty is going to be. Sorry, is that another one? Is that the same one? Oh, it's a different one. Okay, car 40, drive through. Hey. Oh my goodness me! All right, so it's from bad to worse. It was a drive-through. Does that include the 15-second penalty, or is that separate penalty? Okay. So we've got the 15-second penalty in the pit stop at the end of the race, plus a drive-through. So I'm not sure where that's going to spit us out, but that midfield is pretty tightly packed. That's a good, I don't know what, minute of penalties that we're going to suffer there for that car number 14. So that's probably going to stick us out somewhere near the back, which is a bit of a shame. But it is what it is. That's racing. It could all change by the end of this race, and I'm sure it will. So, yeah. No, I haven't even got in the car yet. I hear in my ear from Paul Glover. So thank you very much for that encouragement, mate. But yeah, how are we looking at the front of the pack? Cher is looking like he's closing in on Giles at P2. So it'd be good if we can get a view on that. But
there's quite a bit of breathing space between these two, so really Cher's doesn't need to be too urgent in finding a way back. Giles, he'll know that he's got more pace than Aston Martin. Frankly, he's got more pace than any other car on the racetrack at this moment in time. But Cher, after the dramas, that will have really caught his attention, the drama that we had earlier on. So John Cher, I'm not going to be too keen to make a move too quickly on this Aston. He'll just start watching for a couple of laps, understand where is faster, where is slower, where the strong points of the racetrack are in comparison to the Honda NSX that he's got underneath him, and then get the deal done, as Dan Terry says, that drive through penalty. I always call him John Terry. I don't even like football, so I've got no white in my head. But knowing what John Terry's like, he'll probably fly me on the speed about. Just God, that damn that is. So, race control for car number 69, a 15-second, plus 15 seconds because in conditions, so car number 69 also struggling a little bit from the wrath of the stewards, but yeah, let's go back to John Earl a little bit. Carrying that damage in the Porsche, where is he now? What sort of lap times is he doing in that car? How much damage is he carrying at this stage? He's only got 12 minutes to go, really, until the realistic pit window opens. So,
well, here you go then. So last time round, P1 was 142.1, and John was 142.1 also. So, although he's got that damage, he's definitely losing time on where he was previously, but sorry, forgive me, he's at 142 once, forgive me, I clearly can't read, but so yeah, he is losing time, he needs to do something, he needs to act. I don't know about you, Paul, what would you have done at this point? I think, for me, I would have pitted and got that damage repaired, because you're losing a second a lap at this point.
I think it depends how well into the strategy you are. If you're right in that it's going to be about a 60-minute stint time on a full set of fuel, that obviously fits perfectly into 9 stops over a 9-hour race, so 1 every hour. If you go off strategy, then that's going to really put you in a bit of a mess, because you're going to be at some point having to have another stop somewhere down the line, or carrying a stint where you've got more fuel in the car than you're actually going to burn. Because of the way it works, changing tyres is the right thing to do every time you stop for fuel. Tyres is where the time comes. So there's no even benefit to going in there with short fuel. And so you really, unless it's desperately necessary, you've got to stick to the 1 hour if you can stick to that one. Now if the fuel ran to 45 minutes, that's entirely different. That mixes things up. In a 60-minute, it becomes quite rigid. What's the fastest way to get to the check-in flight? So no doubt just hanging on. He'll give it a couple of laps to calm his swift car instead, and then a couple of laps to see where the car's at. And he'll make that call as to whether there's enough pace to do it. As you say, you can lose a second a lap, but if you're only doing 10 laps, that 10-second loss, if you come in off strategy, you're still going to make an extra stop over everything else. That's 35-40 seconds, so net it's better, quicker to stay out, although it's a bit more risky.
And that's why I don't do any sort of race strategy, because I would have got it all wrong. But interesting to see what approach they're taking there, and it looks like they are gonna stay out as we join a battle in the midfield here, which is looking very tasty indeed. This is Saxon followed by Nordima and Hutner in the midfield, and this looks like some of the front running positions for the AM class. So this looks like P4, 5 for the AM class as he runs deep, and the Porsche is about to make the move, but he manages to keep him on high. But this is not down at Cheetah. I thought he was going to make the move at Cheetah there, but they backed out.
Yeah, nice little squabble between 3 very different cars. The Porsche just loses it on acceleration coming down the final turn. That opens the door for the Lamborghini's big screaming engine to fire its way past. There we go. Lamborghini gets the job done. So now it's McLaren, Lamborghini, Porsche. The Aston Martin keep the watching brief for the Porsches. Not quite content to hold on to that position. A little bit of fate on the inside. It's T1. Nothing really doing there. So again, nice to see another mark on the grid. Nice to see a Lamborghini. Beautiful looking and sounding car. Horrendous to drive in race conditions. So good results. So relatively far up in classification at this stage. We're getting close to ticking off the first hour of competition here at the Kyalami. Sorry, the 9 hours at Kyalami.
I'm not a particularly big Lamborghini fan, but it does feel like the Lambo doesn't get anywhere near the sort of love that the other cars do in ACC from the BOP side of things. It just seems like it's undrivable for a lot of drivers, and it's a shame really, because I know that, again, I'm not a huge Lambo fan, but I know that there are loads of people out there that really do love Lamborghini and they would drive them if they could, but it just, if you're in any way serious about the pace of your car, then it just seems like the Lambo's not the car to go for. So it's a bit of a shame in that respect.
If I had €1 for every time we spent and then just watch them spin it for the never need to work again. Honestly, there must be dozens of times people have said that to me, but never once has it been a successful expedition. So, yeah, it's a shame. It is a shame. It's a lovely looking and sounding car.
It looks like that Lambo was about to make a move at T1 though. If we can get a look at T1 there with the Lambo, he's just gone past it. He's just moved up to P22 by the looks of things. That's a maybe this Lambo is the dark horse. Maybe this is the one that's going to come through the pack and win this bloody thing. I doubt it, but you know.
Yeah, good textbooks move down into T1 there by Hopper, I think he was, trying to that one at this moment in time. Got it on the brakes, got the job done down to gate brakes. Hayden no move on corner exit, and that is a straightforward on an overtake. It's unlikely to see. We're looking at nice flying sacks now. Good for the car, by the way. I wasn't too sure when I first saw that shot, but from the right angle, that's evokes kind of the essence of golf colours, doesn't it? It's very nice, very nice. If only the real McLaren Formula 1 team make a nice colour scheme every now and again. Well, Williams now have that sponsor. Other oil companies are remaining.
Yeah, but I particularly love that golf coloured McLaren. I think that looks really cool. Yeah, also I actually don't mind the McLaren F1 car. I think the yellow McLaren F1 car. I don't mind it. But yeah, so this is seems to be the battle at the moment, doesn't it? This is the one that's really catching our attention, and this is going to be. It's been going on for a few laps, and I can imagine it's going to go on for a few more. But this is it's starting to become quite tasty.
But again, that's the beauty, excuse me, of a race. There goes Porsche now, dives to the inside, a little bit of a surprise manoeuvre, gets the car on the brakes, really, really nicely done. And Florian Sachs, I think, is not quite as aggressive as it needs to be at this juncture in the race. He sort of left that door wide open, didn't really have much appetite to do any defending, and maybe Sachs is just racing to his own sort of regime as there we go. Dan Terry is in pit lane now, so one of the first of the front runners to serve what I would imagine is a scheduled stop 55 minutes into the stint, so he has to not quite get a full 60-minute run through the race as Terry back out again on the racetrack, and of course with the drive-through penalty and the 15-second penalty served at stop. That is going to move the SGP car very firmly towards the foot of this field, so work to do, but they've got the ace as a whole. Steve Worrell will be in the car a little bit later on. Steve, what time's your stint start?
I'm going to be a lot later. I'm going to be sort of towards the end of the race. I've got a birthday party to attend after this.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
Enjoying
some refreshing beverages at 7.
No, I do not drink and drive. It's a bad idea. Yeah, I couldn't do that to my teammates. They've put a lot of work into this, and it's probably worth at this point, unless we need to cut away for some action, which I think you're not going to make the move. You're not going to make the move now. Wow, that is a great move. Great driving from both drivers there. That's absolutely amazing. From Staples there, that's brilliant. Yeah, I was just going to say a shout out to everyone who's put this on. So Dan Terry, Adam Burks, Paul Glover on the broadcast, Paul yourself, the commentators that we've got there later today as well. Paul, I believe Paul Glover is doing some commentary as well alongside Cammy. So yeah, thank you to everyone that's put this together. Really appreciate it. And yeah, hopefully we can do more of these. But just going back to that move there, that was absolutely incredible move right there by Lockhart. And not a conventional overtaking spot. I've seen it done before, but it's not the most popular spot on the track to pass. But a brilliant execution nonetheless. As we rejoin that battle at the front, so Giles and Cher. Like you say, Paul, Cher definitely the fastest person on track at this current moment in time, but still not made the move. And I wonder now if strategy is going to come into play, and we're going to try and do the undercut or some variation of to get past Giles rather than do it on track.
Yeah, I'll wholeheartedly agree with that one. I think Cher's confident in his own pace within the car. He knows that if needs be, he can press the go-go button and lap faster than that Aston Martin. So he's absolutely, this close to the pit window, absolutely no benefit in taking the risk and making the overtake on track. Obviously, if a door is left wide open, he would be remiss of you to not walk through it. But the best option now for Cher is to hang fire till the pit stops, get out pit road and do something by executing the extra speed in the Honda NSX. He's got over Giles ahead of him. They've got, what, 8.5 seconds advantage to third position, which is going to be a 3:30 Aston behind. So he's got the wiggle room he needs. There's just no point taking any risk. There's no point for himself. And a potential opportunity to bring himself to the attention of the race stewards. So intelligent drive from John Cher, starting to recognise the fact this is the Jones race, not a sprint race, and acting accordingly. Speaking of, while we're talking about John Cher, that brings me to mind of John Earl. And Earl is still in the fourth position, still lapping relatively confidently. Here's car 24, Steve, looking at a replay, so these are not live pictures, and this is the passing manoeuvre of choice down in the Crawford. There we go. Car to the inside, the Porsche gives in just about enough room to find his way past, but the 24 now sticks to the outside. That becomes the inside for his corner, a bit of a touch of the curb as well. Oh, running down the racetrack, another secondary kiss between the two of them as well, and that Porsche's lucky, not wanting to give up position. He has the inside to the fast left-hander, but just about concedes, flashing the lights in frustration, and harder than it needed to be. Good pass by 24.
Yeah, very nice indeed, and a couple of little bits of door rubbing there. Any problems with that, Paul? Are you happy with that? I'm happy with that personally. I thought that was good racing.
If you go to a racetrack and come back with a more racing,
not everything's TCR, Paul. I know that you love it and you think it is, but it's not. But yeah, probably worth mentioning again. Just congratulations for getting another year with TCR this year with the World Tour, going all over the world in a really interesting format with TCR. So congratulations, mate. It's like honestly one of the best stories in sim racing for me. Like there's obviously the Jimmy Broadbent shed to racing drive and stuff, but I know that you've wanted to be a real world commentator for quite some time, and to see you actually doing it, from going from club racing commentary to well, a World Series now for one of the most recognisable motorsport brands on the planet is just amazing. Honestly, it is one of the best stories in sim racing for sure. So congratulations again, mate. You must be absolutely buzzing about that.
Yeah, thank you, mate. Much appreciated. Ooh, I don't know what to say to that. Well, yeah, buzzing. Absolutely buzzing. Can't wait. This is going to be a great year. And it all came from this beautiful thing that is sim racing, as we see the Ferrari get the deal done now. Nice, and actually, that was nice and respectful. Of course, you gave him all the racing he needed, and they get the deal done. But yeah, it is great to marry both worlds. Both are just as exciting as each other. But fun story for anybody at home. I did my first ever real race at Portimao last season, first race. Quite a last minute deal for TCI Europe, so I was not au fait with the championship on cars particularly. And obviously I come from a sim racing world, so like today, I'm sat here for some heavy, got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 monitors in front of me. I'm going to track that, got some data about the circuit, and live timing, driver's names, cars, gaps, time elapsed, all that good stuff. I've got the broadcast that whenever someone's in vision, there's a little marker to tell me who it is, who the drive for, all that good stuff. I sat in Portimao, a little commentary box for qualification, and a little CRT monitor, one of the big fat Macs that we used to have in the 90s, a little 20-inch CRT monitor with another little CRT monitor next to it, both showing me exactly the same picture. No live timing, and a Hyundai Elantra came out of pit lane. Bear in mind they all have very similar liveries, and I went, whoo! doesn't tell me who's in vision. I'm like, and that's a Hyundai coming out for qualifying. So I have about 0.3% of the information in the real world that you get in the virtual world. It's a lot bloody harder.
But you still managed to do a great job. I love
thanks,
watching back your TCR commentary. You still do a fantastic job, mate. So onwards and upwards. Oh, we should probably also mention you've got a lovely new website, and you should plug that. Please plug that.
Yes, I have a lovely website designed by the wonderful Steve Warren Creative, and it is project.co.uk. It's not 100% finished yet. There's still a few areas that we need to polish off, but if you want to have a look what I do, I have bike, will travel. I am available for work, and I'm very keen to go motor racing, real virtual, so hit me up, and see what we can do as we see now.
Very, very close to some action in the pit lane there in that beautifully liveried Onid car, which reminds me of Blackcurrant Chewits. Very British reference, if anyone knows that, but it's yeah, making my mouth water, that particular livery. Race control message. What have we got here? Where is the? So it's a 15-second penalty for car 555. The text in the overlays is having a bit of a nightmare. So apologies for that. But it's again, I can't stress it enough, guys. This was very, very last minute, thrown together at the last minute, this event. So there's no blame or repercussions for those types of errors today, apart from Paul Glover is sacked. See you, Paul. But he's going off air, he's taking the stream offline. But look at the pit lane, it's absolutely packed as the FRIGUYS Porsche of John Earl is probably in there collecting or repairing his damage and getting a fresh set of boots. But the pit lane, as predicted, Paul, busy around the hour mark.
Right, so a couple of interesting things that's worth picking up from this one. 7 hours 56 minutes left on the clock suggests we can do just over an hour in some cars for a stint. So some of those cars coming down pit road have been racing for an hour and 4 minutes. So if we hold an average of 60 minutes per stint in our mind, that is pretty accurate. Secondly, we saw a couple of occasions where cars almost collected each other on pit entry, and that is a massively good visual reference to show where you can find time. We talk about the undercut and the overcut often, don't we, Steve? But in virtual racing, there's no real mechanics, obviously. So you might think to yourself, well, how do you get an advantage on a pit stop? That's exactly how you do it. You saw some drivers able to attack that pit lane. Here we go. Let's have a look now. Look how much more circumspect we were there in that car compared to the Aston in the last shot. If you can get that car onto the pit lane speed limit and hit the limiter and hit the speed limit the second you touch the line and not before, that's free lap time. Perfect there from the Aston Martin. And that's how you can get the advantage in pit lane. Getting down to the pit limit, losing as little time as possible, stopping on your markers, accelerating away from your box the second you regain control of the car, and releasing that pit lane speed limiter on pit exit. They are tenths, even seconds on some occasions, that are free to you if you can attack it better than your rivals around you. We've seen all that. Now look, ADAC Sim Racing Expo at Dortmund this year in 2023. So I said it at the top of the show, I'll say it again now. If you've not been to the Sim Racing Expo before, or you've not been for a few years, it's an incredible opportunity to go meet like-minded people, see the latest hardware, see the latest software, see the vendors talk to the movers and shakers of the world of sim racing. I really cannot recommend enough getting over there and seeing who you can meet and what you can see and involve yourself in all of that sim racing goodness in Dortmund, which is a great place to be.
Yeah, it's a bit of a different location for this year, and I believe it's going to be Dortmund for the foreseeable future, I believe. A change in venue, and I think way more accessible for a lot more people. I know I've got some Dutch friends who couldn't quite make it all the way down to Nuremberg last year, but Dortmund is definitely way more accessible for that Benelux region. and also for Brits as well. There's direct flights to Dortmund, but you can also drive it as well. So if you've done the drive to Spa or the Nordschleife, you're not a million miles away from that sort of region. So you can easily drive that one. And I know if the opportunity is there to do a road trip, I'm definitely doing it. The road trip is definitely the way to travel. It's just such a laugh, such a laugh. I'm hearing in my ear that Paul Glover's up for it. You're more than welcome to jump in the car, mate. We had such a laugh doing the road trip the year before, so that will definitely be the order of the day for that one. But yeah, looking forward to Expo 2023. Last year was amazing. One of the things which I know, Paul, that you've mentioned about Expo previously is it was too much high-end stuff. It's all about the high-end. You'll be pleased to know this year there was something for everyone. There was the Logitech had their stand there, and they were displaying every wheel that they've ever made, alongside their G29, the famous G29, G27, etc. Fanatec were there with the CSL-DD, and it was more about making it accessible to everyone, as opposed to in years gone by it was all about like motion rigs at 50 grand. But now there's definitely something there for everyone, whether you're coming into sim racing for the first time or you're looking to up your game to that sort of 50 grand motion rig. There's something there for everyone, and that's before you even talk about the live action esports events that are on. So Sim Racing GP Professional Trophy was broadcast at the Expo last year. The GT500, which is the marquee event on iRacing, and the community trophy as well, which last year was on Race Room. There's going to be all of that stuff again. Great food, good beer if you like beer, great people, and you're likely to bump into a hero or two from the sim racing and motorsport world, as I found out because I met Frank Wheeler at the Expo last year, and I totally recognised him, totally knew who he was. It was only after I'd said goodbye I realised what an idiot I'd made of myself, because I realised I'd actually met one of my heroes and not recognised him. So don't make that mistake. But please come to the Sim Racing Expo. It is a lot of fun. But back to the action, and we are looking at Simmons here in the Aston Martin. This is what the questionable llama deer alpaca liveried Aston Martin, as we cut away to a battle which is probably a little bit more entertaining than the deer liveried Aston. But this is starting to hot up here. So we've got Thomas followed by Stevens, I believe. I can't quite make that out on my screen. Stevens, yes, in the 909 Mercedes, and that Mercedes is very nice livery as he tries to make a move into the last corner, but it doesn't quite. There's no room there, so it's going to be down to T1 for this move, Paul.
Yeah, so we've got quite a few battles out on the racetrack. The pit stop window, I say window, it's not a physical window, it's just when you start to run out of fuel. So the first of the round of pit stops has been completed as Thomas just holds on in the Aston Martin. So let's have a quick look where we are with things. Currently the 420 Aston is still our race leader from 776 on the NSX. In third position, the 330 Aston Martin just ahead of the 20 Audi. The 95 Porsche in fifth position, and the 72 Aston Martin is sixth position. Well, maybe not top six. The 95 Porsche, of course, being the car that we saw involved in the drama at the start of the race. We've got a new driver there now. Daniel Lindholm is behind the wheel of that car. So fifth position, 23.8 seconds in arrears to the race leader. Could have been a lot worse when we saw contact with the retaining concrete wall here at Kyalami. So yeah, Lindholm has work to do, but they are still very firmly in the conversation, potentially being one of those cars that could be fighting for outright race victory.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And do you know what? Let's take a look at who's driving these cars and what sort of ability level we can expect from each of these teams. So in the 420 car, we've got three drivers. So we had Giles, who is a rank 5,800, which I'm going to take a guess that he hasn't done many races on SGP. He's done quite a few, actually. so he's a bit of a dark horse, which is kind of interesting. You've also got in the 420 Blackensteiner, sorry, with a 6,000 rank, and Dionys, sorry, I'm terrible at pronunciations, clearly, with a 7,400. Now, if you compare that to the 95 of the FRIGUYS team, you've got Jonathan Earl, who's at 8,600, Lindholm, on a 7,600, and Peter Brett on an 8,600. So the average strength of the FRIGUYS car is, on paper at least, the stronger team. So I think there's still everything to play for here. I think it's not, nothing's been concluded at this point, and who knows what could happen in the next 8 or so hours. So, I think it's still to play for here.
Absolutely. So we'll keep our eye on Lindholm. If he can get back in contention with the cars in front. But meanwhile, we've got another little fight in the lower reaches of the top 10. We saw a bit of drama, split 3 wide into Crawford earlier on in the lap, but currently at this moment in time, Jeffrey Thomas is that 10th place man, and he's fighting to stay in contention. Then we're seeing Matthew Stevens in Mercedes, the AMG Mercedes, the Grunt and Go Mercedes, big old engine on the front of that car, carries him down. This back straight gives him just about enough breathing space from Derek Sock behind another Honda NSX. It's in a decent position at this moment in time. So that's the fight that is going on as we go. And Paul Glover in my ear saying race control, hopefully this looks better, and then cursing as it's still slightly to the side. And another driver in strife. But currently our top 23 are free of penalties, so everyone's decided to take their time penalty wisely during the last round of pit stops, as we're 7 hours 46 minutes to go here in the SGP. 9 hours at Kyalami in association with Race Next Door 2020.
Great stuff, Paul. So here's an interesting skill that I need to learn for commentary, if I plan to do commentary again, which I always say that I'm never going to do after every time that I do it, is understand the car numbers, not the drivers, because the drivers change all the bloody time. So I'm now looking at the time and going, oh, where is it? Just do what Paul Jeffrey does. Do it properly and look at the car numbers and concentrate on the car numbers, because it's a lot easier to do it that way. But this is becoming quite an interesting battle still up at the front. You know, they're still going toe for toe, still within half a second of each other in the front, and it's a good battle. And again, all these battles across the field as the correct Honda is going to make the move, and it looks like there's not going to be much defence from the Mercedes here, and that was pretty easy, pretty straightforward move for the cracked Honda there, and that was I believe not for position, or was for position?
Yeah, that was Son and Stevens. Son took the position, and Matthew Stevens, very, very clever there, recognised that Honda was fast, didn't compromise himself, didn't defend fresh air, just let the car go, and then Stevens will follow along, try and pick up some slipstream, try and pick up a little bit of lap time and see how things unfold further down the road. So clever long-term thinking from Matthew Stevens. In front of the field, by the way, it is Malo Webber that's in the Honda NSX now. So they'll be frustrated as a team to realise that they've not managed to lead from the Aston Martin during the winter. So again, we were talking about this earlier in the race. Don't you? Malo Webber now really, he's going to make the overtake for the race lead on the racetrack.
Hey! I mean, I'm not cheering the fact that someone's got a penalty, but
the commentator rolling the one seat.
So car 91, unpredictable, I think, was an interesting penalty to receive, but it was a warning, so interesting. But just in the chat here, John L says that that was insane. I mean, it was pretty intense driving, incredibly fun to watch. You managed the car very well after picking up that damage, John. I think you were losing about a second a lap on your lap time, so that was some great driving to manage the car to the pit stop. It was a shame, obviously, you got caught up in that incident, but you know, that's racing, and there's still a lot of this race left to run, so who knows. And again, looking at the strength of the team, I think there's still everything to play for.
Yeah, we're talking of the Jonathan Earl car. The car number 95 is currently being driven by Daniel Lindblom. They are 25 seconds away from this lead. So last time we checked in a couple of laps ago, it was around the 25-26 second mark. So Lindblom just bringing himself into this race slowly but surely, casually getting himself up to speed and doing a good job in fifth position. Last lap time was a 1:42 flat near a damage, so Lindblom has a few more tenths of a second they need to find at this stage to get him back into contention, but 7 hours, 42 minutes left on the clock. Plenty of time to do that one. That car still firmly in the conversation. We're looking now at the squabble down in 6th place. That is Christian Buckley in the Aston Martin in the middle of the shot that we're looking at. He has got Daniel Simmons behind, trying to find a way past as we see the Lindblom car further on the road, just about staying ahead of those two. So nice little fight, and this is why pit stops are fun, Steve, isn't it? That it kind of mixes things up a little bit as there we go, the Honda just about gets out of the way. Not Lindblom, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. The pit stops always mess things up a little bit, and I love a race with a pit stop, even a sprint race with a mandatory pit stop. I just love that extra bit of jeopardy. As this is going to be an interesting move around the outside. That's a great move. Is that for position, or is that? That is for position. Wow, that's a very brave move from the Llama liveried Aston Martin there. That is Simmons chucking it around the outside. That was great driving. Really appreciate that. Yeah, I do love the pit stops. They do the jeopardy that it introduces. And I think actually, like back in the day when this game came out, as we watch a Ferrari getting it all wrong at the outside. I'm guessing that's going to be a cheater moment for this Ferrari. I'm going to predict that he's going to catch the curb on the inside, get all squirrely, and eventually just give in to the fact that it's going south. So no curb, just on the outside. Oh, into the wall, and that is going to be a lap. I don't think you're going to get to the pits from there, and that is going to be a lap of driving around with a severely damaged front end. But yeah, you used to be able to get a huge advantage just from practicing pit stops when this game came out, and it seemed like everyone hated pit stops, but that's the beauty of this game. This is when this game is really at its best, when you're doing these driver swaps and these the pit stop strategies and whatnot, and you could make up so much time on people that weren't practicing. But now, you know, this game's 3 years old at this point, and everyone is very well versed at the pit stops for all of these tracks on the game. So yeah, I suppose it's really about who's going to be bravest to the line, for the pit limited line, to gain any time here. So yeah, still a long way to go. What's your take on it so far, Paul?
Well, first and foremost, on behalf of the Sim Racing GP, I'd like to apologise to Aris, Davide and Marco for calling it a game on so many occasions. This is, of course, a simulation. I know that's a pet hate of theirs, so our apologies, gentlemen. I'll come back to that one in a moment, because this is an overtaken car, 92 on 24, so that's the Ferrari to the inside, the Audi runs it around the outside, tries to keep the ideal racing line, but the Ferrari block past to the inside. He's going to run out of race track at some point. Is the 24, and there he does. Flips back in behind, so good pass. But yeah, Steve, in answer to your question, so far it's been absolutely drama. It's been incredible racing, especially the fight we saw between the front three cars at the start of this race. Earl with sensational defending in the Porsche, despite having what felt like a good qualifying pace, not quite having it translate into the opening part of the race. Great performance from the number 776 machine as well to find, or to try and find a late last one. Really spectacular to see that finding out on track. Great to see as well. I personally love to see drivers that have the long gate picture. I think the 330 Aston Martin to keep the watching brief in the background as well, and then taking advantage when drama occurred further down the road, and again all the way through the field. Just, it's great to see, as you mentioned, this is a race that came together quite late, and it's great to see so many drivers giving the race the respect it deserves, giving their rivals the respect it deserves, and performing fantastic passes on track, fantastic racecraft, and keeping us entertained at home and here in the Compark. So far so good, and I like it. It's 7 hours and 37 minutes now, so it's even half as good as what we've seen. That is absolutely brilliant. And
So, just a quick one, Paul. I don't know if we spotted it live, but car 917, I'm just seeing in the chat on Twitch, was running in P11, P12 sort of area, and dropped down to P17 because they had to change their brakes during the pit stop. So, not much fun there, and they had a spin, so thanks Chris Black for that bit of insight, very much appreciated. But 7 hours 36 minutes left, long way to go, still can get back into the race, but thankfully for you, Paul, you don't have to do the remaining 7 hours and 36 minutes of this race, because your voice, I think, is about to give up, mate. So I just want to say thank you so much for joining us today. We're going to hand over to Paul Glover now, but thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate it. It's always a hell of a lot of fun commentating with you, working alongside a proper professional, and you having to put up with my just inane rubbish. But thank you very much, mate, and I hope that we can do this again soon.
yeah, mate, absolutely. Thank you. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you very much for having me with you. It's technically I was down for 1 o'clock, but thank you, Mr. Glover, for stepping in a second, because I've got a bit of a chest infection, so voice is not too bad, but breathing is really poor. So I am going to dip, but I will say congratulations to SGP for putting this on time for the drivers, how they're performing so far. I will be keeping a watching brief over the course of the rest of the day for the next 7 hours, see how things go. And everybody on Twitch, thanks for joining us for the start of the SGP 9 hours at Kyalami in association with Sim Racing Expo 2023. It's been an honour to be here. I hope to be here again in the not too distant future. And from me, Paul Jeffrey, I'm going to hand over to my good friend, the one, the only, Mr. Paul Glover. Until next time, I'll see you all. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Thanks very much, Paul. That was Paul Jeffrey. If you don't know Paul Jeffrey, he is a professional commentator in both virtual and real motorsport, as you may have heard earlier. Has got the gig for the TCR World Tour in real life, which is just insane. So again, congratulations to Paul. Onwards and upwards for him in his commentary career. Hello to Simply Race in the chat. Got to be Mike Yalda. Hello, Mike. If it is you, good to see you, mate. But Paul Glover, you are in the commentary booth, I believe.
I am indeed, sir. Good to be here.
How you doing, man?
Trying to keep everything going, so broadcast, commentating, everything. So I'm okay. I'm a bit been under the weather myself, just like Mr. Paul Jeffrey. So there's a lot of stuff going around at the moment.
It is, yeah. I've thankfully managed to swerve anything too seriously recently. I had everything at the end of last year, so hopefully I've got it all out of my system. But no, it's good to have you here, mate. As we just missed that replay of the Honda getting it all wrong as you joined the booth. But what's your take on the race so far?
Yeah, great stuff. I mean, it's always treacherous when you're watching the first couple of laps, but I felt that each team and their drivers were respectful. There was a couple of bits of contact, and there's a lot going on the tarmac, isn't there? So there's always going to be those little moments. I agree with your comments around Mr. Earl's contact. I felt like it was kind of lent towards him. on that one, but in the grand scheme of things, there haven't been too many penalties. There's been a couple of warnings. You get 3 of those, and you get the 4th one, you'll then get a penalty. So it's been nice, close little battles. The pit stops have kind of separated them out a bit now. This is tends to what happens for me after a pit stop.
Yeah, it's just the nature of this type of racing, isn't it? You get sort of inconveniently placed back markers, things start to spread out a bit. That first hour was amazing. That first hour really was an incredible racing. Those front 3 was just brilliant to watch. But yeah, this is where, you know, this is where it becomes a race for the purists. This is where it's about you know, the people that are working at the long game, working out the strategies in the background, and doing the maths to see where people are going to poke out in their strategy. And for me, this is just about, if I'm in the car at this point, it's just about, I'm just driving. It doesn't matter. I'm not looking at who's where or like what car's ahead of me. I'm just trying to nail every apex and just trying to make sure that I'm just doing the best lap times I can and trying to avoid any incidents. That's really what it's about at this point. I think we really start to get the hammer down in the last maybe couple of hours perhaps, but for me it's just about being consistent at this point. Paul, just a thought. Should we see if we can get Jonathan L in the commentary box to hear it from his point of view?
Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, why not?
Cool. All right, John, if you can hear, feel free to join the commentary box and give us your view on that.
Is he disputing what we're saying?
I don't know. He seems fairly calm, I would say. He said the first hour ruined me. And here he is, Mr.
I think it's probably because it's rather intense from his point of view, I'd imagine.
Hello, boys. You right?
Yeah. Well, you sound happy.
No, it's fine. It happens. I watched it back a few times, and yeah, it was just one of them. We both wanted the same bit of track, I think.
Yeah.
I needed to go left, like move into where that space was. Otherwise, I'd have launched myself off the curb, and he wanted to obviously try and hold me there. It happened. It's fine. It's one of them. It's a racing incident. I was annoyed at the time, but it's a long race, so.
Yeah, I was going through the teams, and it looks like you've got quite a strong team. So I think there's still everything to play for in this one. Obviously, you commented earlier that you've got your secret weapon coming in, and you're obviously referring to Peter Brett, which he is rapid. So that's. I still think you're in this.
Oh, definitely. Dan's doing really good pace. He's consistent. He's catching Paul. I mean, we only lost that 4th place because we had to repair the damage. We had about 10 seconds worth, and it just was understeering as like anything. So, yeah. Which I'm still feeling confident. Still thought we got some pace to at least get a podium, I'd say, out of this, hopefully.
Yeah, I would say so. I was watching after that damage. Just the car just with like no downforce, just really seeing it understeering through some of those like high-speed corners. As we watch a replay of the 836 Honda getting tagged by the Porsche, who's just become a bit of a, well, not a mobile chicane, a static chicane there in the middle of the track, but fair play for the Porsche for waiting there and not just driving off. But knowing the rules like I think I know the rules, that's probably going to result in a penalty regardless, so you're probably better off just driving on at that point. But great to see the sportsmanship there. We'll see what the stewards come up with there. But John, what's your feeling for the race so far? What did you make that first thing? Because it was incredibly enjoyable to watch.
It was intense. I was like pressure every lap, but it was really good fun. One of the sort of most fun stints I've had for a while. Obviously up until the contact, those guys have pace. Those two are out there now. I'm just hoping that some of their second drivers don't have the same pace and should have enough. But yeah, I really properly enjoyed that. That was really good fun.
It was good to see the sort of the more defensive side of your driving coming out here today. I was saying in the commentary earlier that typically see you coming through the field and being quite aggressive, and to see you being so defensive in that first part of the race where T1 was the move that he was trying to make, right, and you were defending really well. That must have been quite a nice change.
It was quite fun. It wasn't how I wanted it to go, but it was nice. Yeah, as you said, I don't normally end up leading back straight away and having to defend. So yeah, I knew I had to pace the rest of the track where he couldn't make the move. It was just that turn one with the straight line speed. I was really struggling compared to that Honda, because that's ridiculously fast. I was hoping that he was going to sort of fall off a bit, but he didn't. He just, every lap it was coming at me, and I was like, yeah, I just had to hold that inside, and I knew if I held the inside, I should have enough to sort of keep it going.
Good stuff.
Yeah,
Well, all
good.
the best for the rest of the race,
Thank you.
and yeah, obviously cheering you guys on. So
Thank you very much, mate.
if I see you on track, I promise I'll do my best to get out of the way. But I'm I'm in the car a little bit later on, so I don't know when you're back in. But,
I'll be back in at the end of this stint until Brett arrives.
Okay, cool. All right. Well, I'll try and stay out of your way, and good luck for the rest of the race.
I'll wait for you. Have a good one, mate. See you later, guys.
See you later.
Bye.
Cheers, thanks John. Anyway, back to racing. There we got Moritz Wagner in car 24. That Mercedes continues to place him under constant pressure. The 707 there, and this is kind of the closest pack out on track. There's a contact between the Honda and the Mercedes there, Steve, and unfortunately that's means that Mercedes are now under immense pressure, and 24 is able to scamper away a little bit.
Yeah, well, this is the nature of this type of racing. Is that just the tiniest of mistakes can just release someone from your clutches, and all of that hard work and all of that effort you've got to just reel those drivers in, it's just lost in the space of just a couple of seconds. So the Merc seems to have the pace, so I won't be surprised to see it back on the back of that Honda in the not too distant future. But yeah, Paul, you're not driving. You're obviously doing the broadcasting. Thank you very much for that. As you pop it up on the screen here, Paul Gover and Steve Mullen in the commentary booth. It's nice to be joined in the commentary booth by you, Paul. I don't think we've commentated together before, but we've done a lot of different things on broadcasting before, but I don't think we've ever shared the commentary booth before.
I can't remember. Yeah, I'm trying to. I have a funny feeling we have, but I couldn't tell you when.
Yeah.
But I've heard you do commentary before, and like I say, I know that you don't enjoy doing it, but you're actually
I hate it.
pretty good at it.
Right. Oh, thanks, mate.
That's a backhanded compliment if there ever was one.
But no, genuinely, I can't stand it. I hate it. I get so nervous and flustered and flappy. I can't stand it.
But nerves are good though. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Right? If you're not doing anything, then you're not nervous. Like doing the on-site at the expo towards the end of last year, I was absolutely bricking it.
Yeah.
I've never done anything like that before.
Do you know what it is? I think it's being paired with like professionals like Paul Jeffrey, for example.
Yeah.
Like he's so good at it. Like it's just, I feel like everything I say is rubbish compared to him. He can make the most boring thing sound interesting and exciting, whereas I feel like I'm just like, I don't know what I'm saying here. But I after every one of these things, I'm like, I'm never going to do this again. But I inevitably find myself in the commentary booth at some point in the future. This one, like I said, like thrown together at the last minute, putting this race on, so it was kind of all hands on deck. And to find commentators to do 9 hours, you can't expect one person to do a lot. So I was like, yeah, I'll do a little bit. And
I'm not far off doing the whole thing. I'm doing the broadcast the whole 9 hours. So
yeah, absolutely legend.
I'm sat here.
But yeah, fair play, man. And thanks for jumping in and getting involved. Much appreciated.
Race control message, car 91 warning, uncontrolled driver. We had that one already. Sorry, that was supposed to be another message. I haven't. Oh.
You can be forgiven, mate. You're doing about 15 jobs.
I know, but it's so annoying because it's like, there we go, there's the right one. Car 459, warning of one of the contact on lap 43.
So warning 459. So let's have a quick look at who we've got there. 459 is the Lightning Bottle Racing in the AM class in a Porsche. So yeah, not bad to just pick up a warning, but we'll be glad that that's no more than that. Should we check in with the leaders and see what's going on there?
Well, the gap's kind of opened up to 2 seconds. So Glendy,
okay.
I've raced with Glendy in the Spa 24 Hours. He's got a nickname, Sending Glendy. Yes. So I did the first, I think I did his first ever endurance race, and he lives on the other side of the planet. He's a really nice lad. He just has to show a little bit of patience with his driving style. He's got a bit of a reputation amongst the community, and his nickname is Sending Glendy, which he's taken to his heart, which is lovely. But he's a good lad. He's got some genuine pace, and he loves, a bit like Dan Terry, he loves the Aston Martin. So, but he races at ACSS, and he also races at Cracked as well.
Excellent stuff. And Dan Terry is, I believe, double stinted.
Yes, he is. Yes, I did notice that. In the 14 car, there we are, on his lonesome.
Any more penalties, Dan? It's been a bit of a while. It's been about 30 minutes since we got our last penalty, so you're probably due for another one, mate. If you can hear this.
Talking of penalties, there is a penalty that I need to show you up on the screen. It's car 35, 15-second penalty was in a collision on lap 51.
Yeah, had me in suspense there. I thought it was going to be car 14. I was like, no way, is it that much of a coincidence?
No, I did that on purpose.
Yeah, thank you. So car 35 is the FTM Esports car in the AM class, in another Porsche. It seems like Porsche is a fairly popular choice.
They are round in Kyalami. They go well round here. So.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Oh, bit more rubbing between these two, the Honda and the Merc. This battle hasn't stopped at all. This is still going on.
Porsche in the background as well.
Wow, and that Porsche.
Look
at that Porsche, that damage on the Porsche as well. That's
they're not part of this battle either. That's a background.
Oh no! And this is just taking him out. Or was that just the Merc getting sideways?
Came up with his yellow flag. Okay. I wonder if that's a faster Porsche that's ended up down the order at some point. But they don't appear to be in the battle.
So we are looking at P13 here, so let's see if we can get a steer on who that actually is.
That's Hamlin, so I know Hamlin, so he's in that Porsche. He is a fast driver, hence why I think he's not being the
trying to make a move.
Yeah, because he's got genuine pace, but at some point they've had a moment, haven't they? Because as you rightly point out, there's a lot of damage on the front of that.
Yeah, and that's not going to be an easy car to drive, but presumably they may have. It's not been that long since their last stop, right? So yeah, that's going to be a tricky car to drive, but the team has the pace, so should be okay.
Just having a look, see, they qualified 17th. So they're not that far back down from where they began.
So car 189, let's have a little look at what's the makeup of their team. 189.
That was the one Stefan Hutter was in, I think, as well. It's the same team.
It was, yeah. We saw. I wonder, didn't he have that off? Surely not. They surely haven't had two. I don't know. We'll have to catch up with Stefan at a later date. But yeah, Hamling is probably the fastest driver on this grid, by the way.
He's very fast.
Very quick. Yeah, very quick. So.
Well, this just goes back to what we were saying earlier on around the average score of the team on SGP, right? And that you'll have a mixture of fast or slower drivers, or drivers that have been around the circuit a while, and others that are new to sim racing. And I think it's kind of a representation of that, because Hamlin's team is in a position where Hamlin wouldn't be if he was just doing on his own.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm just looking at the team now, so... Oh no, what's gone wrong here? What happened there, Paul? I was just taking my eyes off the action just for a second. The next thing I see is that... was that a replay, was it? Or was that
We're doing a replay now. So here we go. I missed it too. So luckily we've got technology on our side. It's still going very slowly. Is there contact?
I didn't see it. So handling's coming up behind the 385 here. That's a nice angle here for this. So, just a little touch. That is going to be a penalty.
That's going to be a penalty for Hamlin. Yeah.
Yeah, and that is not at this point. This is where you just need to start getting on with it. And
I was picking him up, and he goes and does that.
So I wonder. I mean, the stewards are going to have the benefit of taking another look at that and all the angles and whatnot. So I wonder if that's going to be, if it is going to be a penalty. We saw it basically once, right?
Yes.
So I wonder if there's more to it than what we saw. But on first glance, that looked like a penalty to me. But I'm not going to commit to that because that's not my job.
Exactly, right? We're here just to give opinions. We're not always going to be right, and sometimes we're going to be wrong. That's why we're here.
Do you ever get the impression in real world motorsports that commentators influence race decisions? Right? I used to think no, not really. I used to think that a lot. Like I'd hear like I don't know, Coulthard or whoever on commentary like, oh, that's definitely a penalty, and then sure enough it would be a penalty or.
Nobody watches. Well, I mean, I wouldn't have the stewards watching any broadcast, would you? I mean, they should have.
I don't know.
Especially in Formula One, they have oodles of technology, oodles of cameras all around the circuit. I can't imagine that they're going to be listening to Martin Brundle or.
I don't know. There's times where it's been like so obviously a penalty, and then you hear the commentators that are like clearly biased to whoever they're following, going, "Oh no, not a penalty," and then it wouldn't be a penalty. I'm like, that was.
I'm not so sure I agree with that, actually. Anyway, we've got a battle that's continuing here for P12. Well, a couple of battles. Kind of a battle for P6 out there and a battle for P17 currently as well. Other than that, things are relatively settled down. Too much of a race. As we saw earlier on, the Lamborghini had a good moment. After that contact he made, sprinted away from these guys. So, but I would expect the stewards will likely a penalty.
Car on the right. Clear on the right.
Looking on. Set their personal best miles on that, but it's still slightly slower than the Lambo. They had a particularly strong lap there, but the Lambo had a slower lap, which is why the gap has a look on the inside. A long way back. It's always going to be tough to make that. Steve, you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Can, yes.
Ah, well, okay, so it was me with the technical issue.
Yes, it was. Yes.
Apologies.
I heard a ping, and then you just sort of talking. So.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there, but I was probably doing some of the best commentary of my life because I thought I was on my own. And I thought, oh, Paul's had a problem, so I'm going to have to fill in here. But yeah, we missed it. I was mentioning though, Paul. I was just looking at the live timing.
Yes.
did we see a change in the lead?
Oh! Where have they gone?
I know. Was it 420? Wasn't it?
Oh, he's back. He's back in P27. I think I've had a disconnect.
Oh no! What a nightmare.
Yeah. Good
See,
start.
this is what I mean. Anything can happen.
Oh,
So
yeah.
yeah, you've got to.
Disconnect.
Yeah, so they're dropping down the order.
Yeah. So controls will be locked once you rejoin. Controls are locked for like a minute and a half as well, aren't they?
Nightmare.
That is a nightmare.
Yeah,
Well
what a
spotted
shame.
there, Steve. I completely hadn't spotted that.
Yeah, no, it was just as my commentary or my feed died, I noticed that the 420 was dropping through the field, and I was like, okay, what's going on there? So, yeah, that's unfortunate. That was shaping up to be a really nice battle. That, but you know,
It was, yeah. But you know, to your point, there's still over 7 hours of the race to go. Oh, as the Porsche there. Nicely brought back. Oh.
So I've done precisely 0 practice for this race, despite having the setup sent to me by Dan Terry, and I'm going to jump on to do some practice after this on the practice server, and see if I can get up to speed, because at the moment the pace is rather frightening for me. Although it's not like esports level, which is great. This is, you know, an event open to everyone. It's still probably about, I don't know, I'm probably about 43, so this is still kind of a scary pace.
Wagner's had a moment. Well, they're still in the pits, unfortunately, for 420. Hopefully they'll
Wow.
get moving soon. I know that Lindy had a pedal issue in a race a couple of weeks ago, but that looked like a proper disconnect.
If there is anyone, oh, I'm just hearing now from John that it was a disconnection for 420. Yeah, which is a bit of a shame. Yeah, what a real shame that is. But you know, there's opens up opportunities for others in the field. So obviously that promotes the FRIGUYS Porsche up to 4th. And we've got the 20 of the Audi in car number 20, which is now in P3, with the 330 Aston Martin in P2.
They just changed the driver as well in the 420 car. That's just come up, so must be out on the track. Yeah, they are. So, Martin in Steiner. Probably butchering that. You and I are pretty good at butchering those.
Yeah, I don't know. Normally I'm pretty good, but like again, under pressure, I could like the name could be like Smith, and I'll be like Splackman. What? Where did that come from? Why can't I just read the name? But I don't know. That's just me being a bit dyslexic, I think. But there we go.
This is the closest battle out to the track at the moment for P26. So,
Oh, nice.
Horses
Yes.
making a move on the inside.
Nice, sharing the love around. That's what I like to see. Getting everyone getting a bit of airtime. That's a good piece of positioning there from the Porsche. Is he going to make it? Yeah, it's job done, surely.
Yeah.
Gaining on the car at sector.
Nice move on the Porsche. That was great. Love to see it, Paul. Absolutely love to see it.
Well, let's have a look at this man. Man who's already had 2 penalties in this race.
We should change his name on SGP to drive through. He gets to keep his initials. To be fair, I have to say, if we are genuinely P13 after penalties and whatnot, Dan's doing a mega job, I have to say. He's doing a very good job. So yeah.
Yeah, you have to then say, well, where would you be without the penalties, right?
Well, we could probably work that out. We'd probably be in about P10, I reckon, something like that. Which would be, I mean, that would be the ultimate target for me for this race. Would be P10 for that car. And this is for position, isn't it? Go on, Dan.
It is, yes.
Go on, Dan.
It is for position.
So I'm getting excited.
Race control message for you. So 385 warning, driving lap 59. So we've seen 2 teams now get warnings for driving. Obviously that could be different things.
It can mean a lot. It can mean a lot, can't it?
Yeah.
So we've got in that car we have a driver with a lower than 2,000 rank, but that isn't completely representative of their skill level because they didn't show up for 5 races and lost a huge amount of rank. They lost 2,000 rank for DNFing because we do that on SGP. If you don't show up to a race, you get minus 500 on your rank because you don't beat that guy.
I've beaten that guy once by mistake. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not completely representative of the skill level there, but go on Dan. Let's who is in the car? So is Wagner in the car? Let's have a look.
Yeah.
So 5.
Car on the left. Clear on the left.
Sorry.
It's one of the closest battles. The battle down for since there's been a move made further down the order.
So that 24. Sorry, I was giving you information about a different car with that ranking, but P24 is or car 24 is Alpha Sim Sport, and they actually have a very strong team.
Car on the
So
right.
Moritz Wagner
Clear on the right.
is a 7,700 rank, so actually probably about the same level as Dan, but that's still a hand driver. Marcel Visa 7,000 as well, mixed Shelikans 5,500, so that's a bit more like my pace. So yeah, it's a good team. They've got a good team now. But Dan is doing a fantastic job. Now, come on Dan, I really want to see you overtake this guy. I just want to see a nice clean move that I can celebrate. Commentator's bias apparently.
Dan, yeah. Well, I think Dan needs a good reputation.
420 still in the pits. I wonder if that's
Well,
it.
they came out and then have gone back in. I wonder if they're struggling to change the driver.
Oh, interesting.
They were out on the track at one point. But yes, you're right. They drove into the pits though, rather than come back. So, that is unfortunate.
Yeah, very unfortunate. But you know, unfortunately that stuff happens both in virtual motorsport and in real life motorsport.
Yeah.
Technical happens.
Exactly.
That's the equivalent of a technical or a technical fault.
Yeah, this is why I kind of get a little bit annoyed with sim racers in general when they start complaining about a disconnect. It's like, well, how would you react in the real world? In real world racing, so we're going to watch a replay here of a car.
Car on the left.
Game was showing that they went
Clear on the left.
Slow
Slow car ahead.
They looked a little bit dicey all the way up till that point anyway, didn't they?
That's the Porsche though. Porsche does that sort of thing. But yeah, you're right though, Paul. Like, I don't know if you could ever really replicate like this sort of behaviour in a game or a simulation, because I think it would be terribly unfair. But one of my favourite memories in the whole of sim racing was the Microprose Grand Prix 2 game. It used to simulate mechanical faults with your car. And I remember on a number of occasions where I'd be towards the end of a race in a good position and I'd get a mechanical fault and I would be gutted, but at the same time I'd be like, oh well, that's life, that's how stuff happens in the real world. And I feel like it's the same with this sort of stuff, I remember one of my first ever league races, my brake pedal just decided to stop working. And at the time I was absolutely furious, but again, that stuff happens. That can happen in the real world, can happen in the virtual world. And disconnects, unfortunately, are just a part of this game. Or I say, I don't mean ATC. This sort of hobby, this sim racing, disconnects can happen. Did I?
Dan's going into the pits.
I just thought I saw Dan lose it.
That's the end of that battle. But you're right. And the thing is as well, like, people give the game when it happens like a bad rep. The problem is it could be that person's internet connection. It could be the interconnect that connects their ISP to the network. They've got to get, especially on the other side of the planet. There's so many variables. I mean, like, sometimes I have a really decent router, and sometimes the Wi-Fi just starts playing up. For God knows what reason, I have to reboot it, right? There's so many things. I think it could be something on your PC, and people immediately point the blame at the game and anything else. And okay, you might have a number of drivers that have a disconnect, and if it's like over half the grid, then generally you're going to have to lean towards something maybe possibly wrong on the server or whatever. But you could still have 5 or 6 drivers all have their own individual technical issues.
Exactly. Go on, sorry.
I just don't get the bad mouthing of the games. I just don't understand it, and I'll never jump on that aboard that train. It just shows people don't understand the technology behind it.
I couldn't agree more. And by the way, we're not saying that anyone has in this race or anything. No, we haven't seen any evidence of that. But it's but yeah, absolutely. It's like the people don't understand how this technology works, right? If you really spend the time to learn like how incredible it is, even just to send like a WhatsApp message or something. Like the technology behind it will blow your mind at how much information and how many things have to happen just for that one packet of information to leave your device. It's mind-blowing in the time it does. For us to be able to do what we're doing now still blows my mind. So yeah, when these technical problems happen, it's unfortunate, but it's just part of the nature of it. Until like I don't know, 5G was promising all sorts of latency and stability things, but that hasn't really materialised. So it's going to have to be a massive change in technology for those sort of things to not be present in the game. So or in online gaming in general. The other problem, of course, is if you've got 2 kids that love to turn the router off, which apparently mine do, like periodically, once a month. I'll be working and then there'll be no internet, and I'll go and have a look, and one of the kids has turned the router off. So like, how are you meant to deal with that? So message in the chat here. So Blanken, 420, yeah. So guys, what happened? Was it disconnect? 420 in the Twitch channel.
They're off the server now as well, so they can't continue. So, but Mr. L's team has got onto the back of P3. So Marquer, who's currently in you're on board with the Audi, the 20 Audi, mixing it up with the pros, qualified in the AMs, and Lindblom currently trying to get the third position.
Well, yeah, just hearing here, couldn't reconnect from the 420. Terribly sorry to hear that. It's, as you probably just heard us talking about the unfortunate sort of nature of the technology at times. It's incredibly painful to see someone, a team, especially in such a dominant position in the race. Yeah, it was really sorry to see you guys.
We've got a really interesting one here because we've got the Lambo that we were looking at earlier on, who's now become a back marker, a bit of a cork in the bottle for the maximum P3, which might do Porsche, the 95 Porsche a favour, because it's kind of the Audi's trying to find a way past, but Lambo hasn't necessarily been very forgiving. But hopefully down the start-finish straight they'll be observant and will hopefully not fight it. Porsche gets into the slipstream, but I think the Lambo's done the Audi a favour down the back straight there.
Yeah, just got the toe. As the FRIGUYS Porsche's going to chuck it out the inside, the Lambo just needs to do the right thing and just stay out of trouble here, which they do, which is great to see. And this battle goes on for another lap, and we are into the 7-hour mark, Paul, and that is my cue to hand over to a good friend of mine, Cami. Cami, are you in the booth?
I am in the booth. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon to you too. And it is the afternoon. It's 1 p.m. My God,
It is. I'm
time
saying good evening.
Yeah.
Do this at night.
So, Cammy, for those that might not have not heard your commentary before, you say you do the commentary at night. You do quite a bit for Onid. But just give us a little bit of an introduction.
Yeah, my name's Cammy Sturge. I used to be a sim racer with Team Fordzilla in their sort of early years. From there, I started my own design agency, Go for the Gap, and as I've not had time to sim race anymore, of course, those who can't talk about it. So I've sort of jumped into commentary role because I used to be quite narcissistic and watch streams back straight after I raced and just skip through and go, when are they talking about me? And I thought, oh, I actually enjoy the talking bit. So I'm just gonna start doing that now.
Well, I am very much a fan of your commentary. It's definitely a break from the norm. I think the last time I tuned into you, conversation ended up on wine and vineyards, which is definitely my sort of thing. So hopefully we get some of that. But yeah, I'm going to hand over and guys, if you haven't.
Before you go, Steve.
Yeah.
Dan Terry's willing to come in and talk, so I need
let's do that first. Let's do that first. Yeah. Dan, get in here.
Is it not John Terry? We're not got John Terry.
Yeah, no, we've got John Terry as well. John Terry's just about to enter the chat. Lock up your wives. Hello, Dan Terry.
Lock up your wives. Hello, Dan Terry.
Oh, you missed it. Did you not hear any of the mistakes? You probably didn't. You were driving, but Paul Jeffrey kept calling you John Terry. So,
okay.
Yeah, mate. Only the one drive-through and 15-second penalty. Cool.
Just absolutely hoon. It's got to give you something to do when you get in the car later on. Just thought I'd absolutely hoon into the back of one car for the 15-second penalty. I pleaded our case for the drive-through, but Shane decided otherwise and gave it to us. But yeah.
Mate, I thought you did a great job. Where did you hand the car over in P13?
P12. So a couple of dead cars that we managed to get past. Then we were flying for a bit, and then I lost concentration for a bit. And then we gave Adam the car, so let's get back in, try and recover the damage that I did, at least. But yeah, it's been good fun overall.
Good stuff, man. Well, I thought you did a great job in not only on track but also putting this together. I think you do need to have a word with the broadcaster and some of the alignment of some of these graphics that are showing up on screen. We're going to have to sort that guy out, whoever that is. But mate, good, well done. And I apologise in advance for the terrible display of driving. I'm going to obviously when I think I'll say apologies for that. But well done.
It's been good fun. You guys all right in here? I know we're live, but no, I'd come and say hello anyway.
Yeah, no, it's great, man. And I've obviously done the usual. I hate this. Why am I doing this? Why am I doing this? Why am I doing this? Oh, okay. Thanks.
I don't know. I've not listened. I'm just asking for anyone else is here. But
No, it's been it was enjoyable listening to him and Paul Jeffrey chat. Yeah, it's good. I'm developing a bit of a cough, which is ideal. But,
that's right. You've only got 7 out.
Just quickly, guys. I'm gonna hand over to Cammy officially now. But before I do, if any of the viewers watching here haven't been to Go for the Gap, is it .com, Cammy?
Best go to goforthegap.etsy.com.
Go for the gap.etsy.com. Go and check out Cammy's store because the work is incredible. If you saw the Sim Racing GP professional trophy poster last year and the Rivals poster this year, that was done by Cammy. Go and show some love and pick up some artwork from there. But I am going to hand over officially and say thank you very much, and I'll see you on track a little bit later on.
good luck, Steve. Thanks.
Good luck out there.
Nice one. Cheers, guys. See you in a bit.
Right, so just a race control message for everybody. On the screens, race control, car 35 drive-through causing a collision on lap 64. before, and also I think car 35 has been given an in-game drive-through. I imagine that's going to be for speed in the pit lane. Cabby, welcome to the booth. We've never commentated together before, so
We haven't,
good to have you here.
Thank you very much for having me here. Yeah, number 35, that was Robert Evers in a Porsche 911. 991 getting that penalty.
So we've had a team that unfortunately had a disconnect. Really unfortunate for them because they were leading the way and they had quite a, not a ridiculously, but they had a nice cushion. And as all the teams now go into the second round of the pit stops. But we've still got a fair number of cars and we've got just under 7 hours of commentary to go. Is this one of the longest races you've commentated on?
Yeah, I think this will be the longest race I've ever commentated on. I think I got started once there was a Nürburgring 24-hour race and I dropped into the comms booth for half an hour, but that was before I really knew what I was doing as a commentator, and I just I was very polite and waited until I was spoken to.
Well, that is the best way to be. We've got Derek Sun here, currently in P5 in one of the cracked cars. We've got a number of teams from that community. As a designer, what's your opinion on their colour scheme?
Just getting my first look at it now. So there's certainly a lot of colours, isn't it? I mean, it took me a while to work out that it did say cracked down the side,
yes.
And I'm wondering where that name came from.
It's their community on SGP, so
yeah, just wondering how they chose their name.
Yes, I've never asked. I don't ever want to ask. I think that's probably for the best.
I mean, I tend to stick to lighter colours, just because in sim racing games their focus is racing rather than pretty reflections and everything. So I always find dark cars can just sort of disappear into blackness as the car disappears off to the shadows. You know, unless you're getting the sun glinting off it, it doesn't look so pretty. As Jonathan Earl coming out the pit lane there, and who's defending against? Is that Caesar just ahead of him?
Yes, in the Audi.
Oh,
yes.
he's flashing the lights. He's not happy. Now, Jonathan Earl was flashing the lights earlier as well. And I know you couldn't work out why, because he was cleanly overtaken by an Aston Martin at the time, wasn't he?
Yeah, he might be trying to use it as just a bit of a distraction tactic. But I mean, Zebra design, is that more to your liking?
Yeah, I think that's quite reminiscent of Red Bull, one of their testing liveries. That was sort of it puts me in mind of the World War II battleships, like the Dazzle camouflage.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that's the best thing on a racing car, because if a racing car's coming up behind me in my mirrors, I don't want to be sort of wondering which direction it's going, because if the Dazzle's too good, I won't know what car it is and which way is it facing. Not that I've got to fire a torpedo or anything, I'm not Daniel Kvyat, but...
Jonathan Earl, then, you watched the first end of this race and you saw what happened to him?
Yes, I did, yeah, coming out of the first corner, wasn't it? As he took the racing line for the second corner, he was a little bit unaware that, was it Honda NSX was trying to come up the inside of him, and it kind of flung him into the barrier. He was running around with a bit of understeer, wasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't too far off the place with that damage, but it was enough to kind of set him back a few places, but he was still faster than the car at the time that was in P5, which I think was this Audi. So he's having a look there into T1. He's got the inside line. It just looks like he's got a bit more grip underneath him, but there we go. The Audi keeping the inside line for the next turn was able to keep the position. But we saw Jonathan do some really great defensive driving, and now we're seeing the other side of that. And hopefully he can do some great attacking driving.
Jonathan is a brilliant attacking driver. In other series that I've had the pleasure of commentating on, he is a driver that in sort of 45, 60-minute races, he can start on the third row and he can send it up the inside and take the lead at the first corner. He is a legend of lunging overtakes, the Earl of Ipswich, as he goes by in the Twitch chat.
Yes.
But he's an exciting driver to watch. He's always entertaining. He'll not so much a safe driver. He will always just try and poke his nose in. He'll always try and scare the car into making a mistake ahead of him. So no doubt we're going to see him, whether how quickly he'll get the move done, I don't know, but we're going to see him poking his nose in as far as Caesar. I think probably where it doesn't belong very soon.
Just catching up on Twitch chat, and there was Jonathan was in the chat earlier on before he got back into the car. And, he's put messages such as "We love DT, he's my hero," and then DT spammed the Twitch chat with your URL for your store, and yes, and then Moobot is asking everybody what their favourite pizza topping is. So. Yeah, Jonathan there has kind of fallen off the back a little bit. I had the pleasure of meeting Mr. Earl at the Sim Racing Expo back in December. It broke him. He was a very unwell man by the end. I think he'd been unwell up until prior to the Expo, but I think working all day, a couple of days on the booth, fortunately for him, really broke him. So on our flight back, he didn't feel too great, but now he's all back to full health. Very, very busy, hectic, stressful but fun weekend at the Sim Racing Expo, which I'm hoping to go back to in October now that we've got the new dates and the new venue, so it should be good.
Yeah, it was at Nürburgring before, wasn't it? And now it's, did you say Dortmund?
Well, so in 2019 up until 2020, I believe, or 2021, it was at the Nürburgring, and then last year it was. Hold on, I know the name of the place. It's just escaped my brain.
Frankfurt?
No, it wasn't Frankfurt. It was near the Noise-Ring, where that is. I'll tell you in a second because it will come back to me. But now they just announced Dortmund as well. So yeah, it was a great weekend. The best I think that they had, I think, in terms of that. I think from attendance and also getting some of the bigger names or the Logitechs to be there and things like that was really good to see, because when I went back in 2018, one of the comments I came away with was that all the gear was high end. It was too high end. You want to appeal to people also who are new to it as well, go, oh, I've never heard of sim racing. Jonathan L's really pushing the limits of the track there. But yeah, no, it was a great weekend, and I'm looking to repeat it later on this year.
Yeah, because and Jonathan L's going to make a move. No, he's not. He's just trying to poke his nose in, and he's flashing again. Does he feel that he had the inside line and Caesar sort of maybe partially closed the door? Yeah, I'm not sure. It looks perfectly clean to me. But
go back and have a look if you like. So.
Yeah, if we've got an aerial shot, does he feel like Caesar popped across his nose sort of unfairly?
Oh, I haven't got back far enough. Sorry.
Never mind.
No, he was flashing his lights. Here it is. No, here it is.
Here it is.
He was flashing his lights before that as well. I don't know if you saw the entry to the previous corner.
I didn't.
I think he just likes flashing his lights.
I will say though, it looked like Caesar sort of suddenly braked in the middle of the corner. Now, those unfamiliar with racing, you either brake in going into the corner, or you carry the speed through the corner and then brake on the exit. You have to brake somewhere, but it's very unusual to brake on the apex. So I think that just caught Jonathan unaware, and he was suddenly having to brake just as he wanted to get on the power. And that's a tactic I know Senna used at Monaco when he was defending against Mansell. It was just to slow the car down in the middle of the apex, which is a really unusual place to do it.
Well, it unsettles the driver behind, doesn't it? Right?
Yes, you want to stop them getting on the gas and therefore, stop them getting the run on you down the next straight. And as for the sim racing equipment, sim racing is different from other esports because other esports are based on a game, League of Legends, FIFA, which of course playing FIFA has nothing to do with real life football. None of the skills are transferable. Sim racing, you don't get gaming, you don't get gamers, you get motorsport fans.
Yes.
And so it's a much smaller esports arena, it gets a lot fewer viewers. And yeah, if we're only catering for those people with £10,000 to burn on a sim racing
sorry to cut across you. that back marker's got zero awareness there of what was coming up behind them. This is the David Caesar had to really kind of make himself known to the back marker also. I think that was an Audi. I get confused with whether it was an Audi or a Honda. They look so similar.
That was a Honda.
Yeah, and it's made it past because they were kind of. Look, I know. Mr. Earl has a little bit of a look. I know this whole blue flag thing comes up a lot, the debate around, especially GP3 racing, which is not like Formula One, but each community takes a different approach. So I don't know what the rules here are here actually, because I haven't read on them, but ACSS, where I do a lot of broadcasting, and I know Dan Terry runs that, so he's running this event, so likely is the rules are going to be the same. Is that you don't necessarily have to give way, but you also shouldn't be challenging, and I felt like that Honda was challenging the Audi and making life a little bit too difficult. So if the stewards catch that, they might have something to say.
Yeah, of course these drivers, they have a radar up on the screen. It'll be in the middle of their screen of a transparent GUI. And it gives them a radar, so in case drivers don't have free monitors, as Jonathan L's now looking to the inside, Caesar's going to try and go defensive. He's not able to get the old switcheroo through the long right-hander at sunset. But yeah, as for sim racing, if you're only catering to people with £10,000, then you're not attracting new talent. You're not attracting new people to it, and that's why it's important to have brands like Logitech where they can bring out a wheel that you can pick up in a toy shop rather than having to order it online, get it shipped from Germany, and you know, it just makes it more accessible if it's in, you know, Argos or something.
Yeah, it does.
Good old
Argos.
The
yeah, and I must say I was very impressed by the Logitech wheel that they released, the Lower Drive. Very impressed with it. Pedals not so much, but just, I mean, I don't think you can go wrong with the Lower Drive wheel if you can afford the other ones on the market out there. They're great, but if you can't, and Logitech is more within your budget because you get the wheel and the pedals combined, they're great. I'm all for it. So I genuinely was really impressed. And we don't know what it's going to be yet, but there's likely to be more wheels to go with that base as well. So over time, I'd imagine, because an ecosystem has to have time to grow, right? And you look at Fanatec now, where they were 10 years ago, they didn't have all of these models and all these wheels. It's taken time to get there, and with Logitech probably getting it quicker because they've got some cash and a huge organisation. But I'm expecting some great things from them over the next couple of years. It's really close again now.
Caesar got a bit of a scrappy exit there, picked up a bit of a dust. Back marker getting out of the way very nicely, and Johnson's going to try and hang it around the outside, but that's not going to work. He's having a really tough time with this Audi. Porsche is one of the best handling cars in the game at the moment. Recently had a BOP update, which has made it a real driver favourite. But the Audi has the straight line speed that the Porsche doesn't, so it's a little bit, they're taking advantage of each other's pros and cons really, and they're matching out. They can't best each other yet.
Yeah, you see that quite a lot at certain tracks in the game. Is that at certain points a Porsche will be better than an Audi, and an Audi will be better than a Porsche, right? And it's and lap times are generally very similar. But it's then sometimes, like I believe if Jonathan was able to get past his Audi, he would. I think he's got more pace. Oh, again, as David goes a little bit on the wild side, it gives Jonathan the chance to go on the inside. Side by side.
Yeah, the Audi is a tricky car. I've been driving it recently. I found it tends to understeer a little bit in the slow corners, but the back end can really step out during the fast corners. Maybe I've just got it set up right. I am sort of going through a few setup services to find something a baseline that works. But it is not as comfortable a car as the Porsche through the corners. But then the Porsche can struggle to get that top end speed, even with a slipstream, which is why we're not seeing why we're not seeing Jonathan just send it up the inside at the end of the main straight, because he's struggling to still keep up with it.
Yeah, I think I was quite surprised actually, but it looked like they were kind of side by side into the final corner, but by the time they came out of that corner, it gets a bit of a wobble on there. Then the Audi has, already opened up the gap. Like, it would just appear the Audi was able to get the power down a little bit sooner, or a little bit better than the Porsche. So it is tough. It is. I think the Porsche is a quick car on its own merit, but when it comes up against competition, like here where you're actually trying to make the move, I think is where it's kind of comes from. But then again, Kyalami isn't the easiest track to get around anyway.
No, it's a really challenging, demanding circuit. There are a few points you can overtake, and you have to set yourself up for it a couple laps before, whereas I think Jonathan's got this short-term approach of, I'm going to try into this corner, I'm going to try into that corner, rather than, I suppose some drivers will take a few laps to size their opponent up, find out where their opponent is weak, the corner that they're weakest at, and sort of plot their attack a few laps in advance. Just wait for that driver to take their weakest corner particularly badly, and then pounce, whereas Jonathan's got the short-term approach. And we're just going to replay to try and catch who this is.
This is Hutter on Howard, I believe.
Nothing yet. Clean. Oh, he's just going to run it up road, and luckily there's an escape road for him, so he's, apart from being a little embarrassed, he's got away with that.
Yes, indeed. He has. This is the closest battle out on track, so this is by far, there's nothing else to see at the moment, so which is why we're sticking with it. But it's good to see. I mean, we saw Jonathan L defensive driving earlier on was fantastic. We're seeing the same here by the 20 Audi.
Yeah, Jonathan L's doing a great job. My only concern is, are they, by fighting each other like this, are they losing time to the cars ahead more and more? Do they need to be working together more than fighting with each other? But if Jonathan L's absolutely certain being held up, then yeah, every lap he's stuck behind Caesar, it's costing him gear. He's going to be hoping that they come across an awkward backmarker as Caesar just gets a bit sideways again. So he's going to open the door. He's had to go defensive, but he's got very sideways through Keaton, isn't it? That is that back end stepping out through fast corners. And you see the Audi just pulling away.
Yeah, I can imagine that Jonathan might just get a little bit on the frustrated side, because you kind of get a sniff, and then very quickly the Audi just goes, nah.
Yeah, he makes it a little bit hard done by, because he'll catch up through the corners, but the Audi's, you know, it's a wide car, and the corner's in the middle of the corner, you've got nowhere to go. So he's just going to be hoping that an awkward back marker comes along, holds Caesar up enough that Earl can make his move. And there's going to be plenty of opportunities for that, as the field is quite jumbled up, and I think only the top 9 or 10 cars are actually on the lead lap.
Yeah, all the way down to P10, yes, well, yes. Yeah. Despite the market, considering we've still got 6.5 hours of race to go. But,
it is, anything can happen in that time, as you were saying earlier, with disconnects, with software issues, hardware issues, and just like in real life, you know, you get these technical problems. And Jonathan L addicted to the flash buttons, and we need to take that away from him, I think, and he's going to try it up the inside, but no, that door is firmly closed. Oh, I need to let barrier.
Barrier, I like that. Sounds like a music artist.
Oh, I didn't come up with that. That's streamer Super GT. You would always say,
ah,
yeah,
right, yes. He lives local
barrier.
to me, Mr. Super GT. I've seen him in town.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Jimmy Broadbent's my local.
Yeah, Gamer Muscle's also very local to me as well. We were having a chat at Sim Racing Expo. Up the road from me.
I think Jimmy Broadbent's in. It's not Rye, but it's down there in East
Down
Sussex.
there somewhere, yeah. It's
Down there,
that way,
tucked
that way.
away. Yeah, and I'm
Rye
down in
is a
Kent.
lovely, lovely place.
It really is. Only been there a couple of times. But Jonathan Ells, has he finally got it down now? No!
Oh, there's
It's
contact.
That was a real touring car move, wasn't it? And oh god, can you imagine the flashing now?
Oh, let's have a look at that.
We're going to be blinded by the headlights going off again. But it felt like he got alongside, and I don't think Caesar tried to shut the door on him unjustly. I just think their racing lines converged on each other a little bit in each corner.
This is the corner we saw previously. I thought, you know what? I'm going to put that on. Yeah, I'm going to put that on the Audi. I think.
Yeah, I might be inclined to agree, because for a moment I thought, oh, Earl's only got his nose alongside, but then suddenly he did have his whole car alongside, and I don't think the Audi gave him a reasonable amount of space. I think Earl had earned, he'd earned space.
I think he'd earned to be given the space. Yeah, I completely agree. That will appear into the stewards sheet, and the stewards will review that and give it and let us know whether we were wrong or right, I guess.
Jumping back to Jordan Woodley, aren't we? What's happening here? These two Astons battling each other, but they are in different classes. So, I mean, how do you feel when it comes to drivers in different classes battling each other? Is it a case of should they just let the other one go past because it doesn't hurt their points score, or is every position worth fighting for?
Well, that's a really good question. If I'm in the lower class, I would let the faster car go. That's what I would do. That's an opinion piece, because I'm not the fastest. But I am consistent. But when I've got a distraction, it throws me off my game. Now, the thing is that the way the classes are worked here is that it's an average for the team. So it might be actually the driver in the car at the moment is a pro class driver. It's just they've got two other members of the team that bring the average of the team down. But yeah, I would try and encourage a lower class driver to let me up. It's just not going to change your position in that class.
No, kind of read my mind actually. I do the exact same thing. If I'm an AM driver with a pro driver behind me, I'm just more concerned that I'll brake earlier than they're used to braking, and by no fault of their own, they might go up the back of me because I'm obviously a second or two a lap slower. Yes. So I'm going to be braking sooner than they are. Oh, we've got an owned car facing the wrong way. That wasn't Steve Worrell, was it? No, definitely was, no.
No, he's driving for SGP. What's that? We've got that's Howard. He's facing the wrong way. Let's go and have a look and see what happens there.
Oh, I'm going to say did he lose it on his own, but he's fighting with Ferrari up at Newcastle, isn't he? Oh no!
Contact between the two. I think the 9 car kind of missed his braking point.
Yeah, half one, half a dozen of the other, and then he put his foot down whilst the rear wheel was on the grass, and that just spun him round, didn't it? White flag out there, that means a slow car on track rather than
these two are still battling away though.
They are, yeah, I was going to say, rather than iRacing where white flags come out to the last lap, which the European drivers might be confusing. But yeah, these two Astons now, side by side, going through the sunset. The Aston's a very comfortable car to drive. It's a real firm favourite for beginners. It's very well balanced. It handles the curbs very nicely, and like we recently had a bit of a mop update to improve its top end speed.
I haven't driven in a set of course particularly for a while now. I tend to struggle to find time to actually get in the virtual cockpit. So I need to do better. I'm a big fan of the Aston. I'm also a big fan of the Audi as well.
Now, the question I put to everyone with a sim racing rig: are any clothes that aren't dirty enough for the washing basket and not clean enough for the wardrobe, are they draped over your racing seat?
No, they're not. No.
Okay.
It has my racing gloves and boots sat in the seat, and it has a bag of some bits and pieces that I collected the other day today, but which I put in there, but no clothes. No, it's
curious
not in
what
the
the
bag.
bag's
It's not in his bedroom. The bag is full of little bits and pieces, like some cables, power supplies, and things like that.
Oh, okay, you were just saying bits and pieces, and I was thinking that could be anything from nuts and bolts to shells from the beach.
That's very true. But yeah, nothing exciting in the bag. But I love what they've done with the rear diffuser, that Aston, the P9. 153.
Glimpse of that. Oh, that's nice. Now, either they just like rainbows or it's LEDs sort of thing.
Yeah. Well, they've got a rainbow also on the rear wing as well. It might be a part of their colour scheme. I'm not entirely sure. The rear wing here.
RBT. Now, I'm going to quickly Google that.
But yeah, I do like the use of the colours. They've done very well with delivery.
Absolutely. Never mind. I thought it might be that fucking.
Here we go. This battle's back on.
To get him close back up to Caesar, that didn't manage to do that. Got the pace, indeed. Can he take advantage with this Ferrari about to be lapped? He's looking, but again, he needs to be careful of these half-hearted attempts because if they come together, and the Ferrari's just going to return on track right in front of Jonathan L. Masterfully handled by Jonathan L. Now he's going to get the run through up towards sunset.
The stewards haven't reviewed this incident yet, but as you can see, Mr. L is already on the flasher. He loves that button. He loves it.
He does.
He's
going to break it. He uses it so much, he's going to end up breaking it at some point. But no doubt these drivers might be talking to each other when they come out their racing seats and sort of jump into the Discord. There might be words between them of what's going on.
Maybe, but Jonathan's quite a laid-back character, so I'm not entirely sure, but I don't know if it'll be...
When he's up inside, he's got it come this time, and again, it looked like Caesar turned into him, but they've escaped without spinning this time, and finally, Earl put the move on Caesar, and now it's Caesar's turn on the flasher button. We just look at this again. Oh, I don't think he's gone fire on us back in the replay.
Right, yeah, hold on a second.
No.
Yeah, there we go. Push the wrong button.
Yeah, not flash button. So coming up to the top of the circuit at Newcott, he's alongside, and yeah, that does look like Caesar's not giving Earl enough space. They do have the radar on screen, and if they've set the point of view properly in their sim racing cockpit, whether they've got one screen, a wide screen, or three screens, I think when a car's that far alongside you, you would be able to see them.
Yeah, and like you rightly pointed out, David is on the flasher as well now, and I don't know whether that's he's angry about something or whether he's just trying to get Jonathan back for all the flashing, but I'm expecting Mr. L just to dart off up the road now. We saw how quickly he was able to get onto the back of the Audi, so I'm expecting him to now try and hunt down P2. 25 seconds is a big gap, but we'll see now whether Jonathan can show the pace and see if it's quicker than the 3:30 ahead.
Yeah, importantly now he just needs to settle down, try and forget about Caesar and not make any mistakes. The worst thing he can do now would be to push really hard and push himself into a mistake and let Caesar just go straight back through without any work. And then he'd have to do that all over again. He just needs to keep it on the great stuff now, get his head down, just relax, take his finger off the flasher button, and sometimes what I do in this situation, I turn off, you get the little graphic telling you all the splits of all the drivers around you. I just turn that off because I will get a bit paranoid, and every 5 seconds I'll look at it and go, am I pulling away? Am I pulling away?
Yeah.
Am I pulling away? And it's such a distraction there, you can't focus on the driving.
Yeah, no, I'm in agreement with that. I try and turn off as many kind of distractions that may be present. I've moved things around, so I'm not looking in the top left-hand corner of the timing splits and things like that, because I want to be focused on the straight ahead of me. So yeah, completely on board with that, for sure.
think we'd make good teammates. I think we've got a similar mindset to how we race. We're not the fastest, but we are consistent. We'll jump out of the way for pro drivers if we're in the AM class. Do you have a favourite car that you like in ACC?
The Aston or the Audi for me.
Oh, we're best friends then. We're best friends. We're going to be teammates. They are the cars. I've only driven those two actually in competition. I started with the V8 Vantage and then jumped over to the Audi after a teammate of mine persuaded me.
Yeah, so I used to drive the Aston, and then I drove the first Audi, and then I moved to the Evo, and then the Evo.
And what are the differences between those two? Because I'm a bit later into ACC, I've only driven like, is it the Evo 2?
To your point earlier on, the Aston is more stable, especially up things like Radion and Eau Rouge and Spa. You can easily unsettle the Audi. Like at Suzuka, I was in a race and I was doing really well, and then I was coming up to the old famous 31R, and I was behind a slower car that kind of braked in a place where I wouldn't expect a car to brake. And as I touched, and I had to make a move, do something to do that to counter that, but it just unsettled the car and it just went off. As where in the Aston, I find it a little bit more stable. 30, I forget the name of it.
130R?
130R. Yeah.
130 has been reduced to 31 now.
Yeah. I thought I said 131. But anyway. But yeah, no. But I haven't raced in a while, so. But I'm happy with the Aston or the Audi. I did a Spa 24 hours in the Audi. Sorry, in the Aston. So I'm quite happy to jump back into it. Yeah.
Yeah. In an endurance race, your focus isn't the hot lap so much. Whilst you do want to do well in qualifying, the focus is getting to the end of the race, not putting any damage on the car, and just having a car that you can absolutely trust underneath you. So if you do need to push hard, you know it's not going to violently step out on you and fling you into a barrier and give you a horrible tank slapper. As Jonathan Earl goes quite deep into the head there, and Caesar's managing to hang on. He's not right behind him, but he is keeping in touching distance.
Well, last time round, Jonathan did a 141.8, David did a 142.1. So there is a, but this lap, I think maybe David's more on his pace, which is why what we're seeing visually isn't necessarily as great. I'm reading the steward sheet, and I think the stewards are going with that instant racing incident. So, which I'm surprised about, but will rival teams have the opportunity to protest? They might not feel the need to protest, but they've now got P3, and it's not really going to give them anything else. So they might just leave it. Talking of race control, here's a message for you. 69 warning, avoidable contact, lap 73.
Check it, it is 69. That's Derek's son in the Honda in 5th place. I wonder who they've kind of come together with, because say they're about 10 seconds behind Caesar and about 10 seconds ahead of Don Lloyd. So I'm not sure who they've had actually together with.
It was sorry, they put the message wrong. That should have been 169. And I think the contact was 836.
So 169 is Jordan Woodley.
Yeah, I think they put I'm just looking at the contact sheet. So the game has picked up 169, but the message I've been given says 69. So I think that's just a typo from the stewards.
Just keeping us on our toes, as Jonathan Earl's seeing the blue flags out for the car up ahead, and he's already, don't worry, he's really on his back. I'm not too worried about that. Is that like an American Stars and Stripes livery up ahead? Oh, and they're not. For a moment, I thought they weren't very aware. A little bit of contact. I think John's not really impressed about that.
I don't think
And
they
if
have
that-
any awareness at all, really.
If that is a Stars and Stripes livery, it's quite a peculiar choice of number they're running. 911.
Oh. So I think
I'm just trying to work. I can see the blue, but I can't work out if that's stars or just or if even there was like a Scottish flag. But anyway, Jonathan Elton's past them. So is
I think that's. Is that not a British flag? I don't think that's American.
I saw lots of red stripes. Maybe it's the way it's been wrapped around the car, but
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
I don't see any stars. If it was American, I would expect to see some stars.
Yeah, you would. And do we have any American drivers with us tonight? Because ACC is a bit of a Europe-centric series.
Well, I think the start time of this race probably right now would have made that a little bit challenging. But it's only 1 o'clock here, and I think on the East Coast that may be about 9 o'clock their time.
5 hours behind East Coast.
Yeah, so we know that we've got some drivers in other parts of the world, but
Yeah, we tend to focus. Yeah,
we are very European. We are very European a lot of the time. But there are obviously championships out there for. We're seeing the growth in those areas, Asia, Americas, and where people can cross different championships or different communities, different time zones. They will do to see that maybe at weekends.
Yeah, Aidan Howard's just picked up a penalty as well, down in 20th place. And as I was going to say, the introduction of budget wheels would be very important to those sort of emerging markets where maybe the household income isn't so high as it is in North America and Western Europe, where maybe the family doesn't have a gaming computer with the latest graphics card, and they're running something maybe 5 years old and they're running on a budget, and therefore having like a budget wheel rather than a direct drive or something like that would introduce far more people sort of, I guess, in maybe the Asian continent, somewhere like that, where esports, especially like in China and India, is really growing rapidly. But I don't think it's growing rapidly in the sim racing sector specifically. So if they have access to like wheels like Logitech, we'll see an influx of drivers across Asia. And of course, you have series like Asian Le Mans, which would be ideal for fans of that to come into this.
Yeah, you're right. It's, the challenges we have in not all markets, but in some. Like I know, I speak to a driver who's in Argentina, and it's the problem is the tax that when those things come in. So even if they get sent like a free wheel, it would end up costing them more than the wheel would be retail.
Of course, yeah, Brazil as well is mad for that.
Yeah. Which is a real shame. It makes life a little bit harder. So I think what happens is people go on holiday, buy a laptop, and then bring it into the country because it's cheaper that way. And I think there are people out there that make business, that do business doing that way. They'll send a few people on a plane, and they'll all bring a laptop back each to be able to sell them.
That's happening in this country now because heating a house is so expensive. Some people have found that EasyJet or something holidays to, the Mediterranean worked out cheaper than staying indoors and having the heating on.
It's mad.
It's like you couldn't make it up.
That's crazy to think that that's the case. That's the world we live in now. That is absolutely crazy.
In the space year 2023, people go
Jonathan
abroad.
Bell is living a dangerous life. Oh, he's had something just happen because something came up. So I have it on my other screen. So let's have a look and see what's been going on here. Because I could see he was amongst some back markers, and I just thought he's living precariously or vicariously, whichever the word you want to use. But you see he's flashing again here. He's trying to get past. I don't know if he's look, he gets tapped.
Yeah, he gets tapped. He already had that move done, and that back marker is not paying attention to the traffic around them. They're so involved in each
That's
other.
95 and 91, so that's on the steward sheet, and they will take the stewards have done a great job. There's only been 44 incidents to look at for this event so far, and as you tend to find in endurance events, it tends to settle down, but at a track like Kyalami, I think it tends to be the opposite, because it's such a tight track, and it's quite, say a while ago, it's hard to overtake around here, whether it be from position or even a back marker.
Yeah, Manfred Steiner did a great job there, just taking a wider line through the final corner, and that's an ideal way to do it, just take a wider line at the next corner. But yeah, was that number 95 earlier? They've had a few sort of incidents popping up on the timing sheets in the last 15 minutes. And Earl got ahead, he was already ahead. So whether, I don't think he braked suddenly, so...
No, I think that's an awareness piece for the back marker. Well, not actually an awareness piece, more probably needs to think about what they're doing piece, because you know he'd already made the move, so why they're making contact with somebody challenging for the podium, I don't know. But the problem is that that's hurting his lap time, because that's a 1:43.7. Excuse me, 1:43.7, which is the second slower than P2. P1's on another level, they're in the 1:40.15s last time around, but I can also see the 1:53 down in 8 is also in the 1:41s, in the high 1:41s. We'll keep an eye on that, because that might mean we'll get a battle for P7 with Diego Santon, who's in a Ferrari. Now, I do a lot of races with Mr. Santon. I've never seen him in a car other than a Porsche. So the fact that Porsche is strong around here, I'm surprised he hasn't gone with it. But I imagine he's been told he's in the Ferrari rather than he's got to choose the Ferrari.
Sorry, yeah, I mean, you don't see the Ferrari being chosen a lot. In events I've been commentating on, it has been a lot of BMWs and Porsches. But the Ferrari is always a rare one, and I hope, because recently Ferrari announced their new GT3 car, didn't they?
Yes.
298? I feel like I'm getting that
you
wrong.
You know more than I do. I couldn't tell you. You might want to Google that to make sure that you're right. I couldn't correct you even if you were wrong. I don't.
296.
There was a battle for 12.
Adam Burt defending from Wagner. Yeah, Ferrari's new 296, which would be great if it was an update content for ACC in the near future. We might then see a sudden rush of drivers going to pick the Ferrari for once.
Car here, which we're looking at Adam Smith. I think it's Adam in 917 has had a moment at some point. Try and catch and see what happens.
Back down. Quite violent, didn't it? I didn't think it was going to be quite a hefty impact.
No, neither did I. But then sometimes I think what happens is like you see, I saw him was commentating a race the other week. I was watching a driver called Shane Thomas, who I know really well, and he was doing, and I think what happened was he tried to counteract the slide, but actually made it worse, and then the car went the other way, and then quite a whack into the barrier. So Alex Smith is also now having a bit of a moment in the pits. I thought on the bottom right, it's facing the wrong way somehow.
How has he managed? Curious how he put it the wrong way in the pit lane.
Well.
So this is, he's the one who just hit the barrier. Has he just oversteered? Just own up for the pit crew and fans.
Just wanted to keep looking at chat. So we're being told, well, there's also apologies about car 555. There's some problems logging on. It's fine. Also, there are no stars and stripes on that car. So we're being told by one of the drivers. He learned that from me. The bump on the inside is evil. Well, I don't know at which point we were talking about the bump, but or giving the bump. But quite hard to keep an eye on everything, and also pass chat on Twitch. So apologies for being a bit slow.
No, it's difficult to do. We've got 35 drivers out there, 33 drivers out there. And they're all trying to make overtakes, and they're all hoping that they'll overtake the court on camera, and say there's sort of one camera director and two commentators.
Oh, it can be challenging at times for sure. So we're waiting on board. Both of these cars. I like that really, this racing GP car. Play one brand.
Yeah, it really is. And oh, there's a nice logo underneath that sim racing logo.
Oh yeah. Did you make this livery?
No, I can't take credit for that. That would be Ben Brown who made the livery, but Go for the Gap does work with sim racing GP, so
Yes.
looks like I didn't know that was there actually, so it looks like we found our way onto their cars. That's brilliant.
Yeah, and sometimes you see little, like, if the view at the front of the car, sometimes you get, depends on if the car's got a splitter, you see little details that people put in and you can't see otherwise. So I really love that people put some real thought into their liveries.
Yeah, it's great, and people who have made sim racing liveries have gone on to make, they've gone on to commission for real car liveries.
Yes.
So it's a great way to demonstrate your skill and ability and have it showcased in a way that clients can go, yeah, I can really imagine that on a real car, rather than just a flat blueprint image.
We've also got the Jimmy Broadbent Team 87 logo on the car as well. I want to know what's at the front of the SGP car though. I'm not quite sure if it's just sponsors in the back of it.
Oh, I can tell you.
Oh, okay.
So, white bits under the headlights is the logo of Ben Brown. That's B22R, and he is the designer of the livery. And he does great liveries for about, I think, starting from about 35 or 40 pounds. And he did a series of liveries that actually were commissioned by Assetto Corsa Competizione themselves.
Oh, nice. By Kudos, yeah?
Yeah, so he has been noticed, and now some of his liveries are actually in the game. I can't remember what it's for. It might have been for like a Logitech sponsored series in the game. Part of their Logitech have a thing with McLaren, don't they?
Oh, yeah, so it would have been the liveries that we use at Sim Expo. Okay, yeah.
That must be it. That must be
Yes.
it. Yeah, he did.
The Logitech G Challenge, yes.
Yes, and I think you can select those, even if you didn't go to the expo, you can still select those in-game.
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, they are his, and he races for Onid Racing and has had some guest appearances for Go for the Gap Racing.
Oh,
He's a
nice.
lovely guy, and you can always catch him at City Race.
Oh. So he must know White Kid.
Yeah, mine, Johnny Ashley, Grant. I'd say Grant's the one person. If you go to Simply Race, you'll probably be Grant, lovely guy. Can't help people enough. He's real sweet. He doesn't get the kudos, he doesn't get the thanks because he's usually doing the thankless job of running everything and fixing things when they go wrong. People are just gonna go, oh, my rig isn't working, and he doesn't get to race much because when he does go home, going on a sim rig just feels like work again for him.
Right, yeah, that's the problem, isn't it? When you work in an industry, sometimes that joy is taken away from you. You know what I mean? Because your hobby's now your full-time job, I guess. That is always the risk. So we're just looking at a different battle here for Peter. Oh, he's just got off wide there, the Honda, given that position. But also, what's very interesting is that Mr. L has kind of put himself into this battle that we were looking at before. He's going to have to get a new button for the flasher at some point, so he's going to wear it out. He's still got 6 hours of racing to go, but I'm not sure. I don't know how many stints each driver's allowed to do here. I should know that, but I don't. Try and find information. I saw it posted earlier on. It is, yes, because he did stint 1. So there's 45 team slots there were, but we've only got 29. There's 3 drivers per team. There's 65-minute stint timers with 4.5 hours max driving time for each driver.
Well, the car in front of me is a sim racing GP car. Of all cars, this one should be easy to lap. Because you think, well, being a sim racing GP car, it's probably going to be on the stream as
And
well.
the fact that he works for Sim Racing GP as well, Jonathan, and we're hoping he does a bit of work for them that they will, be kind to him, Mr. Earl of Ipswich, as he is. I think he's got the gap down to P2. Adam lets him. Yeah, Adam's a smart driver.
And a thank you. He flashed his hazards as a thank you there.
Oh, very nice. Love that. Love to see it. So the gap between Mr. Earl and Flinkiness, I think it's pronounced, is below 20 seconds, which I'm pretty sure earlier on it wasn't.
No, that's coming down. That is coming down. So Sphinx's time was 1:43.1, and Jonathan Earl was a full second faster on that last lap. So he can have this gap down in the next 40 minutes. He'll be back fighting for that second position.
A couple of race control notifications to do. So let's get one of them out of the way first. Car 91 warning of oil contact 93. So that was the contact that we saw with 95. So he obviously didn't feel it harsh enough to apply a straight penalty. But the same car then when it caused more other collisions we haven't seen. Trying to do this.
That's alright. I think it's important to note as well just how far ahead Jonathan Earl is ahead of David Caesar. It's well over 8 seconds.
Car 91 there, 15-second penalty for causing a collision on lap 95. There we go. Right. Yeah, no, I know. I said that when it happened, right? And it just goes to show you. They always said it's a lot easier to catch a car than to actually then make the move. That's where the real challenge comes from. And sometimes it does take a few laps just to sit behind, try and understand where your car is stronger, where theirs is weaker, etc. But yeah, that is coming down. I think Santon here, he's just got back to past the back mark by the looks of it. I think he's catching P5. So last time round he was a second quicker. The gap's under 3 seconds. So if we have a look at Lloyd, he's only literally a couple of back markers ahead, one back marker ahead and another one in front. So that is a battle that could get a little bit on the spicy side.
Back marker who made contact with Jonathan Earl, so hopefully he's got a bit more situational awareness. David Caesar a little bit offline. I wasn't sure if we just caught him there recovering from having a moment. He was in the middle of the track rather than on the racing line. I thought maybe he's had a moment and he just caught his hand in there.
Right.
Just need to check, yeah, because he's 10 seconds back now, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
As it comes across the line, it'll update from saying 1 lap.
No, it's still in a 1:42.8, so maybe that's just a line he takes, because there is a bump there that could unsettle the Audi.
Oh, it doesn't take much to unsettle
Oh, no, it doesn't. This gap's coming down and down and down and down, so John Lloyd should be a little bit worried now. Santon is literally right there. He's behind that back marker. He's got the slipstream. He's now on 0.6 seconds.
Not sure where the 95 went, because he was right behind that Porsche with number 95, and that's disappeared. So I can only assume they went in the pit, which has opened up the way for John Lloyd. But now he can.
The 95 though is P3, so.
Sorry, I don't mean the 95. I don't mean the 95. I mean the black Porsche that
that had the
coming
contact
together with number 95.
So you mean?
You
mean 91.
I do. It was a jet black 911.
Yes. So they're currently in the pits.
So John Lloyd has a nice open bit of track in front of him, nothing to distract him. So now is the time for him to focus and start opening up that gap again to Santon behind. It's 2.5 seconds at the moment. So Santon's not close enough to. Oh wait, is it 2.5 or is that?
No, it's 1.
No,
It's
is
under
that
1.
It's got a slightly blurry feed. So that means, yeah, Santon can get in the slipstream that close, and John Lloyd needs to now try to break that. Coming through. Through something. Coming up to the top end. Over the start finish. Santon closing.
No, not on that lap. He did a 1:42.6. Lloyd did a 1:42.5. But it's tight.
It is, but yeah, Santon's got that.
Back
Santon's-
marker.
Yeah,
It's
got
got
that
a
NSX.
hold up. Honda's getting out of the way. No!
No, I thought they were going to do.
Come on!
That was
What are you doing,
defensive
Honda?
line.
Come on, you're stealing us of a battle. Come on, we want battle for the stream. We want. Oh, look, here you go, look.
Oh,
As,
that little bit of karma.
as my dad used to say, God pays debts without money.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
Santon must be gritty.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. I'd be pleased, honestly. Race leader, drive through.
Oh, is this just
Got to be track limits.
limits?
It's got to be track limits. Yes.
I mean, it's impressive that they've got 106 laps done before picking up a track limits drive-through. Because I think you only get 3 warnings, and then if you do it one more time, you pick up a drive-through. So they've been having a very clean race. No doubt we'll see more of those sort of penalties come up.
I don't know what's happened, but Jonathan L's in P2. Have we missed something? Or have they just pitted?
Yeah, I think it's Vinkunus pitted.
Right. So let's let me get the. Have you got the live timing up on your screen?
I do, yes. So Vinkunus did a 1:48.9. So that's not slow enough for a lap with a pit stop.
No,
That's
it's not.
they've made a big mistake somewhere. That must have been way too much in traffic. That's a good 5, almost 6, no, 8 seconds slower.
Pit wall tends to show you if they have a pit stop.
Made a mistake, or maybe they've just come up to a particularly difficult back marker.
Yeah, but it was a big gap though. It was around about 18 seconds, wasn't it? That was a lot until suddenly.
That's, yeah. So they must have had a bad lap the lap before as well, because they've only dropped about 7 or 8 seconds on that particular lap, but dropped 18 seconds time. Unless they've come out with pits. That's not enough. Yeah, this is a mystery.
Okay. Yes, they have. They pitted. They're showing 3 pits, as where Jonathan L's only been in the pits 2 times.
That's not as devastating as we thought it might have been for Synchronous. If they've been in the pits, then that's all. They've been that under control and everything.
So Balawenda's gone in as well. I think some must have gone in and cleared their drive-through. Yes, they have. The drive-through's not on the screen anymore. So
I mean, they had bags of time.
yes, that's down. That's minutes down to 41 seconds to lead. So that'll be interesting to see whether. I don't think Jonathan's got the pace to catch P1, but Santon has got the pace to catch P5 because we're looking at it now.
Yeah, it's a battle for P5 between the Aston Martin and the Ferrari. Yeah, this could be a case of like between Earl and Caesar.
Yes.
Santon may just feel that now he's going to be held up unless he gets the Aston Martin doing very quickly. like Jonathan L, is Santon going to take a more measured approach rather than the little lunges into sort of every other corner, which is certainly entertaining to watch. Can't deny, but Santon maybe less of an aggressive driver, he's probably more relaxed, he hasn't had things go wrong for him quite as much as Jonathan L has, but Jonathan L lost. You know, he was right up there at the lead of the pack and then fell down the field after that coming together. Fight way back up as Jonathan L is now in the lead.
Yes, because Balawenda's back into the pits. So I'm guessing this is their mandatory pit stop now they need to do. Well, not a mandatory pit stop, but we'll get the next driver into the car.
Just over 3 hours into the race. Now, I know at the first hour you sort of had this thing where like almost every car came into the pit lane. The pit lane looked like the M25 for a moment, didn't it? Where everybody was trying to pit, and just thank God for the fact that cars go through each other in the pit boxes.
Yeah, so Cameron Gold is now in the car in the 776, and they've been into the pits 4 times now. So the game will register pit entry, doesn't register whether it's a drive-through or an actual pit stop. So
Jonathan L will be hoping that Gold doesn't have the same sort of pace and that L will be able to make inroads towards that lead. I know he is de facto leader at the moment, but he knows, he understands he'll have to pit again at some point, and the lead will go back to the number 776.
okay, so Santon got 5th place because Lloyd pitted, so by default that's taken place. So we haven't seen an overtake on the track, but it's given Santon the opportunity to put maybe a few laps down to see if they can do the overcut. I tend to find the undercut stronger in this sim.
Yeah, you lose a lot of time if you're being held up by the car in front, rather than pushing as fast as you can after they've pitted. You know, you tend to, if you're being held up by a second lap, it's much easier to make up that time if you can sort of read what's happening ahead of you and react accordingly rather than getting stuck in the traffic itself, then losing time. And of course, as you were saying earlier, we don't have like real life mechanics. There's no chance of making mistakes, but little things drivers can do to save time in the pit lane. Like one thing I learned was a lot of drivers have the ignition button manually set up rather than letting it do it automatically.
Right, yeah.
So they'll turn off the engine as they're rolling into their box.
Yeah, that's right.
And
But
newbie me didn't know that.
Yeah, but like anything, you've got to practice it, right? Because it's I do manual because the car also you can start the car like right on the countdown. And you're talking minute about the detail, but because I don't practice it enough, often I hit the wrong button and things like that. You know, like these things, especially when you're under pressure. I tend to have these little moments where it's all quiet on the steward in front. It's all quiet out on track at the moment as well as we look at the current race leader Jonathan Earl.
I will say it's amazing how the pressure drops off if you have a if you're near the front and then somebody punts you and you're down the back of the field or something. It's amazing how the pressure drops off because you think, well, my race is kind of ruined now. I'm just going to go balls to the wall and see what happens. And
Yes.
you know, the bad things already happened, so you just think, oh, I'm going to go for it now. And then you can end up having the best race of your life because that pressure's not on your shoulders anymore.
Yeah, the best kind of races. They can be the most fun as well to make your way back through the pack.
Oh, exactly. Yeah. Nothing makes you feel better than sort of overtaking drivers who are sort of lower rated than you. It makes you feel so big.
It doesn't matter whether you know, if you've had an intense race, it doesn't matter whether it's for the grid or whether it's, you know, for the podium era or whether it's further down. It doesn't matter.
Do you kind of feel like putting like really like having a heavyweight boxer and then just putting children into the ring, going, yeah, these are easy wins.
Yeah.
Strange analogy, I know, but it's just like you're putting, you've got one person who's really experienced, just easily going past much less experienced, slower drivers, and it's taking candy away from that baby. boosts your ego so much, just as long as they don't make contact with you, I suppose. And that's when, and you've got Cameron Gold, so he's just taken over.
Yeah.
And that will be just what Jonathan L wants to see. He's just taking another from there. So he's just not got to grips with the car yet. He's just not so sure. The tyres should be warmed up by now.
Where is he? He's the clip.
I mean, he's done well to keep out the barrier.
Yes, that's the positive here. Exactly that. Keeps it out of the barrier.
It's like, you know, when you stumble on a stair when you're walking upstairs or something, you just look around and go, I hope nobody saw that. But unfortunately, Gold, we've all seen that.
Unfortunately, we have.
That's not the Stars and Stripes car behind, as we can tell. They're currently in fourth. The cars around them now are in the pits. Jonathan L, David Caesar and Santon are all in the pits. It'll be interesting to see if they stay in seat or what drivers now.
I'd imagine Earl will get out of the car. Yeah, Daniel Lindblom is now back in that car.
Taking care not to speed in the pit lane. Drive through doing that. Of course, it'll only tell you you've been in the pit lane after you get out. Seems that he's swapped over with Schaefer.
Yeah, so he's in, they've swapped cars. Bernhard Daniel is now in the Ferrari. So once this is all kind of swapped out, so we've currently got FRIGUYS in the Aston Martin, the Lithuanian car. In the race. Not bad going.
No, and it's amazing how jumbled up everything is, isn't it? You've got drivers mixing it with the pro drivers, mixing it with the silver drivers. In short 45-minute races, they know their place, as it were. They sort of stay quite regulated, sort of the pros on top, then some silvers, then some ads. But this, in endurance races, is not just down to speed, it's down to how consistent you can be. And some of the drivers have possibly just been a lot more consistent and making less mistakes. Bendel's got it's his fourth position. I behind Bendel, seventh at the moment. On my timing sheet, it's still calling. Yeah, Bendel's got Staples behind him. But that's
who's off
on
there? 555 BMW getting back on track there.
So is this NSX just unlapping itself?
It's quite hard to tell sometimes.
Yeah, so Bendel in the Ferrari is surrounded by Aston. So he's just had an NSX of the cracked team go past him.
Gold is now 25 miles back. This guy needs to get again 30.
That's so Larson in 15th. Just from past Bendel.
Right, here we
Larson's
go.
up to 11th now. Larson's was updated up to 11th, and Bendel is 7th. So yeah, Larson did just unlap himself against Bendel. As you see, yeah, the blue flags are out now, and the ACC doesn't know how to take that into account. If you're faster and unlap yourself, suddenly then you're hit with blue flags until you build up a sort of 1.5 second gap.
Yellow flag ahead. Watch out in front.
Gold here in the Honda with both sort of having their mistake. Coming round. So that, the Audi.
Gold's last lap time was 144.8.
Quite a back mark is another game.
Yeah.
So P2 is just down the pit straight. So there's 16 seconds back. That lead's been eaten into dramatically.
Yeah, yeah, the drive-through can help them, and then Gold's mistake.
Oh, we run out of fuel? No?
No, who are you talking about there?
Rob Evers. Sorry, I didn't put them on stream. Sorry, they were crawling into the pit. I'll show you. Yeah, I was like talking to myself. So they come down. I had them on my other screen. I was like, look, and then it's all.
Oh wow, yeah. Unless they've just not practiced their pit entries and they're just not sure where the line is.
I wonder if they've not done their setup of their fuel and things like that, and they're giving themselves time to adjust.
That might be it. I mean,
at one point I was thinking that they'd run out of fuel. But
I can see why you think that. That would be crushing to run out of fuel at the pit entry.
It would, yes.
Rely on. I think another car would push you.
I don't know.
I would. If you were blocking the pit entry, I would hope that another driver, maybe.
Or they would expect you to hit escape, go and jump back to the pit box. I don't know.
Yeah, lucky like a back marker in 30th place came round and was like, I'll think of it. Just a little bit of that sporting, healthy spirit, but yeah, I don't think a leader coming into the pit would be too pleased about that.
Right, okay. So, Simpson under pressure in the Mercedes, being chased down by Holder in the Aston Martin. The Cracked Racing Sussex squad.
Yeah, that's Larson. It looks like Bendel's just getting to grips with the car now and he's able to keep pace with the cracked car of Larson ahead. Bendel will need to reinvent that car because I think is that Logan? Yeah, that's Logan coming up in sort of the, as I was saying in the chat earlier, that sort of green. Everyone had a bathroom that sort of colour. That in the 80s, that's pistachio green.
Yeah.
Now they are catching up to Bendel.
Yeah, we've got a battle here with James Holder, the Cracked Racing Sussex squad, who's just made a move on the Mercedes, which is currently being driven by Simpson. So they're not far behind that battle of, as you say, of the Locard and Bendel. They're just up the road a little bit. So it could get a little bit spicy at some point.
Yeah, things will start to move around now as co-drivers come in and take over. The whole dynamic of the field will change. You know, some teammates come in and they're a bit quicker, some teammates come in and they're a bit slower. So where we had certain battles for positions, you'll have drivers who have very different paces. So the new drivers of those cars won't be having the same rivalry patterns that their co-drivers were. We end up very like that.
555 that we saw earlier on. Oh, a drive through for 385 just popped in. I imagine that's an even game drive through. Normally for speeding. Oh no! It is. Yes, it is. But there is a drive through for a team that I will be putting up on the screen momentarily. No, race control message. Lap 104, drive through car 555, and we just saw the BMW a moment ago. So.
They'll need one driver had the chance. You know, if you have that last chance to avoid contact and you don't take it, if you can see it coming and you fail to actually avoid it, then yeah, quite close by. McLaren is moving aside there, head down the straight, lift off a little bit, and it makes life easier for the leading pack coming through and holding the last McLaren, and we can turn it back to Ben Hard and Ben who's still behind Larson.
Yeah, this is a lovely little.
Oh, he's
in the car.
Front of the grass! He just drove, yeah, he just across on the racing line and just got his wheels into the grass. This is quite a moment he has.
Oh! Lucky's not be hit by the following Aston Martin as well.
Yeah, the Aston did well to read the situation there, and well, an easy position gain there for Lockwood.
Oh, 169 drive through as well. That's in game. That's nothing to do with the stewards.
So that's Holder. That's Holder. So that's not. Yeah, that's behind Fitzpatrick.
So I imagine there is a quite a hefty penalty that's being handed out by the stewards for the car.
Seeing some drive through cleared.
So here we go, car 35, stop and go 30, avoidable contact in that 109. So car 35, where are that? So that was with car 50, so that was with 555, which also got a drive through for avoidable contact as well. So I think the stewards are punishing both cars.
So, just trying to find car 35.
They're down in P28, currently in the pits. They've left. It's literally just this moment left. So, I guess they're not very happy with that decision. Right,
No.
here we go. P13, Marius Fredrickson for Alpha Sim Sport. I don't believe we've looked at this car yet. And we're a couple of hours in, so sorry about that. We like to try and give as much airtime to as many teams as possible. We obviously have to also try and go where the action is.
Yeah, I mean, Bernhard Bendel is getting a lot of time. If he wants to put together a show reel for his sim racing career, he's getting maybe a foot of time here, isn't he?
Yes.
But he is starting to lose touch with Loper in the Aston Martin. Like the Aston Martin is starting to pull away from him a little bit. Come across the line.
One.
Yeah, looks like Larson's having a great time. So Larson making the move there. I think he was actually lapping pregnancy.
So this is an overtake. P13. Right, to bear it down into the slipstream. Lovely overtake.
Yeah, I think that was Larson in the cracked car, wasn't it? I think he's in 11th.
Yeah, that's right. So last in 13th. The 69 Honda.
Oh, okay, that's coming up on my screen as he's in 11th for some reason. Yeah, it's on the screen it's 13th, and then on my timing sheet it's saying he's in 11th, so that's great.
That is good show.
I'm just going to give that a refresh. No, it keeps saying Larson's in 11th for some reason. Now it's just updated to say he's in 12th, so...
Yeah, it might be the
Probably
word
not going to
where...
pay attention to that.
Yeah.
No, I was looking at what you were telling me, I'm just like having that sort of that disconnect. But yeah, I'm just going to look at the live feed, that seems to be a bit more accurate.
I think the battle here is hotting up for P3. So last time around, Schaefer, who's currently in P4 in the Audi, did a 141.4. Zinkers did a 142.9. So a bit of a difference in pace, but I mean, they're well, one's an AM, and one's a AM, one's a silver. So I didn't expect silvers to be in here as well. I thought it was just pro and AM. But...
And it is difficult, isn't it? You have to judge the class on the team rather than the specific driver.
Yes.
You have one driver who's an AM and one who's a pro, so there's that being given out. So you might be able to put into the silver class. But speaking of, even though his lap times are a little bit off what Schaefer's are, been going well. He's been having a clean race. Doing very well, leading the AM class at the moment. Staples in second and Lopen in third in the AM class. Gold is leading the race quite aptly.
Yeah, but I'm not sure how for much longer because he's doing 144s. Gold.
Yeah, but it's well off his teammate's pace, isn't it? So that lead is being eroded even further. Just think that was in the region of 40 seconds, and now Daniel Lindblom is just 2 seconds behind Gold.
Unfortunately, I just don't feel like Gold, who's coming in the car, has got the pace. I think they're going to be, but as we've seen before, it's one thing to catch a car, another one in tyres to get past. And as we're seeing here with the Audi and the Aston Martin on your screens, bottom right, I put P2 Daniel Lindblom, so we can keep an eye on that as well.
Yeah, they're
Try
going to
not to
fight.
miss any of the action.
They're coming together. Yeah, they'll be fighting each other very soon. It's now 1.5 seconds. Lindblom is just taking a huge chunk of time away from Gold. Big, almost about over 2 seconds difference in their lap times. Synchronous is holding his own though against Schaefer at the moment, but I don't think we've seen a serious attempt from Schaefer yet to get past a real lunge, as it were. And unlike the Porsche earlier, the Audi does have the legs to do it down the main start-finish straight. Come around the final corner to start at 121.
Car in front of the Aston doing this. I wonder if they're going to give him a slipstream and help him out to defend here. Are we going to see a late move? I don't think we will.
No, I think he knows he's got the pace. He knows he's 2 seconds a lap quicker, so probably thinking this should be a relatively easy job. So he's just going to pace himself, take time to do it properly, as it were. NSX still ahead there. Will he run wide here just to let the leaders go through? No, it doesn't look like Synchronous is gaining. Oh, goes very wide.
Car on the right.
Yeah, Schaefer just looking everywhere to make a move, and even looking off the track. Is he going to make the move now, going into the chicane? He's alongside, he's ahead,
Clear on the right.
and he takes that second place away from Synchronous. And now he's just going to clear that back marker, and that's it. He's away in second place. Sorry, third place.
Right, here we go. Battle for the lead is hotting up. Unfortunately for Gold, way off the pace as things stand, doing 143s, 144s, where Lindblom's in the 142s. But like we said, it's one thing to catch a car, it's another entirely to make an overtake. Not just an overtake, but it's got to be made cleanly as well.
Yeah, Gold's previous lap time was like 143.1, and this one just across the line there to 143.6. So if anybody's told him to speed up a little bit, you know, he's in the 143s rather than the 144s now, but he needs to find a lot more time in that Honda NSX. Because I don't think with that time difference, I don't think he's going to be able to hold Lindblom behind him for long, and we'll just see if Lindblom likes the flash button as much as his teammate does.
Mr. Earl, I know he's in the chat now. So Mr. Earl, we were commenting about your use of the flash button. Obviously one of your favourite buttons in game. So you might want to, whichever finger you're using, you might want to give it, you know, do some stretching, some exercises on it, just in case you pull a muscle.
Lindblom's got into the speed and goal. Why's that button broken?
Car on the left.
Now is he going to try and do it round the outside of the hairpin? This would be a stunning move if he can do it. He's alongside. Is he able to stay? No, I think that Gold is going to keep the lead, but he's not taking the defensive line. He knows he just needs to keep it on the right hand side. That will give him the inside line. Oh, he's going to run Lindblom tight. Lindblom's going to squeeze it up the inside, and that's Lindblom through into the lead. I don't think Gold's going to have a response to that.
No, no. That's a little wide there as well. Could have really gone badly. It's with the car going to the grass there. I think the problem with Gold though is not now the car ahead, it's the car behind. So if you're eating, there's a 15-second gap at the moment, and you've got P3 and P4. Like, if he doesn't find any pace soon, that's going to be off the podium.
All I can, the only positive to take away from this is with losing the lead, he's got a quick car in front of him. He can use that as like a greyhound, a rabbit to chase.
Correct.
Obviously, when you're out in the lead, you don't have something to follow. You're out on your own, and you can lose concentration a little bit. And if you're not familiar, you're not sure. Oh, he runs very wide out Sunset, but now he can just try and keep with Daniel Lindblom. But it looks like Lindblom's just going to start to pull away.
The car, but I've got a feeling it might be P6. Bendel has just gone up a position on my screen. No car's lost a position.
Well, Lopez is back behind Bendel. So I think they've just changed places. Lopez was ahead of Bendel after Bendel made a mistake. Lopez back behind.
I've got Shipston behind Bendel on my screen.
Yeah, you do. So that is that would be Lopez who's lost then.
What car number is that?
Lopez number 153. No, he's just behind Shipston.
Oh, he's at the pits now. 153.
Yes.
Now he's dropping down. There must have been a disconnect.
Yeah, he's actually
maybe. Yeah, I think maybe they made this. Maybe. But that still doesn't add up because I'm pretty sure a moment ago we had 29 cars on the server. I'm now seeing 28. But anyway.
Usually what happens is a driver will come into the chat and tell us what's happened.
So someone's just come into chat saying we changed up our driver rotation in 707 to try and get on the back of 909. I won't lie, being the only American in the field, I'm having fun next in, should be better. Okay, so we do have an American with us, it's great to see. Love it.
Yeah, oh, Lindblom's found the button.
And it worked.
Darren lets him go.
Well, we're in a bit of a lull now. We're waiting on Schaefer to catch the goal. And then Schaefer's going to bring the Aston behind him with him. So, but there's a couple of cars in the pits. So Lopez still in the pits at 153. Benjamin who's come to the 812. They've gone into the pits as well.
Terrific. I love when I think it's the law when people say they have to go to the toilet, they have to tell you I'm going to go to the toilet. But I suppose, yeah, he could just say be right back for random reasons. Anyway, Lindblom with the lead for FRIGUYS Motorsport at the moment. Gold is losing more than a second, and that was Schaefer. That was 12.5 seconds just a moment ago before my colleague had to go to the boys' room, and now it is 11.6 seconds. Is it? My feed is just slightly pixely. It's not quite 4K, but yeah, we'll see. And Synchronous is slowly falling down the field a little bit as well. He's starting to lose time to Staples behind him, but still holds the lead in AMCAS. Schaefer leading in Silvercast, but here is your leader overall, having taken over from Jonathan Earl, the Earl of Ipswich. Daniel Lindblom, FRIGUYS, doing a great job in the Lightning McQueen 95. I wonder if that is why they chose the number. It's always interesting to hear drivers' reasoning behind the numbers they choose. Sometimes it's the year they're born, sometimes it's a certain driver they follow as a child, you know, motorsport idol. For me, I always go to 5, Nigel Mansell. But yeah, the interesting to hear drivers' choices. As 3.5 hours into this 9-hour race at Kyalami, and of course the Kyalami circuit was rebuilt in the early 90s. It was a very different circuit during the apartheid era, and then in 92 it was brought up to FIA grade 1. don't know if it still holds that FIA Grade 1 status. It hasn't had a Formula 1 race for a very long time, but I know with sim racers, Kyalami is an absolute firm favourite. With welcome back to the boys' room. How was the time?
Yeah, it was very good, thank you. Yeah.
Very good. Yeah.
You know, I peed and I got a drink, so yeah, all good.
Different liquids over there. Yeah.
Yes, yeah, of course, yes.
As we just got, I was just talking about drivers' choices behind numbers. Sometimes they, so with Daniel Lindblom and the car number 95, that might be just one of the drivers was born in 1995. That could be because like McQueen was 95. You know, sometimes there's a reason behind why drivers pick a certain number.
Do you have a reason for a number that you pick?
Yeah, I always pick number 5 because I followed Nigel Mansell's career as a kid. I was born in '86, and of course by the time I was 5 years old I loved F1, and Mansell was champion in '92, and you were talking about the old Micropros Dawn 3 games earlier.
Yeah, Steve brought it up. Yeah, I used to love those games as well.
I love, I grew up on those with, and I had a steering wheel and pedal set in 1996 in my PC, and I'd like to tell you about it because it wasn't just a cheap plastic thing. It didn't have any force feedback, but it was so heavy. What they had to do was, you had the steering wheel, and it didn't clamp to the desk. It didn't. You couldn't bolt it onto a rig. What you had to do was, you had the wheel, a long shaft that bolted onto a big plastic plate, and then you had to put your CRT monitor on the plastic plate to counteract the weight of the steering wheel. And it
sounds like an accident waiting to happen.
Those screens were so heavy, it was more than enough to weigh it. And of course you had no force feedback fighting it, so you weren't really putting much stroke into the wheel. And it was a Formula 1 wheel, like the top half of the wheel didn't exist, as Formula 1 wheels decided to lose their round shape. And if you undid a bolt in the middle, you could take the steering wheel off. And it had paddles and 2 buttons on the front.
Doesn't sound cheap for back in those days.
No, it really doesn't. I'm sure back then my dad probably spent about £250 on it, which in today's money is probably about £400 on it. But nobody, and it had like proper 960-degree turning, whereas cheap wheels at the time, you could maybe turn them 90 degrees and then they'd stop.
Yeah.
So for its time, it was and it wasn't any of the brands we know today. I'll have to find it. It wasn't Fanatec, it wasn't Thrustmaster, Logitech. It was some 90s brand with a terrible logo that's disappeared from time and history.
So my first wheel I remember was a Satec, and it was the purple. You can find pictures of it online. It was a purple Satec, but I'm pretty sure I was using it with a PC. It wasn't when I was growing up. I was very fortunate. We had a big Micro, we had Amiga 500s, and then I got a PC when I was in secondary school. I'm a few years older than you. I was born in '79, hence why my car number was always 79. How original. But yeah, the pedals were just so basic. I mean, they were just, there was no resistance to those pedals, like the stuff that you would get, compared to now. But and oodles of fun playing IndyCar and NASCAR, even though I didn't really know what I was doing with IndyCar. I'll be honest, I still don't really know what I'm doing, even when I'm watching IndyCar these days. Just a few more messages in chat. Our American racer saying this is the first competitive ACC race he's doing. He's come from iRacing. This is a much different level of competition. Well, when you're doing an arranged event or an arranged league, you tend to find that. Somebody says, Erlovitz, which says he also loves McQueen and the year that he was born. 888 or 17 for me, says our American friend. Big fan of Loudness and Scotty Mac. I don't get the reference. And then Erlovitz, which does that answer your question about 95?
It looks like I got that spot on with the McQueen and the year they were born.
Yeah. Sorry, I just got the reference to that question. There we go. Right. So, Mr. Schaefer, he's 4 seconds back from Mr. Gold. I'm going to assume it's a Mr. I shouldn't assume anymore. But Mr. Gold or Mrs. Gold or Gold of any nature is 8 seconds up the road. So Schaefer there with 20 seconds, you know, in the 20 Audi is bearing down. But what's interesting is the Audi, the Aston Martin behind is now 7 seconds back from him. Or them, or they. I'm getting very confused. My brain's not going to go down right now. I'm surprised by that because they were putting it with them not long ago.
I mean, when it comes to people standards, I will say that sim racing is one of those series where it's just open to everybody. Anybody can take part in sim racing.
Yes.
Motorsport, unlike sports like boxing where it's divided into men, women, and then there's a bit of a furor of what to do with trans athletes, whether they should be with cis men or cis women or where they go. Racers can race in the same place, you know.
Yes.
There isn't that. Obviously, there is neck strength and arm strength when it comes to handling G-force and such, but I look forward to now. W Series seems to have closed. It's interesting to see.
Yeah. So has it?
Like,
so is that what's happened? Is W Series no more?
Do not quote me. Do not quote me on that. I just know that Formula One Academy has opened, and they're taking on drivers such as Abby Pulley. And
but didn't Abby announce she's doing something the other day? Did I see that?
Yeah, I think that was Formula One Academy. That's an F4. They're using like F4 cars, I think, for the F1 Academy.
Right.
I think this isn't. Oh, don't take it on.
Okay.
Don't take it on gospel. I was lucky enough to compete with Abby Pulley during lockdown.
Oh, what, in some sim racing?
Yeah, on iRacing. Abby Pulley, Alice Powell she was second in W Series times, runner-up.
Yeah.
I got to do some, I think it was like Formula Renault stuff in iRacing with them. That was really enjoyable and sort of furthers my point that sim racing is open to everybody and it's a great leveler between real racers, sim racers, men, women, non-binary people, trans men, trans women, however you identify, and plus disabled people as well. If you know, wheels can be adapted, so people like you have teams like Team Brit who cater to disabled drivers. We're just watching Tim Schaefer just going past one of the only racing cars there. But yeah, it's open to everybody, and that's why sim racing is unique. And obviously, the skills you get in sim racing are directly transferable to the real life equivalent, which no other e-sport can boast.
I mean, and the thing is, in sim racing, this is your point. You know, like I think men tend to be, you know, stronger than women. So when it comes to certain aspects of racing, but it won't be as much of a disparity because it's not like, you know, the machine is doing most of the work, right? So if you're fit and healthy and you work out, then I think that women should be racing in the same series as men. I don't see a problem with that at all. But in sim racing, it's even better because you can modify the force feedback. So, I mean, I have mine quite low, to be honest with you. Because actually I think it makes me slower if it's too high, too strong.
There's contact.
Yeah, a little bit.
Gold. That's gold being punched.
Oh, it is, yes. He's lost the position. That's an overtake. Sorry, we're chatting away and we're completely not paying attention to the action. I thought he was just getting past back markers, but I wonder then because Gold's off the pace.
Gold's lost
whether
two
he's
places in the time it took to say it. And now Gold's having an Olive car go past.
I think he's got back markers going past him.
That's never a good sign. Let's
have
shape up in second. Sorry, and synchronous.
No, it's fine. Yeah, that's absolutely fine.
Yeah,
1:45.5 he did that time.
Yeah, I'm sure Gold can't wait for the driver swap again.
Oh, the American friend's explaining that he uses his numbers because they're supercar drivers. They cut his fans off. There you go. Everybody's got something. Isn't that a song?
I'm not sure. Somebody's telephone. But
Right.
with women in racing, you've got teams like Iron Dames, haven't you? In GT racing.
I love their liveries. They're great. They're great.
Awesome livery. Great logo.
I love the pink one in particular. I'll be honest, I'm not normally a fan of pink liveries, but actually that one was stunning. genuinely just seemed to work. Because on the Ferrari, I just thought it looked amazing.
Of course, pink used to be a boys' colour, didn't it? Used to be traditionally, whereas we think of pink as a girl's colour these days, 100 years ago, pink was considered a boys' colour.
Oh, really?
Yep, so baby boys born in Victorian era, they'd be traditionally given pink clothes because pink was seen as a stronger, bolder colour than
It is a pretty bold
soft
colour,
blue.
to be fair, isn't it? Let's be honest.
Yeah, it's closer to red, but blue was
Yeah.
seen as a soft, feminine colour.
Well, I'm a bit like yourself. I like the more understated colours. I'm not all about big and brats, you know. So, like, the pinks that generally are used in sim racing, I find, tend to be the brighter kind of pinks. You know, like the in-your-face. Oh, as we see a McLaren off the track there.
I think
And
I
I'm
can
not a
explain
fan.
why.
Sorry?
I think I can explain why you see that.
Go
And I
on.
think most sim racers usually aren't graphic designers, and the habit is when you pick a colour, you just drag the glider to the most saturated, brightest version of that colour. Whereas you look at the sim racing GP car, which has obviously had their logo designed by a proper designer, they haven't just gone for the brightest red and the brightest yellow. It's a sort of a toned down, less saturated version. And of course, in sim racing, without real life weather, colours that are bright, they're just even brighter and sort of burn your eyes.
You might be onto something there, but like I say, you know, we've seen some cars where I've raced where they just had what feels like completely outlandish colour choices. And I kind of like, I look at them and I go, I don't know if I hate it, but I also don't know if I like it either. So yeah,
You get to notice.
it does, and that's the thing as well, especially at night. I think it has its advantages. Right, race control message for you. Car 555, warning, avoidable contact lap 111. This is the same car that also got a drive-through earlier on for avoidable contact on lap 104. So clearly not learning the lessons, so they're trying to be taught.
No, I find out, look who is driving 555 at the moment. That's Christian Butcher. That's not Butcher in a British spelling, that's Christian like Booker. Somebody will tell me if I'm pronouncing that horribly wrong, I'm sure.
I'm sure they will. Right, so I'll keep an eye on this P6 because they're catching P5. The gap up the top, P1 is heading towards 10 seconds. Goal is, well, I'll be honest, the 330 and the 776 are on similar pace, so I think Gold is going to stay in third for the moment.
Whilst being critical of Gold is at least consistent, keeping it on the track at the moment, not making mistakes, and as far as teammates go, I'd rather have someone like Gold than somebody who's really quick and then didn't it after 10 minutes.
He didn't make one mistake. Yeah. he hit them all. He hit them all. Let's be honest. I mean, we're not going to... I mean, I love what you tried to do there.
Sorry, Gold, I tried.
because you're right? I'm the kind of driver that some teams like because I keep it on the black stuff. I don't take risks, and I'll get asked to go and be in it. I'm an endurance racer, right? I'm not a sprint. I'm not a sprinter. I'm here for the endurance racing, and I'll get offers to join because they know that I'm consistent. I might not be as fast as some of the fast guys, but I'm not as slow as some other people. And when I've qualified in races, I'd often start down in P20. By the end of a 60-minute race, I'll be in the top 10 because I've got that consistency about me. So, and that you're right. Other than that mistake, that is what Gold's got on his side right now. Is that consistency? I'm not taking that away, but he did make quite a hefty mistake at the start of this.
But yeah, it could have been worse, and maybe we can put it down to the tyres weren't quite up to pressure yet. Maybe they were still a bit cold.
Yes.
He was just a little bit unfamiliar. You know, they should have a lot of practice in for a 9-hour endurance race. But
he is getting caught though. I would like to point out as Adam Burks in the 14 enters the pits. He is getting caught now. It's now down to 5 seconds that gap to P4.
Yeah, so
But he did a 143. He did a 143. There we go, 143.8. But it's still a second. It's still slower, a second slower than the car behind.
Yeah, that's not Christian Gold's fastest lap. I did see them much earlier, do a 143.2 or 143.4. So they are capable of it. It's just, yeah, it's tricky, but you know, sim racing's open to everyone.
Exactly.
That's
exactly.
why
This is it, right? This is it, and this is a team event, right? So win together, lose together. But this gap here. So Bendel last time round did their personal best, a 141.8. So they are currently last time round the fastest car on the track. There you go.
Yeah, they really are, aren't they? We've got Lopez in 21st doing 141s as well. They've just done a 141.9. They've got great pace given where they are.
Yeah, they were the ones that had that issue and a disconnect, weren't they?
Of course, yes, they did, didn't they? They had disconnect, so they are trying to work their way back up through the field.
Yes.
And they're much quicker than Burke's ahead of them. They're doing 144s.
Well, that last pit time was a 144.3 because they entered the pits. Hi Steve, you're back.
Yeah, with bad news, I'm afraid.
What's happening?
So the SGP car is out. We've had to retire.
What did
we
you
are
do?
we are a victim of the design of the sun protection, which is exactly what it's meant to protect, which
Steve,
is any attacks. But I don't know if I was talking to you, Paul, or the other Paul, and I was saying about you know, oh no, it was you, Paul, about
Yeah, it was me. Yeah.
how things can just go wrong, and things like, you know, technical faults and whatever. Well, my daughter managed to split all of the power off in the house. Like, all of the power went off in the house.
How did you didn't just go up to the fuse box and flick
She
it?
went up to the fuse box because it's apparently at a 2-year-old's height, and she just flicked it all off. And so I restarted my router and PC and everything, and yeah, I'm out. I can't rejoin. So unfortunately, that is just part of the thing that we had the protection in there to stop DDoSing and all of this, and that's great. But like, the benefit is that everyone gets to race on a server where we know that that we can't get attacked, which is brilliant. But the knock-on effect of that is there are some inconveniences, and we fell victim with that. One of the inconveniences is that if you
Have kids.
yeah, and things go wrong, you can't rejoin. So I couldn't rejoin, and yeah, SGP car is out, and that's really annoying because we were doing really well.
Yeah, no doubt there's going to be a disciplinary hearing, and your daughter's going to be brought into like a meeting, and you know, we're going to have to let you go from the family.
That's exactly it. You've already worked it out.
I mean,
so.
firm but fair. Firm but fair parenting.
Oh, so gutted. I'm absolutely gutted. But you know, it is what it is. But
Hey, that's
I'm really gutted.
You've fallen foul from your own protection systems. You can't make this
Yeah.
up.
And your own daughter.
I know. But what I would say is, so far the race has been really good. And, I'm gutted I didn't get to race in it. I was on the practice server. I got down to low 142s on race pace. So I think I'd have been able to keep that position as well. I think I would have been alright, but you know, it is what it is. Those things happen. So yeah.
You're out, but so you're in the practice server, and so is your teammate still out on the track?
No, we've decided to park it because the max time would be 35 minutes short, and it's not like a stop go penalty or anything like that. It's just an automatic DQ. So yeah, we're out, unfortunately. But there we go. It's what it is.
But the track's loss is our gain, so you get to stay in the comp box.
Yeah, I can stick around for a bit. Yeah, no problem. I think I do need to go and vent some anger somewhere first, though.
I need to go punish my daughter.
But luckily for them, they've got to go to that birthday party that I was referring to earlier, which I managed to avoid. But
you're rewarding, you're reinforcing that behaviour by saying, you flicked the power off, have a birthday party, or go to a birthday party as a reward.
I'm just going to restart the race. That's it. Just restart the race as if nothing happened.
It's my fault when I'm going home.
I will rejoin you in a bit though if you want, guys.
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, trying to do
cool.
commentary and doing all the broadcasts at the same time is
Bit hard.
challenging. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. All right. Give me a minute then. Let me just cool down a bit and then I'll come and join again.
All right, it'd be great.
All right.
Have
Cheers,
you back.
guys.
All right. Cheers.
Steve's just going to go put the whole drive on.
Yeah, so I don't know if you just saw, I just put a message up, car 100 warning, unsafe rejoin on lap 1, 2, 3.
I think we're just watching Bendel right behind Staples. That almost went very wrong. There's a little bit of contact between them at the bottom of the circuit. Sorry, top of the circuit. I'm watching the red dot, but that's not them. Yes, it is them. Yeah, for a moment I thought they were at the top of the circuit, but they weren't. They were at the bottom of the circuit. I think the map's flipped upside down from what I'm used to seeing on the Kyalami map.
Oh, is that going to be your excuse, is it?
Well, I'm used to the map. When I bring up racingcircuits.info, they have the map with the start-finish rate at the bottom. But on this map, the start-finish rate is top.
Yeah, top right. Yeah, or the right there. Yeah, I guess you'd say it's top right. Yeah, that's how it's done in this game. I think I can see another team is having an issue with a driver unable to join the server. So, yeah, I can also see, I think we're being joined by another commentator, Gareth Wanda.
Hello.
Hello, Gareth. How you doing?
Doing well, thank you. How has the race been for you two?
Yeah.
Exciting, spins and contacts and drive-throughs, and Bulls had to put up with me waffling on.
Nice.
We've got a bit of a battle developing for P3 now as well as that side-by-side action.
Cameron's able to hold on at the moment, but I think he'll be able to hold on much longer, isn't he? The pace difference between the two. And Gold's jumping in the pits. Is this going to be for a driver change? Do not pick up drive-through penalty, never get on that speed limit. So he goes over the bump, but doesn't spin the car. Are we going to see a driver change now, do you think, Gold?
Possibly, yeah. Maybe somewhere a bit more pace, because I think they'll be a little bit fearful that they're going to fall from the podium positions. We'll keep an eye on that, but we do have a battle here for P5. Gareth, to answer your question, the first hour was absolutely crazy. There was action all over the place. I don't know if you just heard, but Steve was with us. They fallen foul of their own protections on Let's GP. So his daughter flicked the power off in the house, and he's unable to rejoin now. I can see that in the chat there's also a driver reporting they're able to connect. So, but we've currently got 28 cars remaining. I'd imagine that's going to drop down shortly to 27. But the penalties have been firm but fair, I feel. A couple of drive-throughs, but I think we definitely know one drive-through for track limits. There hasn't been too many others at this time, but the 95 car is just on another level at the moment. But Schaefer looks to be keeping them honest.
Watching Bendel and Staples at the moment, these two getting very feisty with each other. Ferrari went very wide there. I think the outside line, he's found the flash of battery as well. I don't see the problem. Philip was just holding station, just running his normal line. And I thought the Ferrari sort of voluntarily went off the track there, but I don't know. Maybe somebody else saw something like it.
No, I didn't see anything.
All I see is that racing drivers love to flash. They love that button.
Take that out of context.
No. They love that button. Yeah,
They
for
do.
sure.
Yeah, none more so than Jonathan now.
Oh yeah. Oh, Jonathan loves that button.
Oh, and Philip Staples lost a bit of time there. He had a bit of a slow exit, and that allowed Bendel to close right up on his gearbox, and not able to make a move. And that is the, I think the cracked car just closing up on them as well. That's Larson in at 11. So Larson has a bit of a trend of being faster than the cars a lap ahead of him. Staples is able to keep his lead, lunges into the first corner from Bendel, but now Bendel's going to have to start defending from that faster NSX behind him. And then it's always a tricky position when lap cars want to unlap themselves, and then they've got the blue flags, and then you've got the faster drivers believing that the lap cars shouldn't be unlapping themselves and should just keep out of the way of the leaders. It starts to become a bit of a grey area in the water.
Gareth, myself and Cammy were talking about this earlier on. When you're in a different class, so say you're in the AM class and you're, say, in the top 10, you've got pros behind you, what do you do? Do you try and race them, or are you thinking, no, you're not part of my battle, I'll just let you go? What's the approach you take?
It entirely depends for me on the situation you're in the race, right? If we're in, early in the race and it doesn't really matter that much, and they have a lot more pace than me, then I just would treat it like a blue flag. Like, I won't dive out their way, but if they send it, I'll let them through. But if it's further back in the race, if you're an AM and you have no other AMs around and there's no one catching you or whatever, then yeah, race and have some fun. You're allowed to. Why not?
But what if you risked contact with that battle? If you were dying half an hour in your 30-second clip, contact, contact, getting close, weren't they? Bendel squeezes up the inside.
Yeah.
Not quite job done yet. They're still side by side as they go down. There can still be a rebuttal here from Philip Staples.
Rory going nice and defensive, still makes the apex, so settle down for now.
Nice bit of driving right from there.
Yeah, it's great to see
Respect.
respect.
That goal?
That is gold.
That's their car.
Yeah, that is their car. Who is driving it now? Is that Cher?
Cher, yeah.
Not the singer.
No.
As everyone was saying in the chat earlier, in like the second hour, there was criticism of the way his name was being pronounced. They're like, not sure, Cher.
That is the 16 Honda right now that's in 21st with Iggy driving.
Oh, that's Tiggy.
Just in the hairpin, let the Aston through. So the Aston lost a little bit more time there because he got caught up in that sort of third sector area, second sector.
That's not the red
really
sport
not placing
car.
it through.
Yeah, it's not the red car. So I thought it was
Similar.
the red car, but it's not. It looks very similar. Holder is... No, it's not Holder. Where is it?
That
Cher,
car, I
yeah,
think,
776, yeah. Currently P8, yeah, so not that Rev Sport car is the car we're looking for.
Yeah.
So gold
He's
is
a
no
while
longer
back,
in
he's
that
just
car.
going into the hairpin now.
Yeah, so they were leading the race at one point, Gareth, and then they had a driver in the car called Gold who wasn't really on the pace, and also these first few laps had a moment, put the car slightly into the barrier, nothing too bad, but it was in the 143s, 144s, where the others in the kind of top 10s have kind of been the 142, 141 sometimes as well, so wasn't really on the pace, but Bernard then's done really well to get past Staples. So
Well, I'm glad we've got Gareth there to tell us what's going on. We were getting that really wrong.
we were. Yeah.
Somebody's paying attention. I'm glad you joined us, Gareth. As we jumping back to how we pronounce it. It's Gareth Nordemir.
Gareth's better.
Yeah. Nordemir.
Nordemir, yeah, currently in 15th position. To try and fend off
Larson's your favourite driver, I'm getting the feeling, Kevin.
It seems to keep cropping up because he was unlapping himself and just seems to keep putting
Race
himself
leaders
in
behind this
tight
battle as
position.
well, I'd just like to point out.
I think Larson just gets himself into exciting situations all the time. But, so he's got the attack for 15th place, but he's going to have to be mindful of Lindblom coming through as well.
I think this is where 95 needs to be aware that he's the battle ahead of him as well. He needs to be mindful that he's got to understand these two are racing. They might not see him yet. So, then again, Schaefer behind is faster.
Car on the right. Clear on the right.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, Lindblom's trying to come through now as well. That's going to lose a lot of time for the car that Larson just overtook, and that's going to give Larson a real nice safety net there.
Larson timed that to perfection. He was able to get the move done and say, well, I don't have to move out the way of the leader yet.
Yeah.
So he's able to pull a little gap as well. Oh no, it's already here.
So we're just being asked in chat, pro versus class racing or overall. It's class racing. So it's where you finish in class. But we're just obviously discussing whether you've got to, I think Garrett's right, it all depends on the situation, whether you want to finish high or not. But for me, if I'm getting handed by a faster car, I find it a distraction. Oh!
The leader's just gone off. He was so close to the wall there, but he's kept out. So he has to go through those back markers slightly again there, Lindblom, who's now right at the back of this little train.
Got a little bit of downforce following another car, or he's just run too wide, or he's coming through cheating.
Yeah, it's through, there we go, just a tap curve.
Car on the right. Clear on the right.
Did a good job slowing it down there. Yeah.
Anyway, I better drop out. I promised Steve I'd do 90 minutes, and I think I've gone well over my prescribed 90 minutes. It's been a lot of fun doing this, and that's why I overran. I just wanted to stay here for a bit longer, but I don't want to overstay my welcome or anything, because I know Gareth will get on commentating alongside me before and having me out of the way, I'm sure. But thank you very much for having me, Paul. It's been a pleasure.
And with yourself, thank you, Cammy. You know, we've obviously spoken online a couple of times, so it's good to actually get to do some commentary with you in the virtual box. So thank you very much. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, I hope I get to do it again soon. Steve Wall, thank you very much for having me. Thank you very much, everybody. And yeah, I look forward to seeing how this race turns out and if FRIGUYS can stay on top.
Yeah, all right, Cammy, enjoy the rest of the day. Take care.
I will do. Goodbye, everybody.
Cheers.
Hi, Cammy.
There we go. It's Cammy. First time we've ever commentated together. Jeffrey earlier on. Steve's going to, now that their car's out, Steve's also going to come back and join us. So that'll allow me to concentrate on the broadcasting element. I changed that.
While Paul is dealing with this, Lindblom is now actually just ahead of Schaefer. I haven't got his livery for some reason, so it's slightly confusing seeing him in a different livery on each screen. But he's gone defensive into this long right-hander as the Audi is looking for a way round. Very hard to go in here. The Porsche stays on the left-hand side, which means the Audi is not going to be getting around there. Drifts wide, but can he sort of slightly undercut there? This is not a corner that you want to be diving on. He settles back inside for the S's. He's going to follow them around to the hairpin. And isn't quite close enough. He's just fallen back a little bit through there. Obviously cutting back to the racing line just before the corner. Really upset your racing line. As he now has to settle for it again. But this is all coming from that incident, and then having to be slowed down by the back markers once again for Lindblom. He's gone deep into that corner as well, so he's going to get a really bad exit from there. I don't know if the number 20 Audi wants to throw it inside a cheetah. It's not. It's going to be nice and safe. It feels like he has the pace and he can push around.
The Audi's showing some proper pace at the moment. This battle is slowing them both down. See their lap times, they cross the lines. They're both in the 1:43s.
Schaefer has a different class badge as well. Are there 3 classes in this race?
Yeah, there are. Yeah, I thought there was only the 2, but Oh, look at that, that's close. But yeah, I thought there was just pro and AMs, but we've got some silvers in here as well. So I put him in the AM bracket. But it's done by the, I'm sure you know this, it's done by the overall SGP rating of the team.
Yep.
Schaefer's clearly got some pace.
Absolutely.
I do like the car 95 zebra look.
Yeah, I don't have that livery sadly. I've just got him in black and red on my game, but it's good.
Yeah, I got sent it manually. Apparently, it wasn't loading properly. So
there we go.
Jonathan Earl reached out to me literally 5 minutes before the qualifiers started, saying any chance you
sorted you out.
But the thing was is that when I copied it across, it was already in my. It was like you want to overwrite existing files. I'm like, yes, I must have it. For some reason, it wasn't showing. So, well.
I'd expect that they have maybe changed something slightly from the version that was uploaded and it wasn't working, or the original version didn't have the DDS or something silly like that, and Awesome Sim Racing had made you a folder but not put anything in it because of that or something. It can happen with a slightly awkward livery system that we have in ACC, but it's worked, and it has at the end gotten us this lovely Porsche livery in the lead. I do agree, it's quite nice.
Yeah, I like it.
Not normally a fan of these sort of texture-y camo liveries, but it's quite good.
No, and as Cami quite rightly reminded me, it looks very similar to the Red Bull one that they sometimes pull out when they haven't got their livery sorted for the car.
Love a camo testing livery, don't they?
Me too, yeah. So Staples in on the 72 has just handed over to Buckley in the pits. Battle here for P1. Earlier on, at the start of the race, Earl was in the 95 and was having to defend staunchly from the chasing car, and then they had contact later on in the race, so set them back a little bit. So they've done well to get back into P1. Like I say, the 776 was also in the lead of the race, but they've had a couple of moments. And that's the thing about endurance racing, it's not over till somebody, I was going to say the fat lady singing, but I don't know if you're allowed to say that anymore. So I was going to say until someone's singing. This is by far the closest. Here we go.
Porsche in the
goes
pits.
into the pits. Yes.
Yeah, just had a little wiggle as well, so clearly not loving the Porsche around here. See if he slots in another driver or if he's going for another stint. Obviously having just come in, I'm not sure exactly where everyone was beforehand.
Yep, so Earl handed over the car to Lindblom. So Earl's done 2 stints so far. I think Lindblom did the second stint, so I think he's done 2 as well. So I'd imagine there'll be another driver swap here. No, he didn't. No, he did. No. So they've got Milius, who's the other driver. In one car. Peter Brett, who I'm told is very fast. Jonathan Earl is back in the car. There we go. So Jonathan's also got some decent pace.
Yeah.
This Audi has pace.
Absolutely, this Audi actually, since I've joined the server, is up there with the Astons in terms of straight line speed, so he's doing well. They've got a setup that's definitely working around here. They look stable in the corners and have a nice pace on the straights. Can't tell how long anyone has been in the car yet, but once everyone has pit stopped, my race control will be up to date. That will be good. So there he is, yep, he's going into the pits. He's going to try and basically react to what the Porsche in front of him did. If he can get better in-lap there than Johnny Earl got on his outlap, could do a bit of a little overcut there. It'll be difficult, obviously, because Johnny, I assume, will be on fresher tyres, although he will have to warm them up. He probably has more fuel, so just kind of equal out. Neither of them look like they've had too much interruption by back markers on these laps. Johnny might have had to get past that one Honda. Number 20 has started moving as John comes down the back straight, so that's a big gain for the Audi. He's going to have less momentum, so this gap will close, but it's not going to close significantly.
No, it's not, is it?
That's a big move there from the Audi. So Johnny Earl better have that pace that we're promised now, because he has some work to do. He's got to catch up to Cesar.
Yeah, he's got more pace than Cesar, I think. From what I remember earlier on in the race, he's got the pace on him. I could be wrong. I remember he might be playing tricks on me, but...
So Sven Kunas, the leader of the Audis, is now in the lead. We'll see if he comes in any time soon as well.
In Aston.
Yeah. What did I say?
He said Audi. That's right. We've all done it. When you've got a lot going on.
It's still technically the morning for me. Leave me alone.
Have you seen my message? There's a feed of mine in the 9-hour broadcast chat. You wanted to see my feed?
Yes, I have your feed.
Okay.
Yeah. I like, you know, that Aston we're just looking at now. That is another textury camo livery that I actually quite like.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah.
It's nice and subtle. It's got the flag on there. It's you know, going strongly into nationality.
It's got please no Punterino.
Please no Punterino, yeah.
Yeah.
Classic. Classic. Is that Lithuania?
Yes.
Lithuania and their team name. Nice.
Yes.
Stuff.
This is where the developers of XP are based as well. Right? Where they're from.
Oh, well, yeah, okay.
A bit of a nice crossover there. They did this last time when everybody else pitted. They were one later stopper. So they took over the lead of the race earlier on as well.
Interesting.
The bearing down at the moment. Not on the position. It's the 385. That is currently 15th, driven by Sumner.
Yeah. Nice.
So let's have a look. So last time round, Cesar was ever so slightly quicker than Earl. Minimal. Oh, we've got to get a flag out for 12.
What's that last?
I went quite far back. Oh, there we go.
Oh, big drift.
That was nearly contact with the Aston there.
Job for the Aston to avoid that, for sure.
Yeah. That was a heart in mouth moment, wasn't it? 3-3-0 is in the pits then. That gets Joe Share back up into third. Back onto the podium. That's the Rev Sport car. And this is the one where they had gold in the previous stint. And unfortunately wasn't able to keep up with the pace. But Share, definitely, that's not a problem for him. He's in the 141s. Last time round was quicker than Earl. again. I mean, Earl was quicker than Cesar last time as well, so but he's stuck
Really
behind
nice
another.
pace.
Yeah, he's stuck behind the other Repsport car. Jonathan Earl loves the flashing button.
Yeah.
Loves it. Absolutely loves it.
Cammy mentioned that. Yeah. I am aware. It's a very popular one.
Well, look, I mean, to be fair, this Honda is making life really difficult for P2. Which,
Not being the easiest here, is it?
no, and the problem is, right, is that they're going to try and cut back. That's what they were thinking there about cut. The thing is, right, I don't understand that approach, because what you're only going to do is antagonise the cars trying to get past you, and that means they're going to start taking more risks. When people take risks, that is when mistakes happen. So I'll never understand that. I'll never understand that approach. But anyway, that's really hampered Jonathan Earl here. For FRIGUYS Motorsport on it. Now over 3 seconds that gap. There's a yellow flag here as well for Adelena in the 91 Porsche.
Ooh, just a little bit wide. The grass keeps out the wall. That is probably almost a Kyalami classic there.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
It's quite a common one, but
I know it very well myself. Yeah.
yeah, manages to keep out the wall though, so it's not going too badly. Looking at this FRIGUYS Audi, who is leading Johnny L on the catch.
I want to know what they've written on the front of the splitter. Let's have a look at that later.
Just gonna check the bed.
So fast compared to me going through here. Still on it. Absolutely on it. There's a back marker ahead of the Audi ahead as well. There's actually a bit of a grap. What's a grap? A bit of a group of them ahead. You've got the 707. I see the 55. There's another one with an engine and a one-up ahead as well. So, and then there's a bit of a gap to the 72. So, Jonathan might be hoping that allows him to get onto the back of him, but at the same time might also become a hindrance to the man in the Porsche too. There's a slow-moving car here as well.
Yeah, the 911 Audi has just had an off on Cheetah and is now driving into the pits. So good job they dived into the pits because they had a lot of fast-moving cars just coming up behind them. Big old train. Yeah, that was right now. The safe as far as I can see. As you said, coming up to two back as you can see now.
Yeah.
It's Adelina in the 91 Porsche and Manso driving the 707.
Yeah, flag out. There's a couple of...
Mercedes. Oh yeah, there's a crash, isn't there? This is, I think there's two FRIGUYS with this. This is the 92, I think there's one also, so just over the curve.
Making contact with the Lamborghini. I mean, you know, decent race in the Lambo. But the stewards will review that and get back to us.
Yeah, looks like he had a bit of trouble over the curb as our leader passes the first of his two challenges here. You can see what looks like an owned car up front. Where I think it is, I think it's just a similar picture. And we've also got the Hatsune Miku looking Mercedes, which isn't a Hatsune Miku Mercedes. But as soon as I saw those colours, I thought it was.
How was your beef last night?
Beef. Yeah, it was good. They drove around in circles, Paul. It's how we do.
circle racing. I just struggle with it. I do. I just struggle with it. It's a me thing.
Yeah.
But I love the fact that you love it, and that's what matters.
Yeah, I don't understand it either, but I think it's goofy. Got the Daytona 500 tonight, the Great American Race as they call it. Because Americans love nothing more than over-egging the pudding.
Yeah, I love the fact you can have a World Series but no one else is in it.
Yeah.
It does make me laugh. We do have an American racing with us today, which is great to see. Someone's put in chat, he's a bit of a cheeky flasher, that early boy.
Oh yeah.
And then they've also written, wait for Peter Brett to get into that Porsche. That's some scary speed there.
Nice.
And then Cammy's just written, Gareth is a big weeb, a big anime nerd. Anime nerd. There you go.
Listen. Watch Super GT. That's about as. And Dragon Ball Z. There we go. You know, I'm happy it's not the Hatsune Miku. It's a Mercedes in those colours, so
Yeah.
my brain was like, oh no, we've got one. Need someone in the old Jimmy Broadbent NASCAR V1 delivery if anyone gets it. But, our leader Sasa has now made his way through most of those back markers. Yeah, that's the 555 ahead of him, Butcher.
Yeah, that's had a
peeling
couple of
around.
penalties. Yeah, today.
Got his rain light on. I like that. I appreciate the unnecessary rain light.
But gets out of the way nicely.
Yep.
Whilst we wait for that lead to hot up, we've got a battle here between the Lambo and the Porsche. It's the Lambo that we saw not long ago have contact with the car behind. So we've got Vladimir here, and we're in the battle, trying to make a move on the inside.
That's a
That marker,
interesting
maybe?
little situation there. Yeah, that's Vladimir trying to get past one of the back markers. That's Tiggy, I believe. And then we have Jay Share in this as well, one of the leaders, and then a back marker Honda, but they're the two behind him. That's P3 and then P22 and then P16 who's trying to overtake Vladimir. So full on late stage endurance racing going on here. They're in the back of shot, just trying to get past backmark Honda, not quite making it. Share getting past pretty cleanly there, not losing either of those cars too much time. This is looking good for Nordemir overall.
Oh, we've got a Honda on the side of the track.
Oh, that's Haskell. So did he have a coming here with Nordemir while we weren't looking in the background there?
I don't know. He's pulled off. Maybe he's having a technical issue. Yeah. Coming again. Yes, he is. Look. This battle, there's also a battle on number 7 as well.
Yeah, this one's close. That's a dive on the inside there for the 72 as we're seeing that in the box. That was easily made. Then Lamborghini. Then there we go. Yeah, just a nice simple move. Dive on the inside, steals the apex, forces the Ferrari round wide, takes place.
We've seen a lot of that today. It's a very, around here, it's a very popular corner to make that move.
that Howard's been pushed away from Nordmir. This is the closest lap we have on the track. Here it is, Partes. No idea if I said that anywhere near right, but Alpha Sim Sport here, 267, is chasing down the Lamborghini. Very colourful Lamborghini.
It's very colourful.
Is this the one with the unicorn thing? I think it is. See it as it comes past the camera. Lamborghini for some reason have a lot of these liveries. I think this is one team that love their outrageous colourful cartoon liveries.
Yeah.
So every year we get one in ACC.
It's very Lambo though, because their cars are quite outlandish anyway, aren't they?
Yeah. Spaceship things.
Hanson there, the replay's going to have a bit of a moment.
Always going to be curb. Yeah. Ferraris don't like curbs. That's the number one.
Yeah, but that's a big curve, that one though, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's a big curve.
Particularly big curb. No cars like that curb. Yeah. Very close there through the S's. Not much you can do through the S's, so you just have to chill for a little bit. Too far away to make a dive into the hairpin.
P5 in the bottom right hand corner of the screen as well.
Yeah, that's Dennis Simmons chasing down Stevens in the Hades. Another outrageous debris. Porsche looking like he dipped out to the side there. This is obviously where the Porsche, this car has most issues, so
Yes, we've seen
he's
this a lot.
very close to the back of the Lamborghini to make the move.
Early on in the race, we were watching for quite some time when Earl trying to get past Audi, and there would be times when the final corner, the Porsche was side by side, but by the time the Audi put the power down, it opened up like a gap in the car's length. So quite dramatic, really, the difference.
Porsche, very good start on the right, and that one issue is something we need to definitely touch on. It feels really bad when you've just got alongside someone and they just leave you.
Demoralising, I'd imagine.
People struggle with how slow the Ferrari is straight, so I wouldn't be able to deal with Porsche at all.
Hamlin is coming up on these two as well behind. Now, they've had a Porsche earlier on with quite a substantial lot of damage. I think qualified 17th that year, if I'm right. So two Porsches versus a Lamborghini.
Milas as well, just having a little bit of a mistake on the going wide, losing a bunch of time close. Nothing that inside happened there. So just to put off a few of these battles coming up. You can see Hamilton in a Porsche during Cody. Interesting to see Hooter in a Porsche as well. It seems like Cody has managed to bully these two into his car after
And also Santon in a Ferrari.
This might be the only time where the Porsche's strength has been not an issue. Porsche.
It's going to give Hamlin an opportunity here.
Yeah,
He's on the outside.
Outside, can hang it around the outside here to
10 in terms of power tank.
It's close, nearly a little bit of rubbing there, but he's sticking towards the outside. Now the other Porsche on the inside, there's a bump there.
Once they both get through, Hamlin now on the inside, but the Porsche just gets enough across the block. Has he gone too deep in though, so Hamlin can get
Stay on the line, yeah. Maybe.
Oh no, not quite. And there is the death curve here, so Hamlin's not going to want to go side by side through there.
Great bit of racing for both of them. This is allowing the Lamborghini to escape momentarily.
And even if Neon manages to get past Barthez, he's going to end up stuck on the back behind the same way Barthez was before. It's quite likely. Had a pretty trouble-free time. And the beauty of the hairpin is you can take a bunch of different lines because getting that fast exit is so important.
He thought about that momentarily.
Awesome place to run center.
Yeah.
Steve.
Hello, Steve.
How's it going, guys?
Well, Hamlin trying to do this other Audi.
Other Porsche.
Porsche. We keep saying Audi for other cars. Still
Oh, Hamlin goes, make a move on the inside into T1. He's getting
just
the room.
close it enough to push the other Porsche wide, but managed to get a better exit, so he's going to be wide again. Doesn't want to send it into the corner that's inevitably going to close. Being a little bit too aggressive now, maybe. He's getting a tad impatient. He knows he's faster than this other car, and he's desperate to get moving on. And that has sometimes put it off a bit, but he's also, every time he does this, he's making it a chance that the 267 will make a mistake as well. Pulling along. A couple of screwing about. I see a couple of people in second. This is still the closest, and we've still got this Lamborghini just ahead as well, who's not pulling away a huge amount. It's about the falling behind. These two should be able to. We saw that Porsche was catching him before they started fighting with Hamlin. This is the apex a little bit wide, so I don't think anything's going to be happening quite this time.
Do you think we should be seeing Hamling a bit further up the field at this point, Aaron? He's like obviously a quick driver. Seeing back there is sort of a bit, seems a bit strange.
Yeah, he is. He's definitely a little bit further than we're used to seeing. Him and Hooter both in that team not super used to Porsche, so and it can be a tricky car to drive with. So if we just as they're getting used to it, proving my point there, the other Porsche having a huge moment, almost in. We keep seeing people get very close to the Kyalami Classic over there, but not quite hitting the wall. Safe. Here we go. This is the Aston Martin that Danny Simmons is driving right now. Track racing.
go past? Or?
Oh no, we saw that just before you went into the middle break. So Martez made a mistake, kept it out. Now you can see dropped a good chunk behind Hamling. But Hamling's going to have to try even harder to get past this Lamborghini as we saw earlier. Pace difference that they have.
How are you feeling now, Steve? Are you woosard and you're all relaxed now?
Yo, absolutely gutted. To be honest. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is. To be honest with you, I was going to say I'm more like gutted for like the other drivers. I am gutted for the other drivers, but like genuinely, I was really excited about taking part today. So I'm gutted about that. But yeah, I also feel really bad for the other guys as well. They put a lot of work into this. So it's a shame, but yeah, nothing we can do about it.
I think no pocket money for a lifetime for your daughter. I think that's it.
Yeah, but you know, what can you do? She looked so innocent as well. She's all like half laughing at and I was like, oh.
If only you knew that.
There we go. So yeah, bring me up to speed, I guess. I think last time I saw we were about 5 hours in, so or 5 hours to go. So what's happened in the last 3 quarters of an hour?
Hamling has hopped into this Porsche, and as we can see, is giving it a good go at taking some of these fast drivers. This is exactly what you were talking about earlier, when we were getting side by side with a faster car and just happened to leave.
Yeah.
He's so much better in some of these corners, but can't always overtake him. There's the corners where the Porsche is faster, so he's having trouble. I've seen a bit of a mix-up at the front. Talking about 776 was leading the back a little bit. They've had their slower driver in the car now, so they're starting to draw back in their faster drivers. We saw the Audi of number 20, who's in the lead. He managed to take the 95 in the pits. Really good little overcut there. So Johnny Earl is now in that Porsche trying to close up the gap. He is constantly closing, just very slowly. This has been the big battle for the last little while.
There's a drive-through that popped up in car 1.
Yeah. Those two teammate Ferraris. I think it's the second drive-through I'm aware of track limits. And the Lamborghini people ahead for the guesses.
The Porsche is right on the back of him now as well, because these two are obviously battling, slowing each other down.
Big dive into the air, but a little bit wide. Luckily didn't touch there. Too bad there, but that puts the other Porsche alongside the Lamborghini as well. The Lamborghini should be able to pull past that Porsche. Firstly, then it's like behind Hamlin. On the inside. Oh, they're both going really, really deep there. Porsche alongside Porsche. Martez has got the worst exit because he's so much on a tight line.
Quite a good showing for the Lamborghini though, to be fair. Not too bad so far. Looks like a respectable pace. That's the 917 Ferrari gets it all out of shape.
Good to see the 3 Ferraris still here though.
Yeah. Yeah, again that number 9 or 92 Ferrari having a good run.
Probably seen as many Ferraris in the other league, me and we only have
I was about to say, not the most popular car, is it, the Ferrari? So yeah, it's good to see.
Casual drivers. I think it's quite a handful to drive, even on some of the tracks are really nice. So,
do you think we're going to get the new Ferrari in season?
Yeah, I believe they have announced it.
Oh, they've announced it?
Yeah,
the GT3?
With the new GT3s, yeah. The Lamborghini and the Ferrari.
Amazing. Well, I hope that the Lambo is more competitive. I hope that the
Yeah.
Ferrari's more competitive. And what was the other one, did you say? Porsche.
Porsche, yes, the 992.
Amazing. Sexy car. And I hope the Porsche's a bit more drivable. But to be fair, I went through a bit of a phase where I loved the Porsche. I really loved the way that it drove. I just couldn't get the speed out of it. Like with the Aston during the practice earlier, I was like, I got into low 42s, which for me is really like that's pretty good. And that was on race pace. So I think on like quali pace, I could probably have got into like mid 41s, which for me would be very, very good. But I could just pick that like car up and just drive it. But the Porsche, it felt like it was always just out of reach. That that extra bit of pace that you get. Like, when you feel like you're getting the maximum out of the car. I just never felt like I could get there with the Porsche. But yeah, those that can, like, love it, and they do a good job of it. So Hamling is racing the Stefan Putter team, is it? Good stuff. Love Stefan, top bloke, very, very good guy. Yeah, who doesn't love Stefan? Mr. Positive, always.
Yes.
That's what I need in my life right now. I need Stefan.
Need more Stefan.
Stefan, if you can hear this, please come and cheer me up in the commentary.
Stefan would work as a commentator as well, because he can talk forever.
You can talk.
Yeah. He would keep you all entertained.
A warning here, is that for avoiding contact for car 92? It's another bit of stewarding from the great team in the background.
192 is the leading Ferrari. Actually, I think we did see that, just a little bit of a tap out. Nothing too much, but like giving enough space, obviously these stewards can lead. So Hamling's next victim is Cami's favourite, Eric Larson. It's quite away, quite away. But Hamling is quite a pace. He's in the 41s on that last lap, so he is on the leading pace. So
He's got the 917 Ferrari ahead of him as well. I think the one we just knocked on the road sort of spun.
yeah, the 917 we saw in the chat just said that they're enjoying themselves. Made a mistake on their own, but they believe they have the pace to catch the cars ahead.
Cami's asked why is Larson her favourite?
Because apparently they kept getting mentioned, right? He was always in the interesting action. I believe that was what I heard when I came in.
And just as the camera changes, someone asks why are we watching 189? Just when the camera changes. So here is number 836.
836, yeah. Is the Honda. He just got past Adelina in the 91 Porsche. So he's got some pace in him there. He's had a bad lap, but that is the lap that he did the overtake on. So obviously shouldn't judge him too much on that. Trying to catch to Kevin Tiggy, especially at this sort of pace in the race. There are a lot of people with large gaps, so we won't be seeing that anytime soon. But he's already pulled quite ahead away of that Porsche that he was behind.
Shout out to Fu Manchu in the chat that was asking about the car 189. What car would you like to see? It's only fair that we do a little bit of share the love around. What car would you like to see?
Absolutely, there's no one too close to each other right now, so
probably be a good time to flick through the field just to give everyone a bit of love. Who have we got here? I need to get better resolution feed. How I can barely see it. Okay.
Are you complaining about my feed? Is that what you're saying?
No, your feed's been
Do you wanna maybe up the quality?
No. It's just me being a moany, upset little boy.
Eric Larson passing some back markers. They're very colourful cracked Honda. Powered by VRS. I don't know if one of them is just bought a VRS wheel or something. There's some sort of meme in here that we're missing, but Larson's on a pretty good pace here. Even with Guillaume being ahead of him in pace, he is ahead of the cars in front of him in pace, so we could see some more closing up here. And that gap between 11 and 10 isn't quite as big.
I was hoping for a bit of rain in this race, but I don't think we're going to get any. I think it's a little bit too sunny. So it's probably going to be drier for the entire race, which I don't know, some drivers like a bit of rain. Personally, I like a bit of rain. But it doesn't look like we're going to get any for the rest of the race, which is a bit of a shame. I always like that little bit of danger of rain, but
The mixed condition spice is always fun. Especially as when you get into one of these big long races, it can be nice to mix up your strategy a little bit. Once you're settled and you haven't had an incident for a while, you can sort of get into a routine. Obviously 65-minute driver stints in this, so a few back markers are looking anywhere close to a pit stop right now. Share will probably be the next of the main cars that we see pitting in the 776 Honda. So on the same pace as Johnny L, slowly catching the lead up, but very, very slow. Cessa's had a good pace out there, leading in the Audi. This time I'm actually right to say Audi.
thanks Paul for that update stream. But yeah, the Ferrari that had a bit of an off earlier. Let's should we let me bring up the timings and we'll do a rundown with
His teammate was telling us that they believe they have the pace right now to capture cars, and you can see that by the fact that the car ahead of them, there was the 13th position car. They were keeping up nice and consistently with him, so their pace was really well. Sessa comes up on another back one. Jonel just slowly closing in. Across the whole time since they've got in though, it's only really gained just over half a second. Made a good bit in that corner actually. Cessa must have been slow there, it's got a little bit wide as well. Went down to below 2 seconds, so just over a second now he's gained over the whole time we've been here. And about half of that was in the last lap, so maybe now he can see the Audi directly in front of him. Getting a bit excited with the pace on. Too long if he keeps this up.
just trying to bring pass information on.
911 car. This one just had an incident behind the cars we love now. See, is it finally going to be the Kyalami Classic? Yeah, that's the one. Stays out the wall again, but this time does have a full turnaround, so we'll lose a lot more time.
Those tyres will be feeling rather rough right now. So, gone out 2 seconds down on P1 then at the moment. Lapping a few tenths a lap quicker, which is interesting. And they're still yet to unleash their secret weapon, Peter Brown. He is the driver, so this is looking pretty good for the FRIGUYS team at the moment. After that little bit of a hiccup at early part of the race, but yeah, looking like they're in a good position at the moment.
about secret weapons as well. Have we seen Valawenda yet this race? Because he's in the Honda that's behind these two. And we know from ACCSS that he is a very fast driver in these team events. We could be having...
I think we've seen him do one stint so far.
So he's got a lot more time left on his cards to start doing as well.
Here's a name I've not seen in a while.
Yes, though.
Yeah, I've not seen it in a while. Well, not in a race that I've broadcasted anyway.
The 92 Ferrari to Santon. Bendel. Big fan of how that car is looking. What in here for the Onid in chat? As we see the Onid accident just ahead of this 10th place Audi at 16th with the number 9 car with Howard at the wheel right now. Also heard from chat that within 20 minutes FRIGUYS secret weapon comes out. So the Sweeney boy's on his way.
Just hope that he's followed the protocol for servo protection. He hasn't had any power cuts. Should all be okay.
No, though, he might not need the secret weapons when he's getting very close to the Audi ahead. He's now
They will because of the driver time. So,
yes. They may already be past the Audi when they get there. But we're gonna once again see, as you were talking about earlier, the Porsche straight line speed. Very nice in the straight line, especially coming out of those corners. So sort of nulls the Porsche's best area as well a little bit. That nice big chunk gain there through the hairpin.
it's interesting because at the start of these two guys' stints, they were on similar pace.
Very similar, yes.
But as the stint has gone on, I don't know if it's a trademark of the Porsche, but suddenly a lot more pace.
Fuel's getting lower, so the car's getting faster and also more eager to kill Johnny O. He's holding it on nicely and is now fully within the draft of that Audi. Even in the draft, he's very slightly fallen back. Very nice run in the first corner, so sticking to him. Try and think what is the real overtaking opportunity for the Porsche here. The best one's obviously going to be if the Audi makes a mistake out of one of these slower corners where the Porsche is just a little bit more nimble. Check up slightly on the entrance to the far right hander, so anyway, yeah. Clearly not trying to brake later, just trying to scare the car ahead of him. We have Yesto there on our standing, topping into the pits, and promotes Eric Larson to 10th position. As well, those times handling has taken 4 seconds out of Larson. So if this battle keeps
Sorry,
going
Gareth.
for long enough, we've got a couple of back markers in a row ahead of these guys. That will start to look really interesting when they get tangled in this.
See, this is where I'm more used to seeing John, is that sort of more aggressive and just aggressive right away to play position. Yeah, but he does it in a good way. He's very safe and respectful driver. Obviously, everyone makes mistakes and stuff like we saw earlier. Maybe blame that on him, but this is where I'm used to sort of seeing him attack. And I'd imagine we're going to see a move anyway. Maybe
See the lights flashing.
He loves flashing the lights.
He does. He's a flasher.
As Steve said, he puts it in there. Also, the Audi just go a little bit wide. Gets the inside for Cheetah.
Uh-oh.
Scary going side by side through him. The Audi lets him have it.
Nice.
Forces his way through into first position with Jonathan Earl. The FRIGUYS Motorsport team. Still got a little bit of the stint timer before he has to give over, so he can keep pacing. Just has to get completely past these back markers. Very slow BMW there that he gets absolutely shot past. That's one of them out of the way nice and easily.
4 hours remaining.
Yep.
Not long left.
There we go, Cher also third position in the heads. Well, they were the furthest along on their stint timer.
Are you planning to come to the Expo this year, Gareth?
Yeah, I would like to. I would definitely like to.
Good to have you there. We've obviously a little bit earlier in the year this year. Different venue, should be easier to get to as well. And this is for position, is it?
Larson is going past Howard, that's the Onid car in 16th place.
Love the colour of that.
That's really nice, yeah. Okay, that car just up the road there is the next car for position for Larson. Replay. Exactly where we are, we just got the hairpin yesterday, so it was going to be just around the next corner. You can see the better exit there, really put him in position to make this move right in the slipstream. Keeps his disadvantage on speed to a minimum, and then later braking forces the Audi out wide, which gives him the advantage on the exit. And then, as was very rightly said in chat, just takes the corner at gunpoint. You're going to have to risk going through this side by side, or just give it to me here. The Audi gives it.
Yeah, it's always scary to see cars go side by side through there. But two very respectful drivers making that work.
Jump back to the pits and get rid of flag. They're showing a yellow flag, but I think it's just the game that's showing the bump. It sometimes does this.
Yeah, because they're in the
pits. Yeah.
What's happened right there? There's probably Esto out of the pits, he's chasing down Larson chasing down Wagoner. Sasa just trying to keep up with Johnny Earl further forward. There's Pobiesto just behind. Tiggy there has gone into the pits.
Guys, I'm going to have to drop off for a bit. I will be back as quickly as I possibly can. But I'll see you in about half an hour, if not a little bit sooner. But I'll be back as soon as I can.
Good time, yeah.
There's no instance for the stewards to be reviewing, so as things stand, unless track cuts. I mean, we're quite a way into the race now. We don't know how many track limits violations that each team has got.
I'm going to try and find out what happened with that very car. So it turns out the 91 car, driven by Perry, it's the classic switch up into second while leaving the pit box. It has been disqualified for speeding in the pit lane. It's a very painful one.
Ouch.
It's got a lot more strict ACC has over. Even since I've been playing it with the pit lane speeding, but apparently he was going 130 kilometers per hour on exit, so that is quite a lot over this week. Watermere there. Keeping a good distance. He's actually pulled away from Pobiesto in the last few laps. We are starting to get towards an area where we're going to see a bunch of pits. Next 10 minutes or so. That's going to shake things up a bit, put some new drivers in, get some new pace differentials. Yeah, here we go. This is a bit of a back on train there. We're watching P19 right now with Peter Schmidt. Behind him P7, and then P17, and then P1. So more full-on multi-class madness here. Pretty Earl at the back of this train. P7 getting on the inside of P19. He's going to give that one away. Also, and the race leader through. So he's got that all done in one. That was a good job by him. Now everyone. Yeah. Can be dangerous to do the go wide and let people through, but he was already on the outside of the other car, so in that situation it's almost no time lost situation, honestly. You're going to get the bad exit anyway, so just get a very slightly worse exit and then get the slipstream as you follow them down the straight to catch you up again. Oh, very easily passed as well. This is where, as the black market cars, you are just gaining time for free down the straights until the leaders have pulled
he's got a bit of a gap to the car behind him in P20. It's a minute and a half, but he's also then got a minute and 10 second gap to the car in P18. So
Yeah.
this is
Very
the Ferrari
well,
we saw
yes.
doing the spin earlier on.
Yeah. 7. He's yeah, the car who in position is behind Peter Schmidt, actually very far away from him. Track. The car ahead of him is Huck's Hez, I believe. Yep. 11. Very colourful Lamborghini P12 behind him, so he is sort of sandwiched in between two cars racing position there, as we see Danny Simmons across our camera. Not in a Ferrari, it's a Martin ride.
Just trying to give a bit of airtime to some of the other cars out there.
Yep.
Whilst things have settled down for a bit.
As Steve said, shout out in chat if there's anyone you particularly want to see, and if there's not a battle happening, happily some luck.
Adam in chat, show car 14.
Unfortunately, I was going to ask you what your favourite livery is, Paul, and my answer would be the SGP livery on car 14. But unfortunately, since that's not running, it'd have to be either Onid or one of those teammate Ferraris for me. I think.
I like the livery on 95.
A few more guys coming into the pits there. Cortez just behind him. And Dylan Smith also going into the pits in the Ferrari.
It's unusual. It's quite a glossy livery. You don't see many glossy liveries being used.
Most people just leave the settings on the basics, don't they?
Yeah.
I like to have a bit of matte black on my colours if I'm using the editor. I never normally go for the glossy, even this is
You like this one, don't you?
yeah, look at that. It's fantastic.
It's got a bit of matte to it at the back.
Colour, nice and colourful. Too glarish.
Are you using the new link that I sent, by the way?
Yes.
It's about-
Just saw on Murray's control there another yellow flag for Millis, and he's going fine, but judging on where he is in the track, it's another incident going through the cheetah curb there. The curb is very scary and has been almost catching people out all day. We haven't seen any big wrecks there yet. Millis in 3rd position right now. Actually, yeah, he's done that a couple of times now, and a lot of other people have done that a lot more as well. So it's looking like it wants to take a life, but it just hasn't quite taken anyone yet. This car is in 3rd position. He's pacing rather well in general. Actually, that's slowing down there. Cher behind him is catching quite rapidly, but he's also already slightly out of sync on the pit stops, so not really a direct threat to him. Manso and Buckley, new 2 in the pits. 7th and 8th respectively in the siege.
When do we expect Hamlin to come back in?
Hamling is 55 minutes into his stint, so within the next 10.
He'll move up, I think, to P8 once he goes past the...
Yeah, well that's Manso actually, you can't see him, but he's basically underneath the camera right now. So as we come into turn 1, he's right there, and there's Guillaume Hamling just poking his nose in. Really close as they exit turn 1. Hamling is still stuck in 10th, that was incredibly close on the exit. A bit of grass there for Manso, but not slowed down too much.
This is a relentless track, Kyalami, with regards to back markers, isn't it? Because of the nature of it. It's... wouldn't say it's a particularly large track.
Yeah, it's a track where less back markers are actively giving positions. You have to lose time because even if you know he's not going to defend, if you send it, you still don't want to send it on an awkward corner, right? So yeah, back markers can play a lot into these sort of longer races. Johnny Earl is in the pits. We get here, he comes in the chat. This is going to be apparently the FRIGUYS' secret weapon. Getting into the car, as we've been led to believe. Hamling on the inside. Hasn't quite got his car really alongside. Mercedes is giving him space once again. See a car on the inside for the corner, but Mercedes just has to pull out the corner, doesn't care. He's not going to get plugged into this corner at all. Takes that back. Now, Porsche's got to struggle up the long straights.
I hope they haven't hyped him up too much. He goes to the 145.
Yeah, if he comes up, gets to what is it like turn 3 and immediately bends it.
I'm expecting fastest lap of the race for this guy. The way they've been hyping him up. Right. I got the feeling from Mr. Earl they were worried he wasn't going to turn up. So, Jonathan's probably believed.
Yeah, got him in the car now. Jonathan has experience his teammates not turning up in the recent past. So,
oh yeah.
Knows what that feels like.
We should bring that up as a topic when he returns. Well, you know, like we should just like, what's your thoughts on teammates not turning up to events, Steve?
You've known him for longer. You can bring up that conversation.
Oh, do you know what? That's a great thing to do.
So Brett has successfully driven his first lap. Sessa is now in the pits. Guillaume
He hasn't
still
crossed the
right
line yet.
behind his Mercedes. He's past the definitely, so after that I trust him. Leads immediately. He's already back, so he's going to cut his way through this one. Porsche Hamling is going to once again struggle down that straight behind the Mercedes. A brilliant tow there.
Car's pulled right over.
Yeah, he's very nice back.
Yeah.
Very chill. They are out of it now, so they just want to not get in anyone else's the way of anyone else's race and just finish theirs. Very, very calm and sensible. Very well in the picture. Howling is still stuck with Mercedes.
This is the story of the Porsche, though, isn't it? Stuck behind other cars.
Yeah, stuck behind cars where you are lapping faster. Manso is also just pit, so Guillaume is slightly off with his hits there. Idea of what we're talking about with this Porsche. The lead car driven by Brett right now, Guillaume Hamling, are tied for the fastest Porsche in the speed trap, which is near the end of this straight, so before the braking zone, at 235 kilometers per hour. The fastest Mercedes is 237. The fastest car overall is 240. So they are 5Ks down on the Aston Martins and the Audi. A couple of Ks down behind this car that they're chasing right now, so there needs to be some mistake. He's not going to be able to just get a better exit and pull down the straight as he gives it a bit of a flash.
Tom Mack is now into the 459.
Also in the pits, it's just swapped over to his teammates, Shalakins. Brett on 9 on his first flying lap. So Guillaume goes a little bit wide there in our footage. 141.5 on his second lap. Well,
oh, the Mercedes is round.
The Mercedes, yeah. Oh, Mansu, did he hit the curb? Did he hit Hamling?
I didn't see. I was looking at something else on my screen.
Yeah, I was reading off Brett's lap times, but here we get going into Cheetah.
The curb of death.
The other.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is the other Kyalami Classic, and that's fully round. That is the classic Cheetah death. We've seen a lot of people survive it today, but that's what it normally does to you. So that puts Manso down into, well, actually still in 9th because other people hit, but down behind Guillaume there is Jeremy Thomas. I have no idea how those accents are meant to change, Jeremy. But they're there.
I'm a big fan of the splitter. They've done the work on the rear splitter.
Oh, they got a little rainbow splitter.
Yeah, look at that.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah.
And also, like if you go on the rear wing as well. Look.
Yeah, that's good.
I like that a lot. I think a lot of time's gone into that because a lot of people don't do stuff on the splitter. But I really like that.
Yeah.
It's a really nice little bit of detail on that car.
That's good. That's very good. So it's visible on the TV cameras as well. A lot of detail people put to their cars are not that visible on the TV camera, and then it sort of feels like a waste. But that's a good one. Every time we're looking at them driving away from us, you can see that. I honestly saw that car, and I don't know if you've watched much Futurama.
Back in the day, not recently.
It's very much the green colour of their spaceship.
Shit, of this ship,
And
yeah! Yeah, it is, yes!
And that's what instantly came to my mind when I saw it. And I didn't even think any closer. I was like, oh, it's a Planet Express. Nice. But no, they actually have some stuff on the car.
I've watched a couple of episodes, but I didn't really get into it. I don't mind a cartoon of that nature. You know, I'm a big fan of Rick and Morty. I think that's hilarious. Though a lot of people wouldn't find that. I don't think they'd find it funny. It's not for everybody. It's not everybody's cup of tea. It's hilarious.
Show. I like the show. I like Futurama as well. I run the Planetary Express liveries in iRacing quite a bit. There's Stephen Hooton now has taken over from Guillaume.
Oh, interesting.
189. They are back into 10th, and So Joshua Cherrington is now in the 69 that was driven by Eric Larson.
Mack is behind Thomas here. I think he's going to have the pace on Thomas.
Yeah.
2.5 seconds back. It's one of the closest gaps out there.
Isn't that is that Roy Weller's? Looks like Roy Weller's. I think he has a. Oh, where that light is. I think those guys are friendly, so maybe they have been racing together and so they've adapted his livery.
Maybe.
He's not in that team. But yeah, Rodby Elberg, Tom Mack, pacing around. Obviously, not. Some ACCSS guys, so we know them reasonably well.
We do.
This new P11. Check lens. How are we through the pit sequence as well? It feels like we've had most of our cars pit. Yeah, there's a. Amazingly, our pit window is growing to a point. We only have 1 or 2 cars left to pit. But our first cars who pit a while ago were already. Cher is 25 minutes into his stint already. So that's how long this is stretching out now. See you to there just up the road. Last time around, Hooted had a very bad lap, but I think that was right out of the pits for him, so can't judge him on that yet. Brett has now, as Johnny is telling us in chat that their secret weapon is in, Brett has now done his car's fastest lap of the race, 1:41.2. So we're watching Dennis Gotto, the Golf Racing liveried McLaren. Golf not a McLaren sponsor anymore though, so this is outdated livery. Now. Oh, that was quite wide into there. Yeah. That is the thing that makes that corner so tricky, Paul, is that you want to avoid the curve, but if you avoid the curve too much, you go wide and you fly in the exact same way.
Yeah.
So it makes it very, very tricky because it's a corner that even though you're scared to sending it through that corner, you've got to commit. You've got to send it through there. Are you surprised that McLaren in Formula 1 have kept the Golf Blue even though they don't have Golf as a sponsor anymore? Was interested in whether they would drop it.
But didn't they have that before Golf came back on board?
I don't think so. No, I think they took that as a... Because when they had the more darker blue, they did that one-off Golf livery at Monaco there. And then it was the year after that that they put on the Golf, that blue, and had Golf as their sponsor the whole time. Now Golf's at Williams. Williams in many colours. I was hoping they would maybe try something different than that, because I'm not the biggest fan. Having a lot of personal bests set here, by the way. Brett is still, he's still pushing down his times. He's at a 41.2. Mulholland, who's in 13th, he's got a 41.8. It's a really nice time from him. Bain and Aston Martin in 17th has a 41.7 as well. Another very good time, and a 42 flat from Black in the 917 Audi. Ferrari, sorry. I said Audi again. And that's the Ferrari that told us that they...
You're absolutely obsessed.
Missing it. Now that I've moved back to the Ferrari, I'm clearly missing it. That was the Ferrari that told us that they believe they had the pace in the cars in front, and they have continued to prove that with their pace from now on, as we are watching Tom Mack, who is pulling down that time on Thomas. He apparently knocked Jerome McCarr ahead. And behind them, that's Joshua Cherrington in a cracked Honda. He's having a word third soon. Manso as well is starting to catch up onto Shelikans. Oh, okay, say nothing. No, nothing happened. As Manso is recovering from that spin earlier, cheated curb. Still having Onid car right behind him.
Manso must be a little bit distracted by the Onid car behind because the gap has opened up a little bit. Oh, that's not good.
Oh, that is a chunk looking Ferrari front end. No. Okay, is like the classic there, is it going to be on the fast right? That's a nasty place to crash. It's another place where it's not outrageous to do so. It's happened. Yeah, and that's one of the worst places to crash because of just how high speed that corner is, and just very unlikely to manage to keep out of the wall there if you really get out of it like that. So yeah, that is it's a problem. And even faster for Black in the 917, but might have been excited about their time a little bit too soon with that one. Did you flat coming in from Tom Mack as well? That is the fastest time for that car. He is pulling Thomas in. See what happens there. They were only 20 minutes into that stint as well, so that is going to mess with their stint times quite a bit. They're going to have to be.
Well, that's only if they swap driver.
Yeah, true, but it will still change their stint timer though, because it still resets his stint timer.
Oh, right, okay.
So, oh, does he now want to go long or not? So yeah, that's the incident I was just awing at. Good job there by Manso to avoid that, but Sheklins did not do the due diligence of a chasing car there. So ahead of Shelikans now, because Shelikans
Did I miss this?
well, it says replay, but you're not in a replay.
Oh. Right,
There we go, and you see there, Audi just gets caught up. He was quite close there actually. It looks like there wasn't a huge amount that he could have done.
No. Sorry, I thought I clicked the button there, but obviously I didn't.
No worries. So we're back onto Tom Mack. Luckily, nothing has happened while that was on, so I take that back. We have one of the Rev Sport cars. Has he done the old classic? This is going down into T1. Yeah, so gonna be here.
Left-hander.
Too much speed. It's not quite the classic though, he just took too much speed into that corner. He didn't even get round on acceleration, which is what normally happens there. He just had to wait a while. I think because he was stationary, it looked like it was maybe perhaps a worse incident than it was. That was just him waiting.
Also, the camera angle when we switched it was exactly in our favour.
Incredibly revealing, yeah. So once again, we're back to the sort of the theme of this race now. Porsche's stuck behind cars that are much faster in a straight line.
Yes.
So we'll see how Tom Mack deals with this.
Slightly. Oh, as the Aston gets a little bit bent out of shape coming out of that corner, might give Mack a run. No, unfortunately, not enough here, but it does get him that little bit closer. It's interesting to watch the tighter lines the Porsche can take compared to the Aston.
Yes. The Aston especially is very stable, which often leaves it on the slightly understeery side. Which, as Steve was talking about when he was in here, can make it really nice to drive because you have the confidence to send it into a corner and feel like you're going to be fine coming out the other end. Porsche doesn't have that at all, but it does mean that it's incredibly nimble, despite its lack of straight line pace. This might be one of those situations where Tom Mack's pace is higher than Thomas, but just not higher enough to be able to make the move unless Thomas is going to make a mistake. Because we were watching Hamlin get past some of these faster cars. He was right on the back of the car through almost every corner, and so he had so many more chances per lap where the car had to make a mistake or to put his own nose in. Tom Mack's clearly faster than Thomas, but just by a little bit.
Yeah, because the gap towards the end of that lap opened up to a second. Now it's back to within half a second, right? And I feel like that's how this kind of battle for P15, P16 has been going. It's kind of closes up and then it opens up again and then kind of rinse and repeat, really.
Yeah, and that's the sign of these drivers being quite close together, is there's actually a rejoining car that's Dennis Otto again, McLaren, so he's clearly just had an off there. He was in the grass ahead of the corner, so it looks like he's gone wide and quite a little half spin by himself. Going slow, really just off the line there. Unfortunately, the line sort of skips around the track a lot at that corner, so it's hard to stay offline. He does a decent job of it. That's Joshua Cherrington, the fourth car in this little train here. Cherrington in the position that is just ahead of Hooter. Where's Hooter? Hooter is much more on the pace now, but he doesn't quite have Hooter's pace. So closing in on the times of Cherrington.
Hello Gareth, I'm back.
Back, Steve.
Sorry for the slight interval there.
We'll let it slide this once, I think, Gareth, won't we?
Thank you very much, guys. Just needed to clear my head. I realised I wasn't quite ready to get back in the booth after that. Paul, kind sir, could you send me another stream link? Because my one doesn't seem to be working.
So we have Tom Mack chasing down
The one I
Thomas.
posted, the one I posted in the thing to you at like 15:59 should be working. I sent you a new one after you complained about the quality of the other one.
I've got it, thank you very much.
You're most welcome.
We also then have John Lloyd, who is new in the second FRIGUYS car, which I do not see a livery on, but it says with Owned, so that makes me sad, because if it's an Owned livery, it's probably nice. We have a few more cars getting a little bit close to each other as well. Partez is starting to pull in on Shellikens, who's we saw fall down behind Manso, sorry. Delivery is the same as yours, yeah, see? I can't see that one, very sad. Can't see either of those ones actually, can I? So that, yeah, it's having the same issue. Paul might have that one if he's personally put it on. Yeah, there's Partez, he's just behind there. That's one of the that's a cracked Aston. Who's driving that one right now? That is Woodley.
So have we got P2 within 10 seconds of P1? Did I just see that right?
That's right.
That's
Yep.
good. Nice. Good stuff, guys.
Yeah, we're staying pretty close.
Peter Brett's in the car now, though, so that's
Yeah,
that's going to be a quick driver.
he's been very fast.
Okay, rapido.
10 seconds was a lot less when he got into the car. Yes. Point out to people as well, when we are watching this train, this isn't just back markers. That Audi there, just 2 cars ahead from Bartez's Porsche, is Schlecken's. And then we have our leader, obviously, just ahead of that. These guys are not too far away from Mansu. Mansu's just sort of up around the next corner.
Do you do much endurance racing, Gareth?
Yeah, I like a good endurance race. Haven't done any in ACC for a little while, but we try to keep going every now and again when they come up in iRacing, for example. And I have been racing with Adam and Cal Mason. Adam, who's in your team today, so it's always good fun when it's on a nice track.
How do you find like concentration? Because that's something, the biggest thing that I struggle with is concentration. When you're sort of like, I don't know, an hour or so into a stint, just trying to remain focused. Do you have any specific like methods or tips?
I don't know. I'm personally someone who likes to have chatter on in the call. So I like to be when we do ours, we don't like sit in a little team chat by ourselves. We try and get in lounge chat, so there's just people chatting around. And if there's conversation going on, it normally helps me out. I always find it's sort of the middle of my stint where I get the most lack of concentration, especially if nothing's going on. But that's one of the reasons I really like endurance racing. I think the constant like lapping and unlapping of different cars and stuff can, especially when it's multi-class stuff, can really help keep you into what's happening in the race, because you're constantly having to think about those sort of stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, I sort of normally it's sort of the 40 minutes into the stint sort of thing I start losing a bit of pace, so I'm not concentrating, and then once you've been in there for a while, I do find you get into a bit of a rhythm.
Yeah. I usually start drifting off around the 20-minute mark, which is why endurance is not my forte.
Yeah, I often, even in the 1 hour races we do, there's I think some of the worst for me in a way, because I always find myself right at the end of those when I'm in a decent position just starting to slow down and lose pace, because I'm just not quite concentrating anymore, and then suddenly I have to spend the last 2 laps defending for my life.
Yeah.
Charrington has sort of broken up our fight here a little bit, obviously P8 Charrington, so he's wanting to lap these guys. Oh, into the pits goes Thomas. So yeah, they're one of the guys you picked earliest out of everyone, so they are the right time in their strategy to be pitting. They're a little bit off key with everybody else.
This is the super depressing thing from my point of view. I'm just looking at the lap times. Peter Brett is doing 1:41.3, P2 41.7, P3 42.1. But I would have been on the pace, you know. I would have been on the pace. That's annoying. So I would have probably kept that P10 made that work. But
The beauty of these sort of multi-driver races as well, you get the seesawing of positions a lot more when you have different speed drivers in, because we can see people like Stephen Payne, who's in for Onid right now. He's also doing 141s, but down in 16th, and then you have some drivers much further up the field who are down in 43s, and it pulls people together and gives us some action. And we can see here an example of that with Phillips, who is Lloyd just behind him. Lloyd going much faster in the last couple of laps. Phillips holding on that position in 6th, very good position up there. Second of the silver drivers that we have. And oh, actually, Bartez, one we were looking at as well, is starting to close up as well, because another driver I was talking about who's doing very fast times is Mulholland in the Lamborghini. He's starting to catch up there as well. So So we're getting into, again, like I was talking about, the toing and throwing of pace of different drivers and different cars. We're getting to a section where they come together again slightly. For once, we're not watching a Porsche chasing as well, so there's more chance of slightly speedier overtake.
Adam's putting in chat, he said I always favour double stint, so it's a really completely agree with that.
Yeah, I can go along with that as well. Like I say, if I can find myself into a rhythm, then I'm generally all right. It's just getting into that rhythm is the difficult bit for me. So, like I say, around that sort of 20-minute, half an hour mark, my mind starts to wander, and I start thinking like, oh man, if I can keep this up, I'll be in P10, and then what a great result would that be? And then before I know it, I'll put it in the wall. And it's just getting past that and getting into that rhythm, which I find a difficult bit.
Yeah, I get that.
So yeah. I do find you get into those, when you do get into the endurance races, you get into those nice times where you've stopped thinking about, you've given up thinking about the lap times, and then suddenly you find yourself doing the best lap times you've ever done. You're like, oh, nice. Here's the battle I was talking about as well. We've got the Lamborghini there, Mulholland, just on the back. Wants a piece of this. That always puts Barthez in an awkward position, because not only is he going to struggle to overtake the Audi, but if he makes any mistakes, he'll have a Lamborghini diving down his throat as well. All of these drivers are about the same in terms of the stint timers. Talking about pace differential people as well, this is made slightly more interesting by the fact that we're looking back from Shelikan's wing. He is the front of this battle, but just ahead of them is Woodley, who is the slower driver in the 169 Aston. He's actually, it looks like maybe even slightly slower than these guys, but only very slightly, so they're going to keep up with him, which is going to help the Audi, because he's now getting a slipstream as well as being faster in the straight line than the Porsche.
Nice little battle going on here though, as the McLaren takes up a bit of a detour. Ooh, bit of a lag there by the looks of this.
Yeah, this Audi is...
Yeah.
This Audi specifically is having a little bit of a net issue. He's good most of the time. Now only small little glitches, so hopefully nothing bad comes of it.
Car number one, avoid contact. Car number one is Hustable, P17 at the moment in the Ferrari.
This is close now. He's managed to pull a little bit ahead there. Follow line of stern through Cheetah, and then it's all going to be about the exit on this last corner. Lamborghini trying to get really close and actually got a bit too close there, had to move out of the way as to not tap the Porsche in the back, so that's going to hurt his run a little bit, but he still managed to get a surprisingly good exit. We also have P2 there in the Audi behind us, so he's going for the dive, he's put himself on the inside. Missed the apex a little bit, but the Porsche gave him space, so it all comes out okay. Porsche trying to stay on the inside, can't quite hold it round. The Lamborghini takes 12th position. Mulholland now is going to be looking to get onto that Audi, staying a bit defensive just to block that Porsche.
Great move from the Lambo there.
Manages to through that corner even with the worst angle. The Porsche now, Phil Mulholland will hopefully be getting out the way for that Audi. Yep. Porsche doing a smart thing here. I think this is the right thing to do when you're on the back of a like 3-man pack like this, especially. If you can get out of the way of the lapping car really quickly, and then just catch up to the back, use that slipstream, and then hope that the other cars are more into their battling and therefore lose more time letting the front runner through, then you might be able to follow the front runner through and steal something there. Lamborghini up on the inside again. Keeps on the curve nicely this time. Good send there.
What a lap from Lambo there. That's a good tactic, by the way, as long as you can keep up with the car. That Audi's just driven off from that Porsche, so...
Yeah.
Although, actually, he's constituted back up a bit.
Now he might get that advantage I'm talking about, because this Audi here has got an awkward position to do. He's got to slow down for one Audi, but not slow down enough that the Porsche right behind him is going to get there for 2.
Just about done it, though.
Yeah, there we go, nicely done. Slots in between them exactly where he wants to be. Porsche not quite able to keep the gap that he wants to there.
That Audi's playing tricks with us.
Yeah, just gotta keep pretending that's not happening, because that scares me every time.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, obviously you've done quite a bit of stewarding with ACCSS, Gareth, and like in situations like this where you've got a car that's clearly having internet issues, like, what sort of action, if any, do you take?
For this, I don't think you would take any, because it's sparse enough and it's short enough periods that it's not too confusing. Like, at this point, Barthez has been behind the Audi long enough to know that he'll do this every now and again, and so if you just keep your pace up behind him the same as you were, there's a little nudge to the Mercedes. Yeah, you should be okay. It's only if they start to get Stowe on the fritz that it becomes like impossible to read where he's going to be, that you really want to step in. But obviously you also, if there is a little touch behind them when they're going side by side, you might be a little bit more on the side of the 267, because you don't know exactly where the Audi is. The 267 puts himself on the inside. Audi had a bad run through there, but the Porsche just gives up. He doesn't even want to try it through Cheetah. Too scary.
I know in some leagues, passing there is even bad. You're not even allowed to pass there. I think got some damage on it as well. Yeah, maybe just a bit of front end downforce. Minor damage. You can really feel it on those high speed turns.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is Heskel here, P21, and that's Black in 22. We've sort of seen them for quite a while now, as P1 is getting past. We've seen this Black Ferrari for quite a while be on a faster pace than those around him, but he had that big crash at Cheetah earlier, so he's trying to make it through the field again. Wide. He's a little bit of space for Porsche, but is not letting him through quite yet.
The wise thing to do is just let him go. He's so much quicker.
Yeah. If he stays to the left here, hopefully he can slow down enough that Porsche gets to the inside and then slide behind. Nicely done. Doing it just before Cheetah means the Ferrari is not going to have a great run to capitalise.
Honda was all out of shape as well.
A little bit out of shape there as well. The Ferrari's going to have a better exit. Quite far behind though still. Better exit again, but he keeps getting better exits at points where you can't overtake, so those exits don't help you.
Is that Ferrari running an in-game limit? If so,
I don't think so, I don't recognise it. But yes, it's nice. There he goes, that's going to be the descent.
nice.
Makes it happen.
not the
Little
conventional
tiny
way of
touch
taking
there. Yeah,
Right.
but he makes it work.
What's
Now-
It's a clapping car, is it?
Yes, that Merc is in P10. There's Mansu. So that has helped black out a lot there, because that means that Haskell doesn't have a chance to try and fight back immediately, as Shekins is still holding off Partes here. Nice exit from Porsche, but just again struggles with pace. This is where Guillaume sent it on the Audi he was chasing with, so we could see something like that. He's actually going to the outside Audi, sort of a bit defensive, but once again, better exit in a place you can't really use it, and now it's through Cheetah. That's very close on the exit, so now we'll really see the pace differential, because you can see Porsche has almost the nicest slipstream you can possibly get here. Just falls away.
Quick question. Has the actual GT World Challenge in real life started yet?
No.
Do you think it might be cool to do a championship that mimics the real world endurance?
Yeah, I definitely think that's cool. The only problem with it being a championship is obviously that in real life their championship's quite spread out. But if people are okay with committing to that long of a series, then it's definitely a nice idea to run race at the right time. Obviously the international GT is going to start off soon with the 9 hours of Kyalami, hence this race.
Yeah.
So we still don't have the entry list for that. Actually, IGT's already started, hasn't it? Because they had Bathurst.
Oh yes, of course,
So,
yeah.
second round just coming. There's a bit of a slide out there from the Audi. Around again, unfortunately. As I was talking about Woodley ahead of this pair before, Woodley has fallen back behind Mulholland now, so definitely not with quite the pace to keep moving ahead. Mulholland getting around a back one now ahead of the guys watching in the pictures here should be where the Audi loses it. Oh, it's, yeah. Same as the Ferrari we watched.
Big contact with wall, and that, to me, looks like just concentration. That's exactly the sort of thing which I would do. Just minding your own business, thinking about what, I don't know, what happens for dinner, rather than where the apex is, and then you're in the barrier.
I think lap times is the thing that always does it for me. When you're on your own, so you're getting a little bit too affixed to that delta. You are thinking of that more than, and you push just a little bit too much on high fuel for nasty tyres. So 15 we're hearing in chat. I believe that's when
the season starts. Yeah, Mr. Jonathan has put it on there. Somebody's also said quality battle, and then also they confirmed that the Ferrari's not in the game.
Oh, okay, so nice livery. Good. Sort of stealthy, subdued livery.
These two every lap are taking very, very interesting lines through that corner. They're both. The Porsche is definitely trying to put the Audi off through there, and it's working because the Audi doesn't quite know what to do each lap. But it's still not quite getting him by yet. Once again, we're going to see the Audi's superior pace as he pulls away from the slipstream Porsche. It's even worse now because he's got a little bit of suck himself from the Aston Martin of Woodley ahead.
3 hours remaining.
Yeah, nice win. Alex there at the back of the Audi. Yeah, no dice. Audi was a little bit defensive as well, so he's worried about this Porsche. Ahead is the Woodley Aston. They're in P5 right now. Lap just a little bit slower. Oh, I was looking for maybe a brave lunge there. You can see by how close he gets. He sort of had to dive out of the way on the outside there. I think he could have made it on the inside of that corner, but it's always a little bit risky.
Just sensing a bit of frustration from the Porsche now. Just settling in.
Trying some maybe slightly weird options which might not always go too well. Had another pit stop as well, Joshua Cherrington. He is pretty late in his stint. We are getting to the point where we're going to see a few more of those people who are slightly off time come in. Talking about that, the most off time is that 776 Honda, and Balawenda is now back in that car. They've just finished pitting, so there's a couple more. We should see Coviesto coming in soon. As oh, that's not where a car should be, and that was a bad time to try and rejoin. Gives a little tap to the Porsche, but everything goes not too badly there. Porsche thrown a little bit back from Audi, but he will be able to catch up again. So going down into turn 1. So he's pretty on his own. Throwing a bit too much speed into there. Yeah, that's not a normal one. There.
Oh, yeah.
And a little bit of
avoid the barrier just on the exit. So, yeah, that's a bit of an odd one. I don't really see that sort of spin very often.
We've also just had, just as we're coming back in, that is the Porsche overtaking Shellekins. Shellekins had a very bad exit from the S's, it looks like. The Porsche just absolutely slingshotted around the outside of him. So here we go. That's the start of the S's. Still in the position we were expecting to see them in. Well, yeah, a little bit too deep. Cuts across the grass. Very slow. Yeah, it's easy to do. The Porsche just rockets around the outside. And now we'll get to see how far he can pull ahead. Actually, straight going to be the place that he does it. So Eric's son now in the 69 with a drive-through in P13. I think that's only the third one we've seen. Track limits aren't too much of an issue in Kyalami, but there's a few places that you can push it a bit too far. So they're going in to serve that drive-through now. Balawenda, very fast driver, is back into that red Rev Sport car. And, right on the back of Milus's Aston Martin. Milus still has Milus is one of the last of the front-running drivers to pit, so he's not going to be getting out of the way anytime soon. He's got like 20-some minutes still on his driver stint. Side by side, we're going to get to see a very nice comparison of the pace of these two cars now, because there's no slipstream involved. This is just a pure run. These different models. Honda losing it a little bit, so it does slip into the backdraft of that car much later on the braking. But oh, well, he managed to hand it around the outside. Does pretty well there, but big hit at the curb. Very good pace right now. He's going to try and get past this Aston as soon as possible, but this is the problem when you get too out of sync with the other cars. Every time you pit, you're going to get stuck behind slightly slower drivers for a little bit. by the time people like Brett and Schaefer, who are up ahead, by the time they pit, more of the cars behind will have already pit, won't be in their way. They're actually doing the same thing that we saw that Porsche doing into that corner, which is interesting, where the other car just goes slightly defensive, very wobbly on the Aston there, but the Aston going very defensive. That is going to be a touch. Big clonk into the corner there, another clonk as they're exiting. Bit of a rude run there from Balawenda, but I'm sure he will be saying that the Aston moved too late into the braking zone over to the left. Aston now getting a little bit of a run. He's going to try and come back in there. The RCI logo on the front of that car there, so he's on the inside. This is again a bad position for Balawenda. Not enough room left there by the Aston. Balawenda being a bit rude there, pushing him out, but he sort of had to, because we saw how much he jumped on that curb last time he was round there. If he'd gone into that curb again, he would have been even more into the side of that Aston. So very aggy here, these two, but Balawenda now, having made it through, is on this end. He's out of anywhere where the big slipstream will help the Aston catch back up to him now, so should be able to pull ahead if he does have that pace, which we expect he does.
Sorry to leave you solo there for a bit, Gareth. I had a very much a real world pro commentator issue to deal with. It started raining and my washing was on the line, so I needed to go and get it. So, yeah, apologies for leaving you on your own there. And I have been left out of the commentator's overlay. I feel disgraced. Oh, there he goes, right at the last minute. I got updated. Thank you for coming on the broadcast. It's probably worth at this point just giving a shout out to everyone that's put this on. So everyone at ACCSS, thank you so much. Obviously Gareth, yourself, part of ACCSS, Dan, Adam, Shane as well. Who else was in the Mark, yeah. Benson, yeah, Mark Benson's on the stewarding team as well. Obviously Dan for putting all this together, and thanks to Sim Racing Expo as well for collaborating on this one. So thank you to everyone involved. Thank you to all the teams that have taken part so far. Apologies to anyone that struggled with the new protocol for the server protection. It's there for the benefit of the race, but yeah, it's sometimes a little bit inconvenient. But if you follow the protocol correctly and do everything right, then you shouldn't have a problem. There's still 25 odd cars on track that managed to do it, so it is possible. Unfortunately, I'm one of the cars that didn't make it onto the track at this point, so despite following the protocol, we still didn't manage to make it on track. So that is the nature of trying to lock down these servers and protect you guys on track from these DDoS attacks. So it is a slight inconvenience, but the benefit is far outweigh the negatives, because as you can see, completely trouble-free race to this point. So thank you to everyone involved. Really appreciate this last-minute effort to get this put together. I think it was less than 2 weeks, perhaps, to put this together. So thank you very much, guys. Really appreciate it.
It's might be an inconvenience, but it's much less of an inconvenience than having the lag that we've seen on some servers recently. That's been plaguing a few races.
Right.
It's good to see that a lot of different communities are starting to get it a bit sorted, at least for the top splits.
Yeah, that's it. I think the good news with the SGP server protection is that it's super simple to do. This was the first race where we've insisted that the server protection's on, and it's actually not a big deal, right? Unless you have an issue like our team had, which was we followed the protocol and it was totally out of our hands, power cut essentially, that reset routers and PCs meant that we couldn't get back on the server. that happens. But if you follow the protocol, you do everything right, then you should be absolutely fine. And it means you can race without any Chinese symbols appearing in chat halfway through. Could you imagine now with 3 hours to go, all this work, and then someone tries to feed us? You'd be absolutely livid, wouldn't you? So I'd much rather have that little bit of inconvenience than that risk of the server getting taken down. So yeah.
We've seen a warning there in chat for the in the race control box for the 812. That was the Honda we saw moved a little bit forward after spinning and tapped the Porsche. So I think that's right. Just a little mistake. Just get some. Oh, that's a little mistake we're talking about. He manages to survive. Once again, we see Curb of Death trying to take another victim, but not quite. He has quite a way to go until he gets up to the next car. So
I wonder what that. I wonder if Schaefer was it. If he could, sorry, Paul. If you could go just back to P, just so we can see the top 2 positions there. Is it Schaefer there in P2?
Yeah.
Pete Brett hasn't pulled away as much as I thought he might do at this point. Like the amount that he sort of made that 10-second gap, I was expecting that to become 20 seconds, 15, 20 seconds, but it's actually decreased a bit. So
yeah, Schaefer is doing very well. They were almost identical lap times last time around.
Yeah.
And Schaefer's best is not far off Brett's best either. So doing good work keeping it close.
Thing with when you get to that sort of level of driving, like the level that Brett and Schaefer are clearly at, is mistakes are pretty rare. And really what Schaefer needs now is a mistake from Brett. And these guys are just like metronomes. They just lap after lap after lap, like faultless mistakes, no mistakes. So it's good. I think it's going to come down to maybe a back marker in a awkward place or something like that. But it could happen, and the fact they're only 10 seconds apart with 6 hours gone is pretty great.
Yeah, I was going to point that out. Derek Sun in 13th position has just set a 1:41 flat, fastest lap of the race, and that's another thing that can come into these metronome drivers is swapping to other drivers. We're talking about how sometimes you want to get in a rhythm and stop those mistakes creeping in. We saw in the first round of ACCSS's driver swap cup that me and Paul have been doing. Even some of the best drivers in the series can get into a new car sometimes and make a mistake while getting up to speed. And if Brett and Schaefer are the faster guys in their cars, that could also change it. They're both on almost exactly the same pit strategy, so we won't see any of that come into the fight for P1 right now as Derek Sun's getting past a few back markers. P13 passing P21 on the inside there. Or out. Derek Sun is a very aggressive driver, so is be absolutely on the limit. You can see not a corner where he has all tyres on the ground. I think he's always got one in the grass.
That's a monster lap though at this point in the race.
Yep. Even with passing both those back markers, he is still on the pace of the top drivers, so doing very well, Derek Sun. If he can keep it as consistent as those top drivers can, then we'll see him catching some people. A long way to go before someone who's fighting for position right now. But they are also off the pit strategy, so everyone else ahead of them is going to be pitting very soon, and Derek Sun's going to be making up some places due to that.
While we've got a minute, do you mind if I give a shout out to a friend of mine?
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to give a shout out to my boy Lammers, who's in the chat, who's just said, well organised in Racing GP TV, enjoying it a lot. Thank you so much, Lammers. He is just the nicest person I think I've ever met. He is a calming influence when I did 24 hours of Indy, the Onid 24 hours of Indy, and he helped me through my stint and kept me calm. But he's there on every stream that I do. That well, from so far, SGP's done 2 streams. I think he's been on now both. But he's an avid fan of Jonathan L. And I'm a big fan of him. He's a top bloke, and I just want to say, Lammers, you're a legend, and thank you for dropping by however the times that you do. And also, John, thank you for the introduction to Lammers. He's a legend, and you are too. So share the love around. I love you guys. Where are we then? So we've got Lloydie up in P6. This is a good result. So another FRIGUYS driver here up in P6. That's a great result. So who's he driving with? Let me have a little look at the entry list. So that's number 72. So Lloydie is driving in the AM class, which is a fantastic result to be up in P6.
Yep.
Absolutely brilliant.
Second in their class, doing very well. They are just about to pit, either this lap or the next, I'd say, because they are one of the cars that's coming right up to their driver stint window. We're about to see an absolute flood of cars going into the pits in the next couple of laps. Due to that, there's cars
Here we go.
already. There's Lloydin. Cortez. Those two are both over the hour mark on their drive stints already.
Why would you do that?
We see that every time they come into the pits. You just have to avoid watching anyone pit to avoid that. And unfortunately, they can't leave like most other cars would, because obviously Adam and Dan, even though they're out of the race, they're still going to be in there doing stewarding as they have the race. So that car is just gonna hang there for a little bit. Holland now, also near the end of the driver's bin.
Once again,
that is a really nice livery. Those circles on the back of that car are pretty cool. And we are on with Mulholland, right? Yeah, that's a pretty striking livery. Is that on the lab though?
yeah,
Yeah, that's pretty cool. You don't get that on these wide shots like that. You don't really see the detail there, but that's a really nice livery. I'm always a sucker for a nice livery, so it's
even
yeah,
any
it's good
can
to
doesn't
see.
do it justice.
Holland as well has also in one of the last few laps, he has hit a speed trap of 240, so he is now tied with the Astons and Schaefer's Audi for the fastest time in the straight. So feeling pretty good here as he goes into the pits. Brett pitting from the lead as well.
I was just about to say, but Brett, what's happened to Brett? He must be in the pit. Paul Glover, if you are, if you can hear me, are you in the commentary booth?
Yes.
So we can hear you on stream.
Yes.
Oh, fantastic! I thought you were talking and we couldn't hear you. I was going to say, get yourself in the booth. And let's have a bit of banter. But I thought you were talking, and I thought you were prompting me about that delivery. I was like, I don't know if people can hear that.
Yeah, I know it is confusing because I wasn't on the stream at the start, and then you walked in. It's really hard to leave again. What I wanted to ask you about, Steve, these new protection that you put in on SGP. What is that working off? Is that working off the IP address or also the PC itself? Because watching the videos you put together, you said you have to be logged on to the machine that you're going to take part in the event. But I was expecting it to be related to the machine, but then you explained that you've had a power cut. I'm like, oh, it's not what I thought it was. So a bit of detail understanding how that works. Really great. I'd like to understand.
I completely agree with you. I think I think I'm going to update that tutorial. I'm going to update that video and that tutorial just off the back of the learnings of today, just to make sure it's super clear to everyone. basically, if you do what we said to do, which is 5 minutes before the server launches, from your gaming PC, log on to SGP, just go to the event, familiarise yourself with the server configuration and the race config, you're going to be okay. The only caveat that I think we've learned today is that you need to be logged on or your computer switched on for the entirety of the event. That is an inconvenience. And actually, I don't even think that's right. I think this is where I need to be a bit careful because I don't think I'm actually explaining it completely right. But yeah, look, I had a power cut or power outage, let's say, and it basically ruled me out. So I think I just need to make a few clarifications on that tutorial and make sure it's easy to follow. But the reality is that if you don't have any power outages or anything like that, you should be fine.
So if my PC remains on my internet drive for whatever reason, am I in trouble then?
In sixth position.
No, you're all right, Paul. Stop panicking. I can feel the panic in your voice.
No, I'm
You're
just.
all
I
right.
think we were having a debate.
I know all about it. I was trying not to mention it, Paul.
Okay, all right, okay, fair enough.
Because they said that you were like, but what if? It's all good. We're going. We're 2.5 hours left. It's all good.
Gareth and I were talking then. Unfortunately, because Gareth and I were talking, it made me think, oh, blimey, my second PC. I need to make sure that's got an SGP account. Because, so from a broadcaster point of view, if you've got multiple machines, you need to make sure that all those multiple machines are logged on to SGP.
So this is the thing, let's be honest, right? This was a bit of a test, I suppose, for us to really flex this server protection stuff and to see how it works in real time, because in theory we know it works. In theory we're like, this is how it works, this is what we need to do, let's get it done. This opportunity came up and we were like, look, we need to give our guys somewhere to race, so we put this on. But at the same time we get to test it in real time and see it actually working. So there's
practicalities of it rather than just the technical implementation.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So this is the thing, Rex. Like we've really tested it today, and now we know. I think the next one will be even better because we can, we can make it even clearer. But so far, I'm really happy, and I think that I don't want to get ahead of myself, but the point is, we're trying to avoid DDoS attacks. And so far, we're alright. And we've been quite vocal about this. We've been like, hey, we've got server protection. We're doing a big race. We're doing this big event. And we've got server protection. Almost like, come at us.
Exactly.
Right? And so far, so good. So, let's fingers crossed that we get to the end of this race without any problems. I've got a horrible feeling now that I've just kiss of death, but we'll see. But look, there's definitely been some learning from this one, and I'm looking forward to the next one now. And I really think we should do a championship. I really think we should have like SGP Endurance Championship. That'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah, from my perspective, it's worked really well because I wasn't even able to get here for the start of the race, which some people thought could be an issue for folks. But I opened the SGP page up last night. I turned on my computer this morning, had a look at the SGP page again, loaded into the race, worked fine.
That's all you need to do. That's all you need to do. And it's again, it's sort of it's because it's different. But I remember we had this problem when we first launched SGP. People were like, why do I have to sign up to the race? Like, why can't you just give me the password and I'll just join the race? And it was like, at the time, people were like, this is just an unnecessary step. Now, it's like second nature. Oh yeah, I want to take part in that race. I just click that and then you're in. But
how is it
at the beginning, you guys were both there actually. Like, you remember it was like this additional step that you have to do are people going to understand this? Like, why do we have to do this? And like, you know, it was a bit scary actually. We were trying to say like, the thing that you've done all this time for like years, now you have to do it differently. It was actually kind of scary, but it's kind of worked. So I think this is just another one of those moments where it's like, yeah, this is different. This is a different way of doing it, but if you do it, it's better for you. That's the only way I can describe it. If you do it, it's better for you. By the way, P2 gap's now taken off.
Yeah, and we have an interesting situation here as well that we're watching, where this is Brett obviously in P1, not just is P2 catching him a little bit, but Derek's son, who you can see right behind him, is actually pacing with him pretty consistently here. Just gained a place on Shellikins' Audi that's in the pits right now, coming in for their stop. A few people very close to pitting, and then we will have all of them through. Stephen Hooter, who is also quite close to Shipson, although he is already pit, so they're out of line. Emilius, as we said, in P4, very out of line with the rest of the top drivers, so he's going to be in soon. And then Shalankins is already in, as we said.
But here's an interesting one. So, Sun has done 60 races on SGP, and only has a rank of 5,581. And that is because he's only taken part in about 6 ranked races on SGP. Yeah. So he's still building his rank. He's still not at like the number where he probably should be. Yes. Which, if this evidence that we've seen here of Sun chasing down Brett, who is probably one of our faster drivers, well, certainly one of our fastest drivers in this race, and arguably one of the fastest drivers on the platform, then he's still got a few races to go to build that rank, but this will be doing his rank absolutely no harm at all, because I'm pretty sure after this race we're going to see Son's rank like skyrocket. So yeah, that's a really interesting situation we're in.
We're having the same thing in our ACCSS league, where a lot of since the ranking is such a new thing being really pushed now, a lot of people aren't quite up to their ranking yet, but as they are getting closer to that, it's settling down a lot better.
On the ranking, Steve,
yeah.
Is it based on, so if you're in pro, would it base it against the other pro drivers or all drivers that are on the event?
I'm not sure I completely follow the question. I'm really sorry.
So when your racing goes up, it determines how much your racing goes up by racing the other drivers in the race, right?
Not completely. So we take the strength of field into account when the ranking. And forgive me that I'm a little bit vague on this stuff, because we put a lot of work into the ranking. I say we, I didn't. I'm nowhere near clever enough to do this. But Robert and Thomas and Ruslanis and the guys on SGP put a lot of time and effort into this. And yeah, one of the parameters is the strength of field. So if you're, for example, Pete and Brett here, let's be honest, your esports level, right? You're super fast. You should be winning this race. If it's, let's just imagine it's a solo race, right? You should be winning this race because you're probably one of the fastest guys on the platform. So yeah, the strength of field is taken into account, but it's not the only thing that's taken into account. So we look at a number of different variables, and we try and make it based on all of the things that would determine the outcome of a motor race. So how many cars are on the track, how complex the track is. So we've done a lot of work on analysing the tracks and understanding how difficult they are, right? So an example of that might be, let's say Spa-Francorchamps. It's a long track, it's a high-speed track, it's got some technical sections, versus something like Zolder, perhaps, which is straight chicane, straight chicane. There's a difference in complexity to those tracks. So we thought about that. We thought about weather conditions. Was it wet? We thought about the overall pace of the race. We thought about so many different variables. There's it's not just like 4 or 5. There's like, I can't say how many, but there's a lot of variables that go into the ranking. But the thing that you'll see, right, and we can point it out. Do you remember a few laps ago there was we were watching a Honda. I can't remember which one it was. And it went off at the S's, and I was like, oh, easy to do. I've done that before.
Yes.
Do you remember that, Gareth? Yeah. Right. So that is like basically it's an unclean lap, right? So we would expect the best drivers not to make that mistake. If you make that mistake, it's going to hurt your ranking. That's where you get the drivers that say, for example, win a race, but then lose ranking. They're like, I just won this race and I lost 18 rank. It's like, yeah, well, did you really give it your all? Were you absolutely on fire? Like, probably not. So that's where the ranking is. We need to do a little bit of work to try and sort of explain how it works, I think. But it's the idea that is that it's not about who you beat, because if Peter ran this race, imagine it's a solo race. If Peter ran this race over and over and over and over again, he should win this race 100% of the time, because he's better than everyone in the race, right? So if it was like ELO rank, like LFM or iRacing News, for example, Peter will keep building rank. He'll build rank. He should be beating these guys anyway. So when he comes to race the esports guys, let's just say the esports guys race over and over again together, and they're building up their rank. Peter could be over in this league, building up rank, and then he goes and races the esports guys, and he might be right at the back, and they might be like, well, your rank was like 8,000, 9,000 or whatever. But it's he's been beating slower people. Does that make sense? If you like, imagine if you're if Niels Noyox was in here, right, for example, and I was in this race, if Niels Noyox beats me over and over again, like, he should be beating me every time. He should beat me 100% of the time. But he could drive at 70% of his capacity and beat me 100% of the time. So does that mean he should get the same reward and rank? No, of course it shouldn't. He should be like, you should be rewarded for how good you are in that race. So that's what we've built. We built a rank based on your pure performance in the race. Sorry for that, Brad, but I hope that maybe clears it up a bit.
That definitely explains quite a few of the things that some people are confused about, because I've definitely seen people questioning that I won the race but didn't gain points, sort of thing.
Yeah.
And that definitely shines a light on your thinking.
But that's the other thing, right? Is that if you, it takes about 10 races to get to your, where we like, we think we know where you're at, rank. Which I think we need a name for. We can't call it, we think we know where you're at, rank. But it takes about 10 races for SGP to sort of really understand how good you are, right? So let's say you're 20 races in, 30 races in, and we really know how good you are. Right? 30 races, we really know how good you are. If you are like, let's just say like my maximum, let's just argument's sake, say that my maximum is 9,500. And I've done 30 races and I'm hitting 9,500, exactly 9,500 every race. And then I have a race where I win the race, it's a good strength of field, all of that, but I have, some off tracks or whatever, and I'm not particularly clean, I'm not really giving it 100%. And then I win that race and I come back and I've lost 20 ranking. It's like, well, you're basically at the point where we know how good you are. So it's at this point where it's like, to gain rank is kind of difficult. Like, you have to really put the hours in to try and find that extra rank. If you're anything below your best, then you'll lose rank. it's as simple as that. It's like if we know how good you are and you're not 100%, it will be reflected in your rank. It's really that simple. But if you want to, if you're at your maximum and you want to gain rank, then the answer is either practice more or try harder. But it's that's kind of the idea, is that we kind of know how good the driver is after about 10 races. So if you're losing rank after winning a race, it's like, well, you didn't give it your all. And I can point at a lot of examples that we've got where we've got really fast drivers who have won races that have lost rank, and we look at their data and we look at their like individual laps. It's like, yeah, 70% of his laps were unclean. So what you're cutting the course, you're doing whatever. You're not going to get rewarded for being an unclean driver. So again, apologies for rant number 2, but hopefully again that sort of clears that. I'm sorry, we put a lot of work into it, and it's unique, and it's built specifically for motor racing. And the reason why we know that we've got it right is we've put that our ranking, we've essentially applied it to real world scenarios as well, and so Formula 1 basically for the last 3 or 4 years, and it's exactly what you would expect, with a couple of surprises, and that's how we know that we're on the right track with this. So it works in the real world as well. So if a real world motorsport organisation wanted to use our pure performance rank, it would be a very good indication of how good the drivers are. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. Yeah. No need to shout and blow my ears off, though. But I think it's really important that people understand how it works. Unfortunately, as you see with a lot of things, like take today's event for instance. People leave things to the last minute. People don't read the stuff out there, so they're asking all these kind of questions. And to Garrett's point, I think people don't understand how the ranking works. So, not that those people are going to be watching this stream right now. The more people that know, the more people that get educated and say, no, you don't understand how it works, this is how it works.
I completely agree with you, mate. I think it's a massive part of my job is to try and get that message out there. So we've basically worked up a bit of content that we're gonna put out there pretty soon, which shows you the difference between something like a ELO rank, which iRacing uses, and the rank that we use, and it shows you basically run the identical races, one using ours, one using ELO, and how it affects the score. And it should be quite clear. It's like, yeah, if you keep beating rubbish drivers and keep building ELO rank, okay, here's the best way to this is the best way to describe it. So, Paul, you're pretty close. We're pretty close in speed, right? We've always had a bit of a rivalry. We're roughly the same pace.
I would say you're faster than me now. Yes.
But we're roughly the same pace, right? But like that season we had in ACCSS was just like, it was so much fun. We were so close.
Yeah.
So let's just for a moment imagine that we're both in Aston Martins and we're fighting in a championship, but in race 3, you get 50 kilograms of success ballast because you, let's say, won the last race. Now, we drive our race, and I managed to hold you off, and I beat you in, say, like P9, and you're in P10. Like, you've got 50 kg more ballast than me, but I beat you, right? So ELO would say that I was better than you. So I get more rank than you, right? Now, our ranking says, hold on a minute, he had 50 kg ballast. He got everything out of that car. He should have been past that, like, Aston Martin or whatever. But however the race panned out, like you might have got everything out of that car that day, and in that specific scenario, you got 100% out of that car. I might have been messy, I might have been sloppy, I might have been like not my favourite track, but Elo would be like, oh well, Steve's better than Paul, so we'll give him higher rank. Like, well, maybe that's not the whole story. Maybe the whole story is Paul drove the socks off of that Aston Martin that day with 50 kg ballast. He deserves to get rank. You might earn more rank than me, right? I might still earn rank. I might still get a positive rank, but you might get more because we take that into account.
Yeah.
Does that explain it?
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I completely get it. I get it. It makes sense.
And we've had people say like, oh, why don't you just reward like an extra sort of like some bonus points if you win or finish on the podium or something. It's like, well, the problem with that is you can gamify that. You could set up a community where you just have like a small group of people where you're like, right, you win, you just win, just to build your rank up. It's like, yeah, no, that's not how this stuff should work. And that's the problems you get with Elo. Also, the problem with Elo is the midfield. Like Elo predicts the bottom drivers really well, it predicts the top drivers really well, but there's a massive grey area in the middle. And the reason being is Elo was built for chess. So Elo was built for 1 versus 1 on a confined set of rules and settings, and it was basically, if I beat you in chess, that's like purely like it's you versus me, like it's my skill versus your skill. With this, it's like it's a motor race. It's completely different. So we've built this thing to basically firm up the middle end, which is where I think Az really shines. And I think we'll get the credit for it eventually. But I think Az is the one where it really shines. Is like, I'm a midfield driver, and I can see instantly by looking at rank where, like, you know, people fit in this stuff. And when we add licenses to it, it will be even better, because like I mentioned earlier, we've got a driver in Son who's done 60 races but only 5 or 6 ranked races. In that scenario, he would be I don't even know if he'd be a bronze driver at that point. So I would be able to say, okay, he's 6,000 rank, but he doesn't even have his bronze license, so he could be quicker than that. But if I'm like, for me, I've got like 200 races, and I would probably be about silver or whatever, maybe gold, that you would know that I was a safe driver, but that's probably my ultimate rank, my ultimate pace. So I would be able to say, okay, gold platinum drivers with 6,000 rank, that's my pace. And that's what we're going to be adding very, very soon. I'm really sorry for anyone watching. This must be incredibly boring listening to how this stuff works, but Paul set me off on a path. I walked down it.
No, that's fine. And I think, like, it's not a rank DT at all. I think it's just good that it's clearly.
Is it?
It's clearly you're passionate about it, Steve. As
Worked hard on it, though.
Yeah, and I think it's really important that you are proud of it. You know, I think Elberg lost the position to Lehman there as he went wide momentarily ago. I think that comes across, and I think that the fact that you care means you're going to try, you want to get it right, and the passion and everything else will go into that. So.
Yeah, definitely. Like, you know me at this point. I've been racing Sims for 20 odd years. Actually, it's getting close to 30 years how long I've been racing Sims. So this is what I want to do, and I want to make sure that everything I do in sim racing is good. So yeah, there is definitely passion there. But the most important question of today, or the most important comment of today, comes from CYP_toe_aces.
You see this, yeah.
By the way, driver in car number 555 is doing it in full race overalls and a helmet.
Full on.
What a helmet!
He's committed to immersion here.
Does 555 even exist? Oh, and the lovely looking Ferrari is got it all wrong at Cheetah, and it's going to reverse, isn't it? Yeah.
That's it.
Oh no! Oh, I thought
He's the undercoming there. Oh no! Yeah.
Quite a bit of damage on the front of that car as well. This is Mr. Santon, who
Straight in the
normally
pits.
drives the Porsche.
Straight in the pits, yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to be straight in the pits.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did exactly the same thing recently and took someone out on the rejoin. So
They luckily they are already quite far through that stint, so it will throw off their times a little bit, but it's not super early thing yet. It's a little bit too wide.
yeah, that's a big smash. So the question is, can they get enough fuel in the remaining 2 stops to compensate? Okay, interesting. So we'll keep an eye on that one. I love that livery. Is that an in-game livery or is that a custom?
No, I do not believe so. There are 2 cars running it. It's very nice.
He took a lot of care trying
He did.
not to end someone else's
He
race.
really did. I have to say that is really respectful driving, and I have to applaud that. That's great.
Yeah. He's a nice guy as well. He doesn't really talk a lot. He doesn't enjoy chat.
Is it Davide Santos?
No, Dieter.
Oh,
Dieter. Yeah.
Dieter.
Yeah. Dieter. Yeah.
I was going to say Davide Santon was a Newcastle player for a while, and he'd probably be upset because he was failing football career. But if it's a different Santon, it's all right.
Okay. I think you're in the clear, Steve. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
And then a question that I had for you, Steve, is on your.
Is it about the ranking? I'll tell you about the ranking. Let me tell you about the ranking.
No, it's not about the ranking.
Okay.
It's about going back to the conversation earlier about endurance racing and how much you enjoy it. Do you enjoy it that much that you don't turn up?
Well, this is the thing about not turning up to races. It's a politician's answer. The thing about not turning up to endurance is you have to ask the question: what were the circumstances for not turning up?
Yeah.
All right. Are you referring to the ACCSS one?
I might be, Steve. I might be.
So it's
Was there a
actually
family emergency or did you just forget?
fucking hell. Sorry, excuse for the sorry for the language, but there genuinely wasn't. It's kind of a sore subject. So thanks, mate.
Okay, all right.
Jesus.
Excellent. And then I think the other subject we stay away from apparently is rally. Anyway.
Let me tell you about rally. That's been off all of this endurance rubbish. Get behind the Hyundai i20.
Is that your go-to rally car, is it?
Yeah, it really is. And I'm going to take the opportunity, being that you brought it up, to mention my WRC Generations League that I run, called virtualrallychampionship.com. As Maitland picks up a 5-second penalty, I wonder what that was for. Are we going to see a race director announcement anytime soon? But virtualrallychampionship.com, you can head over there.
Game chat, apparently. It hasn't been put together yet.
Okay, so that's incoming. And if there's any WRC Generations players out there, you're more than welcome to join my little league. I try and make it as real and as authentic as possible with the help of Owned. We have a lot of fun. And funnily enough, the reason why I really got into rally sims is because this stuff can be really frustrating. This stuff, like the ACC, like the team, maybe not the team stuff so much, but actually, it's probably even worse with the team stuff. If you put a lot of effort into practicing for a race and you get taken out in T1 and stuff, that can be really frustrating. And the rally sim is like you've got none of that. It's like if you mess up, it's your fault. And I love, and yeah, it's a different type of sim. This is interesting. Here. What have we got going on here? Is this for position? Is that Stevie Bain up the inside for position? Bang!
Yes, it is. Yeah,
Yes,
he's
Stevie.
taken Christopher Hellberg. Yeah.
Nice one, Stevie, in the Chewit flavoured Onid car. But yeah, rally sim. It's a break from this. It's like you know, this stuff's intense, like setups, performance, and blah 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 blah. Rally is just like chuck it in and see how you get on, and it's a lot of fun.
I can confirm that I have just yesterday crashed out of multiple Richard Burns rally leagues that I've been trying out. So
Did you do Rally Sim Masters? Or
I haven't yet. I've been doing a bunch of other ones to try and make it so that I don't immediately crash out of Rally Sim Masters when I eventually join in my Trabant.
Yeah, nice. I'm in the Rally Sim Masters, but I need to get that done.
Yeah.
But yes, Richard Burns Rally is super realistic. Love it. But anyway, I think that is enough rally talk for now, isn't it?
Yeah.
So what about the 555? Delusion Khan says in the chat. So should we have a look at this 555? They're begging to see the 555 call. Where is the 555? Does it even exist? Is it even in the grid? There it is, Robinson, and he's off track. He's too hot. He's too hot in his overalls and his helmet. He's too hot. He's overheating.
Balls in the replay as well. This is a disaster. Because I saw it live and it didn't deserve a replay.
Oh no. Well, either way, he needs to get some water, get some hydration in him because yeah, that's.
I love the fact it's got an L plate on it. I love it. It's got a learner plate on it.
Let's have an L plate.
Well, let's have a look. So 555. Let's have a look at their history on SG. So 555. So ABL Racing, Comic Relief Team. Ah, a bit of a meme team. So Frank Stitch, Mike Robinson, and Christian Bouchard. Very welcome to the race. Mike Robinson is a new driver. In fact, I think they all are. Frank has completed one race on SGB, and Christian has also completed one race on SGB. It looks like they've taken part in the Racing Stronger Championship, which is a community specifically designed for drivers suffering with mental health. So very much oh, did you really? Yeah, they're fantastic.
Yeah, I'm in the community. I keep an eye on them. I interact a little bit in there. I think it's a great little community. They do.
It is brilliant.
Do like just fun races for everybody to join on a Saturday evening. Yeah, I'm in there. People talk about their own struggles and whatnot. Probably the most supportive sort of sim racing community I think I've ever been, or I'm in.
That's amazing to hear. Really, really good to hear. I'm also a member of Racing Stronger. I've had my own problems over the years, continue to have problems as well, but stuff like that is really helpful. And these guys are clearly new to the platform, but let me just say, you're very welcome on Sim Racing GP, and it's great to have you. Great effort so far, guys. You are precisely, let me just figure it out, I can do this pop up from pit wall. You are 235 laps into the race at this point, so congratulations on a mega performance. Well done.
So I think they're supposed to have two cars. Someone's saying their main car wasn't able to compete for some reason, but also saying somebody's saying that Racing Stronger has been the best for me. So,
yeah, it's great to hear. I don't know if Adam's in the chat or watching this, but Adam, the guy that runs Racing Stronger, he's also a Sim Racing GP employee as well, and he's a top bloke, and he would be very, very happy to hear that. I've got a lot of time for Adam. He's fighting the good fight, doing a lot of good things. So yeah, great to hear. Earl as well. Me too. Great setup. I love the Racing Stronger. Fantastic. John, what are you up to? Do you fancy joining us in the booth for a bit? Give us a little bit of an update. I'd also, do you know who I'd also like to hear from? I'd also like to hear from Dan Terry. But I don't know if he's up for it.
Well, he joined in, he came in earlier on,
Did he?
What's here? Oh, he's put crying in his name as well and everything.
I know.
He's unbelievable.
What do you want?
What a lad.
We have that as a sticker.
Yeah.
We have that as a sticker in the ACCSS Discord because it happens every now and again.
I mean, it's definitely happened today.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you can have a go at my daughter.
I'm not having a go at anybody. I'm just crying. I mean, at least I didn't walk to the pub and sort of the shop and for the shop to be shut. Yeah. You wanted to speak to me.
I just wanted to hear from you, just sort of see how you're, how you're feeling. Obviously, it was a unfortunate DNF, but you must be pretty proud with how this has gone as an event. I know, like, we've had problems as a team, but I think you've done a great job with this, mate. I think to pull this together, so fucking it's unreal.
Language, Steve.
It's been good fun.
Well, I mean, I think that all the content, to be honest, has come from your half-an-hour rant about our ranking system. that's where all the content's come from. Stuff the stream off, stuff the race off. I really enjoyed that.
Can I just say what's really blown out is we've doubled the amount of followers on the Sim Racing GP Twitch account today as well.
Woo.
Hey, well done, guys.
It had 5, it's now got 10. Let's go.
100, it had around about 30, 40. We're now up to 110, and we've got 57
wow.
people currently watching this. So,
Yeah,
nice.
no, I'm really happy with how this has gone. Like, yeah, you have to imagine this is. I think is this our second stream on here, Dan?
Yes, it is.
Second? I thought it was
Yeah.
first.
It might even be the first. It
No,
might
it's
be
the
the
second.
first.
I think it was the one of the DLC streams you did.
Ah, right, yeah.
Yeah.
But either way, I think again, I know I've said this a couple of times in this stream, but what was this? 2 weeks you had to put this together?
No, one. It was last week. They
1 week.
cancelled
1
it.
week.
But 1 week they cancelled. Last Saturday they cancelled the official Kyalami virtual 9-hour race, and we were like, well, we can do that.
Yeah, it was last week.
It's really awesome to see all the teams. So when I was driving earlier, I was like, oh, I know these people. Oh, I don't know a load of these people, which again is also another awesome part of it. Is there's like loads of people on the grid that I haven't raced against or known. Two of those I had no idea who they were. I have killed. I apologise to. Well, I got my teammate Adam to apologise to the first one because that was just a full murder. The other one, on the other hand, I will not even go anywhere near. But yeah, I mean, like I say, there was what 35 teams signed up at the start. The fact that 33 managed to get in with all of our server protection sort of loopholes and bits and pieces. I mean, loopholes, it's pretty simple. You just have to open the event on SGP before the server launched, and you could get in and race. Which, to be fair, 95% of the drivers managed to do it without any other instruction except the tutorial that you put together, Steve. So, which is a really good sign.
It's amazing how many people couldn't find that video though. I had to keep sending it to people. Like,
I think it needs a bit of an update. I have to say, just after we've done this, I feel like there's some learnings from this that we need to update it a little bit. But I think on the whole, I think it was I think it's been a great job for you to get that message across. And like you see, we're still here. 2 hours to go. Actually, we've just ticked over 2 hours to go. And we've still got a bunch of
my car is still on the track. I could just join in and punt you just for the banter.
Please don't.
Just to make sure you don't win.
Don't.
Don't show it.
It was sitting there waiting for Steve to get in it.
It's weeping. It's crying.
It'll give me flashbacks, Steve?
Well, we can't leave it because it's running the stewarding tracker and the live timing. So we were like, well, we've now actually just got to sit here, and it's got to sit in the pits the whole time because we can't leave the server and rejoin because it knocks everything off.
Oh my god.
But yeah, as you were saying, Steve, there's definitely some learning curves. I was just talking to Adam about it earlier. It's a perfect example how the server's protection will work for like single driver events. I think it's not quite in a position where it was going to be ideal for like 9-hour events. Like it's a bit unfair asking people to sort of leave it, especially even if we do it for like 24-hour events where we're asking people to essentially leave their computers or static IPs or whatever on for 24 hours is a little bit unfair and to a degree quite costly. So let's have a look at what the pros have worked here and what bits need changing for the future. But the thing is though, we've managed to run, there's a lot of streams on, there's a lot of eyes on, which is cool, and touch wood with 2 hours to go, it's still running. So
that's the thing. I don't know if you've been watching the stream, Dan, but that was the thing that I was saying earlier. Was like as much as this was like a last minute, we've got an opportunity to provide a race for the people that we had signed up for the official one. It was also an opportunity for us to try this and actually see how this works in real life. And I think for the most part, it's been pretty good. I think we've had obviously a couple of hiccups with our team, but
oh no, we had one hiccup with our team.
I know. Look, she's grounded for life, mate. Don't worry about it.
Who turned in it out?
Evie.
Oh, did she?
My daughter.
Oh yeah, we haven't told John what happened.
You haven't told me what happened. I thought you had powers.
Yeah, I think you were in the car when Steve was explaining on the stream what happened. Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah.
10 minutes before Steve was about to get in the car, he disconnected out the Discord call. We're like, he'll be back. If he's not, I'm ready to go. Came back and he was like, oh, Evie just turned the internet off. We're like, oh, okay. It should be fine. Just connect to the server. And then we're about 20 minutes short on max driving time, so we're just like,
oh god.
But it's one of those things.
We were just glad Brett could join. I was a bit nervous. I know you joined us, didn't you, Steve? I was like, has he done it? I was like, yeah, I hope so.
Yeah, but that was the thing, right? It's like when that bit happened to me, I was like, oh, like actually this is something that we need to communicate and do a bit better. Is actually it's maybe not quite enough just to say log in before. It's like actually you need to, do a few other things. So we just need to communicate that a bit better. But like I say, we've still got 30 odd drivers, 30 odd teams in here competing with an hour, less than 2 hours to go. So for those that got it right, congratulations, well done. I'm still absolutely gutted that we didn't manage to do it, Dan. But we had the pace, I think, Dan. Our team had the pace for top 10.
You definitely had pace.
We were flying. We were flying till I punted 2 guys, and then Adam was the solid one, and then Adam was the consistent one, and then I was just there and then me and you were there just to throw it away. Basically, I got the penalties and you couldn't join. So
yeah, but I'm never going to ask Adam what gear I should take X corner in because he was in reverse in the pits.
Yeah, so, that's true. He can't do pit stops, bless him. But I mean, I'm going to go. I was in the process before you asked me to go and get some food and then take over from Adam with the last bit of stewarding. So I'm going to go and do that, and then you guys were all smashing it. John, I hope you get punted.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate it.
Steve, you need to get backup internet supply, backup electric supply.
It's lovely, isn't it? Cheers, Dan. I was picking you up and saying I love you in chat earlier. Nah, screw it. I'll take you back.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. Right. Anyway, enjoys.
Love you, Dan. Well done. Love you, Dan. Well done, mate.
I'm fond of you, Dan.
So, John, tell us about your race so far. You've had a pretty dominant performance to this point, but just tell us about your race so far.
It's been up and down. Obviously, pole, and then the incident, and then we've worked our way back up. I put on some good stints, Dan put in some solid stints, and then Mr. Brett's joined us and released the secret weapon. And yeah, it's been going well so far. He's got some wheel issues apparently. He said the car doesn't feel quite right. But...
Brett has wheel issues.
Yeah, shock. He's doing well. But, like,
did those wheel issues start when he stopped gaining on the car behind him?
Yes, that's the one.
Yeah, as soon as that happened, wheel issues just also. Yeah, I get it.
I get that. I get that all the time. Yeah, 100% all the time. It's always the wheel, not my lack of talent.
just like exactly. It's always the wheel. Blame the equipment. But no, it's been good so far. Like, had no issues. Well, our teammate almost took us out though. I don't know if you saw that on the stream.
Brilliant. We didn't see it on stream, but they're having a pretty good race there,
They
right?
had a great race. Yeah, we were letting them. Christian was like, "Oh, I'll let you go." So he let me go into the, do you know the downhill left right? I can't remember what it's called. Is it barbecue?
S's.
Yes, that's it. And he didn't judge it quite right and almost took the back of the car out.
Nice.
It was very close, but no, it's
So
going really well.
what's that? What are they're in an Aston, aren't they?
They're in an Aston, yeah.
Are they? Is that car number 9?
72.
72. Oh wow, they're doing really well.
Yeah, they're doing really well. 90 on the
really
other
well.
owned car. Yeah, car 98 owned your car. Yeah, they're doing really, really well.
Doing really well. That's fantastic work. Love the Fry guys. Again, sincere apologies to Sasha that you didn't manage to connect today, but I promise you the technology works. We just need to figure out how we.
Steve,
Well, that was definitely daughter error, which she's never going to live this down.
You're going to bring it up. You're going to bring up her wedding, aren't you, Steve?
100%. I mean, I've been nice to you all this time, but here you're going to get it.
Now for the reason you're my least favourite.
Right, shout out to any drivers taking part in this race. If you want to come into the commentary booth, I would love to hear from you. I'd love to hear how your race has gone. It doesn't matter if you've been at the front of the field or the back of the field or in the middle of the pack. I want to hear about your race. So if there's any drivers that want to come in, please let me know. So Chris Black has said you want to come in. All right. So the way that we're going to do this, Chris, is you're going to have to drop a message in the SGP 9 Hours Discord chat, and I'll give you the role to be able to come and have a chat with us. So just drop a message in there and we'll have you on. But that offer is extended to anyone else who's driven in today's race and wants to tell us about your race. This is risky as hell because you can say anything on stream, and believe me, if you say anything on stream, you'll be out of there in a shot after I've given you what for.
It's all right. Steve's already dropped a couple of swear words. You can't do much.
I know. I can't help it. After a day like today, emotions are running high.
I joined. Was like, do not sweat. Do not sweat. Your job depends on this.
Okay, Chris has messaged us, so I will give the role for. Oh, what role do I give it?
SGP 9 comms. It should be. Do you want me to do it?
Yeah, go on in.
If you broadcast, there we go. Should see it now.
Okay, Chris, you should have access now. Please find your way into the commentary booth, and we would love to have a chat with you. And as Chris finds his way into the commentary booth, we'll take a look at this battle going on here for P11. This is Cherrington, great name, being followed closely by. This is not at all. I don't know what I'm talking about. This is Fredrickson.
Yes.
In the Porsche, being followed by an Audi.
Yep, he's being followed by Weiser?
I'm going to say Weiser.
Weiser sounds more European. That works. He's in the 24 Audis, right on the back of the Porsche, and we've seen mostly Porsches struggling to overtake throughout this race. We've got a lot of experience with that, and now we're going to get to see the other way round. Yeah. So if Weiser can get a good exit out of the last corner, we should see the exact opposite of the Porsches struggling to catch up, even with the slipstream.
Chris, you joined us in the chat. How's it going? Tell us about your race so far.
Well, it's been going. It's been happening. We've had quite a hectic race.
What car are you in? Tell us about your car, what number you are, and stuff.
We're the 917 Ferrari. Yeah, it's been good fun. We're currently only P20, which is a bit annoying because we know we've got the pace to be higher, but yeah, we've had some crashes and stuff. One of our friends who very kindly, we needed a third to obviously take part today, so he did a stint for us. Didn't have the best stint in the world, but we wouldn't be here racing without him because we needed 3. So yeah, he didn't have the best stint, so we got some damage, lost some time, and then both me and Dylan, our other driver right now, is we both had some big incidents. I think you saw one of mine earlier. I set my fastest lap and then binned it in the wall the next lap afterwards.
Yeah,
so
we were just bigging you up for your fastest lap, and then we moved you, and your bonnet was very up.
Yeah. I tried to keep the car straight after Skyline, and it didn't go well. It didn't want to stick.
Are you the sexy Ferrari?
Yes, he's the Ferrari you like the livery of. Yes.
Oh, I love it. I love your livery. Who designed your livery?
I did it.
You did it?
Yeah, just me. Yeah.
Wow, I'm telling you now, that is a banger of a livery. Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm a graphic designer by trade.
Oh.
So I appreciate when a livery is done really well. And yours, I saw it, I was like, that is a really, really well executed livery. There you go, you can see it on stream right now. That is a really well done livery. Well done, man.
Alright, cheers.
Chris, you had some pace when I've come across you in the server.
Yeah, well, cheers, thank you. Yeah, we've got the pace, but yeah, I feel like the few mistakes. This is our first race using the Ferrari.
Oh wow.
Ever. Well, Dylan used it in the league a few seasons ago, but that was like a year and a half ago or whatever. So, but this is our first endurance race using the Ferrari. We've come from the Porsche, so yeah, we've got slightly more straight line speed.
You've left the OP car at Kyalami to go to a lesser car.
Yeah. But we're starting a new league with it, so we thought, you know what, this is a good way to get used to the car and just get used to the way it drives.
Get some practice in, yeah.
Yeah. I don't like how it deals with curbs.
No.
No one knows. Just about to talk to you about curbs.
Yeah,
like it just doesn't.
I think we've had 2 spins due to literally just like obviously the curb at Cheetah. Anybody hits that, you're dead. But but luckily I managed to save a couple times in there. But no, but there's a few of them like down in the S's coming after there, and you bump the curb a little bit badly. We had a really bad one earlier that didn't cause a big crash or anything, but we went off. And the front end just it kept bouncing. It wouldn't stop bouncing the whole way up the hill, and it meant we didn't slow down quick enough, so we went off. We only lost a little bit of time, but it's interesting. It's good. I'm looking for. I mean, I've done my fastest times at Kyalami in it, so
nice.
that's a positive. But
I like the Ferrari. I drove that for a while, and I really got to know it, and I thought, you know, at the right track, this is a great car. But it's a good all-rounder, I think. But I'm definitely not the person to extract the maximum performance out of the car. So Chris, if you could give us a trademark, I'm literally trademarking this right now, a 30-second verbal lap chart of your race. So from start to finish, tell us in 30 seconds what's gone on.
Had an alright start and didn't get eaten up by other cars. Lost 1 or 2 positions, but it's safe. We then had Then I got 3 warnings in my first stint alone. That was fun. I had a moment at Cheetah. That happened, and then we had 3 spins resulting in like 18 seconds of damage during each one during the first stint. So pitted a bit, and then just kind of been comeback drive ever since, with the occasional half spin, and that's pretty much been our race.
Fair play, man. Well, look, thank you so much for joining us in the commentary. I really appreciate it. I would love to hear from more drivers and more teams. If you've taken part in the race today, let us know in the Twitch chat, and or in the Discord, and come and join us just like Chris has in the commentary booth, and tell us about your race, because there's so much going on. I hope you can appreciate we can't always cover every single moment of action, but I would love to hear the different races, the different stories that have gone on. And Chris, thank you so much for joining us. So I hope you enjoy the rest of the race, and hope that you join us again for one of these races.
I'm sure I will, and thank you for having me. Com's been great today so far. I've been loving having to listen to it while I'm not in the car, so it's been great. Cheers for that.
Have you got any more compliments? Just give us a good
Oh,
Don't let him have this.
How's the camera work been? Camera work?
It's been solid. I have seen at least 3 cars.
Thank you. It's been good.
Yeah, it's been
Yeah, people are never happy, are they? They're like, oh,
that was definitely a dig.
Show our car. I want to see car 12. It's like the car 12 was 20 seconds between the other cars. Like, I'm trying to show the battles. It's like, right, I liked you until that moment, Chris. So off you go, right? Off you go.
Now, Chris.
Camera work's been great. It's been chill. Like I've seen what's happening. Then when there's yellows, you see what's happening, which is good. Which is always good because it turns out a few of them have either been us or people were fighting. So it's quite handy to go. Oh, they're sideways. Oh well, that's good. We're getting some time. So yeah, the camera work's been solid, and it's always fun watching the battles. Some of these battles today have been insane. How close the lead was for what? 6-7 hours? It's like
Don't remind me.
Been insane. Thank you for having me.
Oh, there's a
I'll
move
leave
happening
you
on
to it.
on stream now, actually, for P5.
Wow, here we go. This is the Aston Martin of Buckley with Sheppleton. I misread that in P7 in the Merc in the 909 Merc, but that is looking tasty indeed. But Chris, thank you so much for joining us. We'll leave it there. But yeah, if there's any other drivers from any other teams who want to come and take part in the commentary, please feel free to drop in. But this is a battle that's looking very tasty at the moment, with an hour and 42 minutes to go. We've still got probably about a Grand Prix and a half to go of racing, which is amazing, as Fredrickson gets it all wrong. We're going to get a replay here. It's these two again. These two have been at it for a long time. Like, if there's any drivers from this battle that want to come and talk to us, please come and talk to us, because this has been the battle of the race at this point. Oh, no!
Tapped.
I swear every time I come across them, they're together still. They're like, we're joined together until that moment.
That has been the battle of the race, I think, so far. But yeah, if there's any other teams, please let us know. We're more than welcome to come and let us know about your race. But
There's someone in Twitch chat that's asked. So
is there really?
yeah.
Can I go in? Spotter and DNF'd racer. Help me out a bit. What does that mean?
Finished.
He was. I think he's from the car 444 that couldn't get in.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
He's been spotting for the car 555.
Okay, got you. So it's 555 the car that we just had in.
No, they are
That's the Ferrari. The Ferrari you like, remember, Steve?
Oh, yeah. The 555 BMW that was right at the back.
BMW,
who is wearing a full suit and helmet.
Ah, got you. Yeah, please drop a message in SGP 9 hours in the Discord, just so we can give you the role, and by all means come and join us.
Harrington is also caught right up to the back of this battle. He is a lap down, but he's had better pace for the last few laps, so he could want to unlap himself on these two while they're still trying to have a fight.
Right, I'm just going to have to head back to the team real quick because they're about to do a driver swap.
Are you driving, are you, Tom?
I'm not, no. But I just need to make sure they're all set. I'll come back in if you want.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Just before you go, can you give Aces the roll?
We'll scan.
Yeah, there's a couple of drivers, a couple of the first cars have started doing their second to last pit stop. There's a couple more coming up. Fredrickson, who we were just looking at a little bit earlier, he's just gone in. Here we go. Much better run through there from the Honda. He's pushed the Mercedes offline. Hanged out the outside, just enough space given.
What position is the Honda? What position is the
Honda in 11? The car in the 6 and 7.
Right,
that's the fastest lap of the race. So this is the one that was one that Sun was racing for. You know, that set the fastest lap of the race.
Okay, so they've got some quick drivers here, right? And they're trying to slide their way through the field. What's the best? What do you think the best tactic is here? Do you just let this guy go and get on with your own battle, or do you? What's the best thing to do here?
So the worst thing about this situation is that there's a Lamborghini off somewhere. to look at the Lamborghini, the worst thing about the situation is that Cherrington is only just in this car. He's still right at the start of his stint. The 2 cars ahead of him, we just see the Aston pitting there, are near the end of their stint. So that's one of the cars out of the way for him, but this Mercedes is, check, he's still got about not quite 10 minutes left in this stint, so he's going to be in the way for a little bit. He could drop out and get, you know, because he knows he's pitting soon. I doubt that's on anyone's mind. He's going to keep going, unless he gets really held up by the Honda diving him. That would be when he might want to think about giving it in, because hopefully he has a good set of spotters who are keeping him informed on the Honda being out of sync with them. As here, Elberg is trying to defend himself from Bain in the Onid car.
He's trying to not be consumed by the Chewits, which is out of character for a sweetie, which is used to being consumed. Go on, Stevie Bain.
That's a genius link. If I ever did hear one.
Anyway,
You're interviewing here, Steve, so
here he goes. Steve Bain on the outside. Let's do it. In the Aston, the Porsche's got the better of him there, hasn't he? For another lap, I think. So, welcome, Aces. I'm sure that's not your real name, but if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself and giving us a little bit of an overview of which car you're racing in, and a bit of an overview of a race so far, that'd be great.
I'm Alex. I run both ABL teams. I would have been in the pro team for it. We would have been at around P5, seeing at the pace of everyone, but unfortunately we couldn't get in for some odd reason. We did all of the server protection stuff. On behalf of the amateur team, we didn't expect much from them, just because we told all of them at 3 AM. I made delivery at about 3 AM, so yeah, they had 0 practice. And the person doing the race suit, it's his first race in ACC.
Amazing. So that you put this AM team together at 3 AM.
Yeah, I haven't slept.
Wow. Amazing. That's insane. That's really, really cool. And why is he doing it in a full race suit and helmet?
Memes.
Yeah, there must be some photo evidence. If there's no photos, it didn't happen.
Alright, I'll send you one now, actually.
Brilliant.
Is your DM's open?
Just put it in the 9 hours. We all want to see it.
Everybody wants to see it. Everybody wants to see it.
As we had a race control collision for one of the cars there. I missed it just
car 24, 15 seconds penalty causing collision on lap 251. Yeah.
That is not what you want. That is P11. Who's in the fight for top 10? That is such a shame. At this point in the race, an hour and a half. At this level, lads, come on.
It's an hour and a half left. That's mad.
Yeah. I know, it's gone quick, isn't it? It's gone very, very quick. So as we wait for Aces to produce the goods, otherwise we think he's lying about the guy in the overalls and helmet.
It's going to be an SGP 9 hours, right?
Okay, here we go. We're waiting for it. I don't know. Oh my god, he actually is.
What's that camera from? Like,
Did he take it on a Nokia 3310 or something? Like,
I bet by the sound of Aces, I don't even think he knows what a Nokia 3310 is. Doesn't sound old enough. Yeah.
True,
I'm probably the youngest in this race.
How old are you?
I'm 14.
14, Alex. Wow,
yeah.
Fantastic. But you didn't make it in with your team, is that right? If I understood that correctly?
No, we would have been able to at least qualify at least P5, stay around that area. We had sponsors backing it, but I don't know what's going to be going on with that after seeing the comic relief team's livery. They haven't really seen that livery. It's got a flipping cloud emoji on the back, a load of things, and
it's all good. Who are your sponsors? Give them a shout out.
Connolly's Designs, amazing. They did all of our professional liveries. Race Element, a plug-in for Assetto Corsa Competizione. We are partnered by Young Minds Charity, which is a Young Mind charity for mental health, and Mind Charity.
Excellent. That's really great to hear. I'm so sorry that you didn't manage to make it in. I will. Can you give me your car number and I'll look into that as to what the problem was.
Yes, it was number 444.
444. All right, we will look into that and figure it out. But yeah, thank you so much for joining us, Alex, and all the best with the 555 car for the rest of the race. And yeah, hopefully we can see you again in a race soon.
Thank you for the opportunity. Bye.
Cheers, Alex.
Cheers,
Bye now.
Alex. Thank you.
Cool. I kind of like that. I kind of like introducing the teams into the chat. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah, no, I like it. I like it.
It's a little bit different, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Yeah, because there's only so much we can say that hasn't already been said.
Yeah, and like you can see what's going on the screen. if you're interested in what's going on the screen, you can see it. But the thing is, it's like with stuff like this, I always find that there's so many amazing races that happen that you just don't know about because we're focused on a battle, and you know, to give the chance to the people to come and talk and tell us about their race, I think that's brilliant. And just on that moment, as I say, I'd love to hear from more people. I've just seen Peter Brett has popped up in the chat. Yo to you too, Peter Brett. Talking of youngest people on the grid, I think Peter's only 12. Peter, if you want to come and join the commentary booth, yeah, he's only 12 years old. I think he's 11 actually. I don't even know if he's even 12 years old yet. I think he's 11.
Peter, are you allowed to talk to him?
Yeah, Peter, say hello in the SGP 9 Hours chat, and we'll get you in the commentary booth, and you can tell us about your stint. It was a bit of a monster stint, to be fair. Although I have to say, I thought you would have pulled a bit more of a gap. Did we miss something, by the way, guys? Did we miss something?
While you were talking there, Gold lost P2 to Schaefer.
But why? I think it was a drive-through. I think Gold's got a drive-through.
I didn't see that pop up.
I'm pretty sure that the P2 got a drive-through at some point. Okay, right. So I can do this. I can give broadcast. Right, Peter, you are now able to join the commentary booth if you want. But I'm pretty sure that Gold got a drive-through.
Somebody in chat will tell us.
Peter will come and tell us with if we've got. Peter's just joined the chat. Hi, Peter. How you doing, mate?
Bad now yourself.
Yeah, have you got parents'
permission?
A signature to
I'm 21. I'm 21. That's okay. I'm young. I'm that young.
So tell us about Gold. Did he get a drive-through?
No, he got overtaken by Schaefer. He's the slowest guy.
Told ya, yeah.
Okay.
So
I thought I saw some sort of penalty.
No,
he's only doing 143s, 144s when he's in the car. He's the slowest out of their three drivers by quite some distance.
To be fair, that is some pressure on your shoulders, right? To take over a car that's like P2. Like, fair play to the guy for sticking in 143. That's really, really good. So fair play. But Peter, man, how are you doing, mate? You alright?
Good, yeah. I'm happy with that.
Good
2
stuff.
hours in a row.
Yeah, was it double stint? Was it?
Yeah. I have another race in about an hour, so.
Where are you racing?
I have a SOP British GT in about half an hour.
Nice.
So I'll be in Ballon, so I'll be jumping across to that. But yeah.
Life of an esports pro, right? Just here, there, and everywhere.
No, it's good.
So are you back in the car later today, or is that it for you now?
The boys are gonna split it 50-50. We're gonna do 50 minutes each.
Ah, okay, fair enough. Oh, interesting strategy. Interesting strategy. Yeah.
Give your strategy away. Love it.
So what's going on with Peter Brett then? Tell us about what your plans are for 2023, because you drive for SOP. SOP, obviously, if you don't know SOP, they're a massive ACC community. They do their race room racing on SGP, but they do their ACC racing on SimGrid. But you also, as well as that, enter a lot of other esports stuff. So what's the plan for Peter Brett this year?
Oh geez, next series coming up is RCI Esports. I suppose that'll be our next big thing to try and win. We joined with Samantha Pan Racing recently, so we're their esports team this year. So a lot of M4 driving, a lot of sending.
M4, you in
Yeah.
the M4?
That'll be our car for the next championship.
Wow, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, it's fine. Getting used to it.
Yeah?
But getting used to it.
Peter is definitely a Porsche driver. We've got 555 stopped on track here. What is going on here? That's an odd place to stop. Have they run out of fuel? What do you think? That is a really weird place to stop. That's up at the hairpin on the road up to the hairpin. Don't know. That might be a DNF for the 555. So we'll see. But mate, Peter, always a pleasure to talk to you, and I'm glad that it's worked out. I know that you've not had the best of luck in some of the ACC races that you've taken part in recently. Exactly. So for you to be leading this race with just an hour and a half to go is good showing. And yeah, fingers crossed that you guys pick up the wing. But mate, on to your next race.
Thanks a minute, Steve. See you later.
Nice one. Cheers, Peter.
I'm going. Bye.
Yeah, so it looks like out of fuel, doesn't it? That looks like out of fuel to me. What do you think?
A bit strange if it is.
Well, you don't stop there like that if...
No, true.
Oh wait, hold on, what's this? Alex is saying he turned off the start. I laugh because I've done that like 4 times in a league race.
I feel okay laughing because in the last race I was going through a corner and it was in iRacing, so I tried to hit the voice chat to say thank you to a backmarker who just let me past, and instead of hitting the voice chat I hit my pit limiter and gave the guy quite a fright. So yeah, sometimes you forget where those buttons are, man. It happens.
Yeah, I've turned my car off way too many times and it's not fun.
Yeah, you did it on a live stream as well, didn't you, Steve?
I think I did, yeah.
When we were doing an ACC stream, there was me, yourself, Dan. For the
You
new
one who did
content.
it at Spa? I remember someone doing it at Spa and being like, "Why? Why is everyone overtaking me? What's happening?"
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why, but I should really remap my steering wheel because I've done that at least 3 or 4 times.
I have buttons on the base of my steering wheel, and after doing that the first time, I moved the starter to one of the buttons on my base so that I can't accidentally click it anymore. It's too far away.
That's the way to do it. I was thinking of getting like a little button box just for ignition and start. But see, this is the thing where I feel like there should be some commands that say you have to do it manually, because we could just avoid all that by just doing setting it in the assists, like auto start and stop. Like you don't need to do this stuff, but it ruins the immersion.
Yeah, but you actually technically you gain time if you do certain things manually.
That's right, in the pit stops, right?
Yeah, that's why it would need to be a server-wide setting to have anyone actually do that.
Yeah.
In every other game, I always leave that automatic, but then I can't be losing time like that.
Yeah.
Let's have a little look at the top 3 in terms of timings. So we've got Lindholm in. Sorry, I keep saying Lindholm. It's Lindblom. It's Lindblom in P1 in the Porsche. In P2 it is Schaefer, 31 seconds behind, and in P3 in the Honda it is Gold, 38 seconds.
By the way. It's not 31. It's 33.
Oh, I'm looking at Pitbull, so it may have updated a little bit behind, but I'm pretty happy with that. Right, you got top 3 within just over 30 seconds, and I think without that little mishap, that could have even been a little bit shorter gap. But Peter Brett did put in a bit of a monster stint on that double stint, so fair play. So yeah, guys, an hour and 20 minutes left. I think it's fair to say I'm feeling a little bit better now about life, because I was really upset earlier. I don't know if you could tell, but yeah, it's going all right at this point.
At this point, everyone has sort of just come out of their pits, and that should mean that most people are just on one pit left. Yeah, pretty much everyone by now should be able to just have one pit left, and then get to the end. So, no one, actually, Maitland in the 911, they might be the only car who have an issue because they're going to need to pit really soon. So they might have to pit twice, unfortunately. But everyone else is on their stint time as well.
Where are you seeing stint time? Sorry.
I am using ACC Race Control, excellent app made by our good friend Leonard Chungle.
Leonard. What a
legend.
that guy is.
Yeah.
Love
And it's
Leonard.
a fantastic app that we use for both stewarding and for broadcasting at SCCSS and all the other stuff we do. Super useful. It's really well made as well, and he's got so many nice little features now in it.
It's been a while since I've looked at it. It's been a while since I've produced a race using that tool, but if I know Leonard or his work like I think I do, it would be amazing.
Yeah,
he's really good at what he does.
Got much deeper into it, using it for stewarding with the Logitech events, and it makes it all so much easier. I hadn't done stewarding for a little while before doing it, and with all the updates he's had now, literally just all the buttons are there, you click them, it takes you right to where you need to be in the replay. You can just see everything. It's fantastic.
Bright future ahead of him. Someone that I would absolutely love to bring onto the SGP team in the future, but yeah, we'll see. But yeah, here we are with an hour and 20 to go, and we are looking at Stevens in the Merc. A little bit in no man's land at the moment. I wonder if there's any other battles that are going on track that we're not quite aware of. I don't know if you've seen any, Paul, but it might be an opportunity to flick through the grid, give every car sort of 10-15 seconds or whatever, just to see what's what.
Yeah, we're
while I
early
do
on
that,
in
I'm just
the.
going to have to nip into the house. I'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
Early on in the stints right now for this second to last stint, and that often we've seen from the ACCSS race can lead to these periods of slightly less action. But what it does mean is that we have a bunch of new drivers in these cars, in at least some of them, who are going to be setting different paces to those in front. So for example, I can see right now Tom Mack is back in the Lightning Bottle racing car 459, and although he's not in range for a battle yet, we know he has some pace, and he is closing in a tiny bit on Horschel. The same with Shellekins is back in the 24 Audi that was so high earlier, and so he's chasing down Partez. And so even though right now we're just gonna chill for a little bit and take a look at some of the other cars circulating around, we will be able to focus again on some battles soon, hopefully. I also want to shout out the Onid Racing car. A little while ago they did this now, it was before their last pit, but they've broken the speed trap record. Something I always find very interesting and like to bring up. They're at 241 kilometers per hour right now, which is a lot more than some of the Porsches, let's just say that. Tom Mack, who's catching him, their speed time is actually 8 kilometers per hour slower. So shows you how the differences are between the straights and the corners in some of these cars.
Hamlin's back in the 189 as well.
Hamling's back in the 189, that's good to see. He's the fastest guy in that team, the Cracked Racing Fruit Gang. So we're going to see that car pull up some spaces eventually. Actually, he's in a bit of a no man's land, unfortunately. But we saw him last stint, he did pull up 15 seconds deficit on the car ahead of him, and that's what he's got right now, and he's pulling that in. So we could see him again later on in this stint making some moves. We have looks like only the top 3 are on the lead lap right now. They are all also on the same strategy. See the 911 car, Audi there. I always get confused when that number is not on a Porsche.
Yeah, interesting choice of number, that one.
So into the very fast corner, we've seen a couple of people lose it here, just taking in a little bit too much speed. Big snap there from the Audi. Audi quite an aero-dependent car, so when you reach the limit of that aero, it does go quite wildly when it goes.
So just while we're in a bit of a state of flux with all of these driver changes and these last pit stops coming on, we're getting into the business end of this race and we're flicking through each of these cars, which I'll hand back to Gareth in just a second to continue that. But if there are any other drivers from any of the teams that want to join us in the commentary booth and give us a lowdown on your race before we get into the last part of the race where we will focus in on the battles on track, you're more than welcome to do so. Just drop a message in the stream chat and we will identify you and get you into the commentary booth. So yeah, please give us a shout if you want to get involved, and I'll hand back over to Gareth. Just just as I see John Earl in the lead of the race has got a surprise stint now. What does that mean? Now this is where I want John in the commentary booth. Please explain what you mean, John.
Well, I hope it's not too much of a surprise, because I was just looking at the car 153 who's in 12th position and wondering he might be one that I didn't notice earlier that might be quite tight on this last stint. And yeah, hopefully it's not... Oh, okay, that's fine then. He's saying Brett has to go. He wasn't aware that Brett had the Donington race that Brett told us about, I think. So he has to do the last stint. That's an okay amount of surprise, because that means you're still going to be fine on your stint timers. Like I said, Leopard might just be a couple minutes off, because they only have like 14 minutes left of their stint. So it's going to be tight, because they'll need the 65-minute stint timer to get back in. They're going to have to push it right to the end. So the 911 car has pit, so they've still got one more left to go.
Battle here for P15.
15, Tom Mack, he has overtaken Horsenell. We were talking earlier about that becoming a possibility soon. So he must have made a mistake there. And we have P2 as well coming up on the back. See how the Porsche manages to pull away in this section specifically a little bit from there, because very nimble. As Paul was talking about earlier, you can physically see how much more turning it has in some of these incidents. We're also having 21 and 18 position cars just ahead of this. They're going to come into this soon. So back markers and leaders as our P2 driver takes the inside. Both of these are going to have influences on the race. That's slowing down Horsenell quite a bit there. On Max slightly further ahead, you can see going side by side with the Honda into the hairpin, but the Honda has the inside, so it hasn't given the place quite yet, but just a little bit less throttle input on the exit gives the place pretty easily. Ooh, didn't lose much time there for Tom Mack.
Wow, just incredible turn of events there, with Kart 911 getting a drive-through for ignoring blue flags. Come on. That's an obvious one. You don't need to get that penalty. Oh, was the only car takes a bit of a trip into the gravel track up Cheetah. I think that's, to be fair, got away with that one.
Yeah.
That could have ended in tears, but he's managed to get away with it.
That's what we were talking about earlier with you're scared of that curb, so you're trying to be a little bit too cautious, and then you end up going wide and having almost the same incident, but held it straight, which is the important thing. And that definitely gives Tommy Mack good lead.
that Honda's still the fastest lapper of the race at this point.
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to be beaten.
No, 141 flat is really good for race pace.
If we're going to see any advance on that, we're going to be talking about like the final laps of the race. Paul shows our freaking car in the pits again. Thank you. I just have to say, huge. Can you just go back to that one, just real quick? And huge shout out to Ben Brown for making this livery.
Fantastic.
Cammy gave us all the details on that earlier on.
Ah, okay. Well, I won't spend too long on it then. But that could have any other logo on that car, and I would still love that car. I think that is a really fantastic livery. Shout out to Ben Brown. Great stuff.
She was honoured to have the Go for the Gap logo underneath the rear wing there as well.
And I can say I'm honoured to have it on the car. I'm a massive fan of Cammy, and I'm a massive fan of the work she does. Honestly, it's some of the best work you're going to see in not just sim racing but motorsport as well. As we have got a battle going on here. This is a Honda battling for P23. Kyalami is the name. Oh, as we get a little bit out of shape on the exit of that one.
Contact between the two, Honda versus Honda. The 911 is the car that just got the blue flag, the drive-through for ignoring blue flags. So.
Yep.
Oh, really?
Yeah, come out with this Honda. They're having a bit of trouble as well because they're getting sort of harassed by faster cars here. They just had the Honda with the fastest lap coming through them, and there we had another change. The Audi scooting through on the inside. It's another front runner through. There was a lot of time lost behind from Honda. Big snap for the Audis, but Honda's now right on his back and having to slow down. Doesn't want to overtake a car he knows is faster. That is very unfortunate. That's lost him a chunk of time. No fault of his own.
Worth keeping an eye on Mr. Hamlin because he's got that gap down to under 6 seconds to the P9.
10 seconds already since the last time we talked about it, so he's pushing on Schmidt as well down in 19th, he's pushing on Copiasso, so like we said, new drivers in the car, changes the pace differential between these cars, we're starting to throw some new battles as we get slightly through this stint.
That is not an overtaking. That was going to be a send of all sends if he'd gone for that. Love that Ferrari. Great little Ferrari.
Yeah, really? You hadn't said. You never mentioned
If
it.
Listen, no, Paul. I agree with him, so he's allowed this. It's a really nice little Ferrari.
It is a good looking livery.
There's two of them as well, which makes it even better.
Well, what's quite interesting is two of them are together out on track, and then the third one is behind them, separated by the Honda.
Yeah, all the Ferraris are quite together. Actually, now you mention it. Yeah.
I mean, they're not on the same bit. Well, not all of them on the same bit of tarmac. So there's quite a bit of a gap between them.
So here's a question for you guys. I know there's a battle going on, but we'll just take a second just to try and figure this question that I've got out. What stops people from getting involved in endurance racing on ACC?
What stops them?
Yeah.
Time.
Because this is so much fun. Like when you take part in something like this, it's a hell of a lot of fun. And Kunos with this game, it's just such a brilliant game. They've absolutely knocked it out of the park with this one. But there's so many people that are leaving this fun parked somewhere in a underground car park where they could be doing this. So why are they not doing it? Alright, I take your first shout, time. I think that's an obvious one. But what else is stopping people from doing this?
I think some of it does come down to it's just that little bit more of a barrier to entry to get into a lot of endurance racing. Like there's so many systems now, including like SGP, where you can just pretty easily slot into a quick 20-minute race, get it done. It feels like nothing. You're good, you've had your fun, and you move on. Whereas with having to sign up, because you have to have the entry list set up for the big races, and then having to join in the right order, have to have that organised. And pit stops, how the pit stops and changing drivers can work sometimes can be a little bit of a hassle. And then also another big one is psychologically, like the stress of letting like other drivers down. Pretty easy to go into a race like this and be off the pace and just drive around at the back and have it as a good experience and a learning thing. But when you're in a car with other drivers, you don't want to be off the pace, so then you try to go as fast as possible and lead to mistakes, and then you feel bad because you let your team down, sort of thing. So I think those are the two big ones for me: the entry barrier side, and then the not wanting to let your team down side.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely fair analysis. I think from my side, you know, finding teammates, I think is also something that's quite difficult if you're new to this. The thing is that if there's an endurance race, I can guarantee that there's thousands of people that want to take part, but they just don't have connections to drivers that want to take part as well. But there are others, so I think there's you know, an element of that, which is I want to take part in this race, so do I. Let's team up and make that happen. I think that's a part of it as well. But I really do recommend people do take part in something like this. I mean, I've only done, personally, this would have only been my third endurance race, driver swap endurance race, and it pains me that I've only done
so then the question to you is, why have you only done a small number? Why haven't you done more?
Oh, it's your point, Paul. Time. I've got a family with 2 kids who don't
like turning off the
quite...
electricity.
What was that? Sorry.
You like turning off the electricity.
Yeah, you like turning off the electricity.
Oh, that's a lie, Steve.
He's back.
Really not.
Oh, he's back.
No, you've only done 3 driver stops. We did a whole series of them.
No, sorry. I mean,
like proper enduros.
That's true, but like,
yeah.
in
I know what you meant. I'm only one.
But yeah, it's yeah. I think the time really is the thing for me. I've got like a massively intensive job. I was speaking to Dave Perel recently, and he was like, "I don't know how you've got the time to race," and I was like, "Oh, I don't know. I make the time for it." And I suppose the difference for him is that he races real cars, right? So where he might be racing real cars, this is my chance to race, and I treat it like that. You know, I really treat it like this is my opportunity to get in a race car. So time is limited, but yeah, I think genuinely also like I think, you know, finding drivers is a thing. So
on the note of that, I want to shout out the I want to shout out the number 100 car with Quinn driving right now. Dennis Gotto and Florian Sachs, both ACCSS members, and Dennis is very new to sim racing, and he heard us talking about doing the last ACCSS Enduro and wanted to get involved, but we already have a full team that we've been racing with for a long time, so we pointed him towards just asking in the Discord, and immediately for that race he found Florian, who didn't have anyone, and this is his second or third big endurance race in like a short period of time. And so it does show, like, if you do go to one of the many communities, like I'm sure Onid have a Looking for Team channel, I know RCI does, I know ACCSS does, you can always find some people out there who are willing to go on it.
Yeah, I just wanted to call you out, Steve. I'll be back at some point.
Wait, what?
I just wanted to call you out for that, but I'll be back. I've got Dan to go coach through this last hour.
Sorry, you literally just joined the chat to have a go.
Yeah, because you forgot. How could you forget about that lovely 2.4-hour series we did?
Oh my god, I can't. Alright, I'm really sorry, John.
Come to chat, really. I'm winding you up.
Oh wait, are we going to the football next week?
Yes, we are. How did you forget about that?
I didn't forget.
Actually, we matched it on Saturday.
Apparently I forget about everything, because I forgot about the 2.4.
I'm only one.
I forgot about the thing. So, it's Saturday, isn't it?
Saturday, yeah.
And
Damn right.
Ipswich versus MK Dons, and this is why I love what we do, is because it brings people together. And I've got a friendship from John, who's an Ipswich fan. I would never have gone to this football match. I'm going to it because John is a legend,
And you're a granite.
and we've become friends through sim racing, and that's brilliant. I love that. So yeah, mate, you do you, mate. You do you, and I'll speak to you in a bit.
Yeah, I'll speak to you in a bit. Love you guys. Bye.
So Ben Loppard has just come into the pits, and he has only just got in with enough time, so they're right on the limit. But we are now past the 65-minute left mark, which is important because that means you can go to the end on one stint from here. So they've just got in time, and this should be, as long as they don't have any more issues, car 153's last stop. They have no more pit stops to go until the end. And they were quite off pace, so you probably won't see another car in for a good 10 or 20 minutes, but then we're going to start getting a lot more as we see the Honda.
Bit of a wonky Honda.
Yeah, goes off the track, gives himself a good view of what's coming up, and gets back round.
So just a reminder to anyone that wants to come and give your rundown of the race so far, you're more than welcome. You just let us know in the Twitch chat if you've taken part in this race. Let us know, and you're more than welcome to come in to join us in the commentary booth and give us the rundown of your race to this point. See a few of you in chat that I'm not familiar particularly with the names. Speak in German. I speak a bit of German. Hello. That's about as good as it gets. You're more than welcome to come and join us in the chat and in the commentary booth and tell us about your race. Also, big shout out to Stefan Hooter. We're a massive fan of you. I love you, Stefan. Keep working hard and doing the good things. I know that maybe this race didn't turn out the way that you hoped it might, but I tell you now, mate, we're big fans of you, Mr. Positive. So yeah, good luck for the rest of the race. Hamling in P9 now, taking that car home. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that jump a couple of positions before this race is out. So yeah, we are just about to tick over to 1 hour to go, which is just crazy. This stuff goes so quickly, doesn't it? You have, Paul, you are a hidden gem. Let me tell you now, you are a hidden gem. You joined us at Expo, you were amazing. You've done all of this stuff for 2 or 3 years now since I've worked with you, and you've been absolutely fantastic, mate. Keep doing the good work.
Every time we do 3-hour races for ACCSS, Paul's always at the end of them moaning that they've gone too quickly and he wants more. So I think he's happy to have the 9 hours. Yeah. Yep. Lots of racing next weekend. It's going to be a busy one.
What was that? Say again. What was it? I missed that. Sorry.
Next weekend we have first ACCSS Sprint Season 2 for this year starting on the Friday. I'll be streaming that. Then on Saturday, Paul will be streaming our 3 hours of Paul Ricard for our GT Cup. We'll both be there for that one, hopefully. And then on Sunday, we're doing the 6 hours of Watkins Glen charity race with ACCSS and Cracked Racing. And Paul will be broadcasting that one as well. Because you're always watching the races.
Well, do you know what? It just hearing that name, ACCSS, just hearing it repeated there has made me think. It's made me think. I need to get back involved with ACCSS a bit and do some driving. We've got a Ferrari stopped on track, and that is lovely. What is going on there? That is the nice coloured Ferrari. Is it not?
That is one of them. Yeah, there's two of them, luckily. So you still have.
Wait, hold on. There's two of them.
Look at. There's two of them. Yeah, they're teammates.
Wow, we're only 7 hours into this race. I just realised that. So what's going on there? What's happened there? Do you know what? That looks like a wheel. I think it's like a wheel disconnect.
Yeah. He returns to garage after this.
It's not a server disconnect. That's like that's a problem with the wheel. That. Yeah, drivers of team number 1, give us a bit of a heads up as to what's happened there, if you would, please. You were running where? You were running in the P sort of 16 area, I think,
Yes.
if I remember correctly.
Yeah, they were about there, just ahead of the other Ferraris.
So what happened there? That's a crazy one. So yeah, if there's any drivers from team number 1, let us know what happened there, because that looked very suspicious. But yeah, they've dropped right down the order. Can't see where they're appearing in the.
They have disconnected from the server right now.
Oh, okay, all right.
That was an unusual crash. That must have been a hardware, as you say. It must have been.
Yeah, but to disconnect from the server, that seems a bit drastic. To go, I've had a hardware, I'm going to disconnect.
But that might be because the other drivers have done all their stints.
They've just come back into the server now.
Ah, okay. Well, yeah, come on, guys. Anyone from Team 1, please give us a shout, because I want to know more about what's happening there.
Do you have this nice little battle coming up, though? Where exactly is it? P15 to P13, we've got these 3 cars looking for the way around. That is Lehman, who's just got into that Aston for the last stint. So they're out of sync with the pit stops, and Audi goes a bit wide, trying to give too much space there. So that's really good, because as I was saying, they're out of sync for the pit stops, so they should be further up in the field with this. They have the pace to be higher, and we're getting held up. So that's unfortunate for Shellikens, but it's given Tommy Mack the position as well, who we're looking at in this Porsche right now. And shouldn't expect him to really keep on to Lehman necessarily, but it wasn't Lehman's pace also that had them that far up, so we'll see if he manages to pull away from everyone else.
I tell you what, Paul. Let's just. Can you give us a car that's within the so we can see the top 10? So maybe P4. Okay, right. Have a look at this. P4 AM, P6 AM, P10 AM. Like, how good is that? These guys have represented themselves very, very well. Like, look at the pro class. Look at where the pro class are, and look at where the AM class are. That is absolutely an amazing display, especially from the Lithuanian team. We haven't mentioned much about them other than my Lithuanian.
Well, we did while you were away, because.
Oh, you did
that again. Yes.
Ah, okay, fantastic. But yeah, P4, and they are P1 in the AM class. So yeah, fantastic. Representation.
They've been pretty much on pace with a lot of the guys up the front. They've just been a little less consistent. We've seen them a few times, especially at Cheetah, just going a bit wide and getting into the grass. Luckily, haven't had a big hit there, which has kept them up in 4th. But yeah, their pace has been pretty good when they're doing well.
Yeah, fantastic stuff.
Behind them with James Holder in.
Out on track at home. P13.
Yeah, James Holder has hopped into the 169. James Holder, a very, very fast driver, so we could see some of those laps early on closing, but he only has a little bit left in his stint. I don't know if he'll be back in there again.
I was just saying, Gareth, about ACCSS. I was saying, I want to get back involved with ACCSS. Obviously, I've got a bit of history there, and I know Dan has done an amazing job with you, Gareth, and Paul, and there's so many now since when I was involved. There's so many people that are doing a great job there. I just simply wouldn't know. But yeah, I'd love to get back involved and do some ACCS racing. What have you got coming up? Do you know what's up for grabs at the moment?
We have our regular championship season is back on. That's every Friday. We're down to one split now, so it does get full quite quickly. But you can check out that. There are the first round of season 2 is going to start next Friday, and that goes on for 5 weeks, and then we have a couple-week break. We also have our GT Cup season, which is on Saturdays every other week, which is 2-man teams doing 3-hour races. Dan's cooked up a really nice format for that one.
Say that one again. What's that
strategy? 3-hour races with 2-man teams.
Ah, that's already started, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Although
okay.
I think there are spaces if you did have a new team, you could always join late. But then we also have obviously our endurance races. The next one we're doing is the 6-hour Watkins Glen. We have a pretty consistent schedule now of doing an endurance race and immediately announcing the next one. So in a couple weeks' time, we should have our next big endurance announced. Whenever Dan's ready to throw that one out there.
Oh, spoiler alert.
There are
but
three main things now. Every now and again, we're going to try and start doing more Wednesday races and more sort of casual races here and there, but those are our main weekend series that we've been doing.
Yeah, good stuff. I think I'm going to jump into. When did you say the endurance one was? The driver split one.
The driver swap series that we have is on Saturdays.
On Saturday.
Next Saturday we're at Card, and then every 2 weeks we do that.
Either way, I love the fact that ACCS has flourished. I'm wearing my ACCSS t-shirt. I don't know.
I'm wearing my SGP hoodie.
Yes, cool, brother. That's what it's all about.
I love this hoodie. It's really comfortable.
It is a good hoodie, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's a good hoodie.
Yeah.
I just said in it. I feel like Dan Terry should have jumped in the chat and been roadman in it.
But there's a lot coming up with SGP though. You got the ranked racing which we've spoken about. The SGP Rivals.
Thank you for mentioning that.
The SGP Pro League Season 1. You've got SGP 24 Hours. You've got the Team 87 stuff, which is with Jimmy, and then Race Room SGP as well. So there's loads.
Yeah. Thank you for mentioning it, mate. So if I may, just take a minute just to mention all of this stuff in a little bit more detail. So we've got, in no particular order, we've got Team 87, so Jimmy's championship. If you don't know about this is like, if you've got any, if you're from the UK and you've got any desire to race a real car, and the pinnacle of this, by the way, is racing alongside Jimmy in his Prague. If you
Sorry, yeah. Sorry, I didn't put it out on stream. Anyway, read the Twitch chat. Dan's gone for you. Dan, after your comment around endurance racing. Yeah,
So the series that you were asking about, that I was telling you about, is the series that you were meant to participate in with John a couple weeks ago, like a month ago now.
I'll go back. Thanks for bringing that back up again. Cheers. Anyway, moving on.
Team 87.
So much fun. Yeah.
Team 87. So yeah, if you've got any desire in taking part in a real life racing, and like I say, the pinnacle of this thing is that you get to race alongside Jimmy in his Prague. You need to get involved in the Team 87 stuff. So that's going to be launching very soon. And that is going to be a championship on Sim Racing GP. The idea being that you move forward into the next phase of the program, which will be into real cars. So stay tuned for that, which will be cool. And the other cool thing with that is, yes, it's only open to residents from the UK, but that is purely down to the red tape involved. Yeah. Because genuinely, Jimmy tried really hard to try and make this a European thing, but it's just impossible. When it comes to real racing, it's like actually people's lives are at risk, so you have to take this seriously. So it's only open to UK residents, but if you are, then this is the thing to get involved with. But yeah, we've got a race room collaboration, and I'm. Oh no, I can't say it. Oh, it's not quite. The deal's not quite done yet. But we have a race room collaboration with Sim Racing GP, which is a championship which is going to run throughout the second half of the year, which I'm really excited about. We have the SGP 24 Hours, which I'm super excited about. That is going to be the point at which we launch the the licenses and the ranking, automated splitting of servers and stuff. So that will be just get your ranking up, and you can take part in 24
so
hours.
is the SGP 24 hours, is that just a one-off event, or is that
It's
a
a what?
series?
Hey, why not? I feel like after today we need to make this a championship. that is how I feel. Like after today, I feel like this needs to be a championship.
That's a
in
lot for
24
people
hours.
to commit to, though. I think you have to appreciate. I mean, I've only done
No.
24-hour race, but God, was I tired the next day.
No, I mean like when I say like a championship, it should be like you turn up, and if you can race, you can race. If you can't, no problem. It's just it shouldn't be you have to commit to the whole championship.
Okay, right.
But the 24 hours will be, hey, this is available for you to come and race in it if you want. I don't know if Dan Terry's in the chat. Dan,
He is. Yeah, all I hear from Steve is more work for Dan.
All right, okay, Dan. What is this favourite pizza topping thing? How do we get rid of it? It's doing my head in.
Yeah, move bar.
Really
Yeah.
flipping annoying.
Yeah.
Anyway, we have Rivals, which is an amazing competition. So let me tell you about Rivals. Can I tell you about Rivals? We need to talk about the chat in a race.
No, there's nothing.
Go ahead.
Nothing dramatic happening at the moment.
That's
The
about
car
right.
going off the track.
Other than a 603 Ferrari.
Go on.
What's
Rivals.
this? No, it says it stays. No, please get rid of it. Okay, Rivals. Rivals is amazing. So Dan and I were in Germany last year, and we were like, "What should we do next year?" And we came up with Rivals. Like literally, we were walking through the streets of Nuremberg, and we were like, "We need to." Paul, I think you were there, and we were like, "Just give us a minute. We need to think about this because we think we've got something cool." We were walking through the streets of Nuremberg, and we came up with Rivals. And the idea of Rivals is that it's community versus community in like a Champions League format. And the idea is that, let's say ACCSS want to take on or want to enter the competition. If you're familiar with football, like FA Cup style, we draw a number out of the hat. So we'll go ACCS is number 6 and track is number 12. If we draw 6 and 12, it'll be like, okay, ACCSS versus track. ACCSS might want to run a race in ACC, and track might want to run a race in Race Room. So in that round, those communities go head to head, and they have a team of up to 15 drivers, but 10 can take part in the race. And in leg 1, it will be ACC. They can choose whatever they want to do, and you race that race, and all the 20 drivers take part, and then they score points. And then in race 2, the drivers take part and they score points, and the community with the most number of points goes through to the next round. A bit like the Champions League, so like home and away legs. And there'll be in each round there'll be drivers that can that are pro, which we would say like a rank 6,000 above, and then there'll be drivers that are ranked 6,000 and below. So it gives everyone a chance to compete. And I'm really excited about this one. I think this one will be absolutely amazing, where all these communities come together, doing what they do best to make a championship, which is basically unlike anything else that's been out there. So the poster that we've got is, again, designed by Cami, done great work, BMW M4 GT3 versus a Praga, which is, like, again, not likely to be on track in real life, but this is the whole point of virtual racing. Then we've got the Pro League, which is for drivers who have got the highest rank and the highest license, so it's going to be gold license and above, and the highest ranks, they're going to be able to take part in the Pro League, and that is going to take part towards the end of the year. And then we've got the rank racing as well, that's coming very, very soon, so automated splits, licenses and ranking across ACC, Race Room and Assetto Corsa. That's going to be coming very, very soon. I'm really excited about that. The Assetto Corsa. What's it called? What's that car called? It's the really cool Radical. It's the Radical. The AC Radical League. That's going to be amazing. And then we've got ACC Sprint Endurance and race room as well. So a lot of cool stuff coming up on Sim Racing GP. I'm sorry that I took up so much time. Paul, thank you very much for that opportunity.
You're most welcome, Steve. You're most welcome. Okay, we got P2 in the, well, was P2. They're in the pits.
Yep, so we are coming closer to the end of stint range for a lot of people now, so we are going to see a bit more of a flurry of pit stops. We've already had quite a lot of people do it, so going in for their last stop. Yep, Schaefer and the Audi is in. John Earl is already into his car now, so he's been in there just for a couple of minutes, couple of laps. The Lithuanian team is going to be in a little while, and Holder in the cracked car that's in 5th. Been doing a good comeback drive there. Them and Stevens will also be in soon for their last stop, and then we'll have one last shuffle around before the end of the race, so people can try and get their fast driver in and make up some places, or have one of their other drivers try and hold what position they've gained so far already.
What I want to know, Steve, is how are you going to better the Expo from last year?
We have some plans already, and this is very much thanks to the expertise of our new business development manager, Adam. He's come up with a couple of ideas that could make the Sim Racing GP Experience Expo a little bit more tailored to what we do. So, I mean, I don't think anyone's going to be holding their breath to hear what we're going to be doing at Expo, but all will be revealed. But just while we're on the subject of Expo, Paul, what did you think of Expo this year?
I thought it was hard blooming work, is what it was.
Yeah.
But I genuinely thought it is moving in the right direction. So one of my biggest criticisms of it when I first attended was there's a lack of high-end, low-end equipment. There was no Thrustmaster, there was no Logitech. It was all very, you're already into sim racing. Here, come and spend thousands of pounds on equipment. And also, what I liked about Nuremberg was there was more space. So the stands were bigger. People were using that space which was available to them. So I thought the Logitech stand that we were on was unbelievable. Like I absolutely thought it was great having the rig set out like that. But then when you walked around and you looked at the other stands there, like the Fanatec and everybody else, like they've gone to a lot of effort to use the available space that they had, and that was only year one of that. And obviously now they're moving location, as I bring it up on the screen for Dortmund. That I'm guessing there's going to be even more space available. I mean, they didn't quite fill the hall up, but I mean, I would hope that would improve over time. I don't know what the size of the place in Dortmund will be in comparison, but I thought getting there was a lot easier than from a transport point of view. But then I drove to Nuremberg because it was more in a drivable distance. Nuremberg was a little bit too far for that, which is actually one of the reasons I'm quite excited about Dortmund, is the fact that it's drivable. If you really want to drive it, you can do it, and that makes it easier, especially when you've got to bring equipment with you, like I had to do, and you had to do, and other people, like because they chop your arm and legs off if you want to add a suitcase on a flight. So, but yeah, I really thoroughly enjoyed it, and I think what was really lovely about it was getting to meet people face to face. The people that I've spoken to online, had little jokes with, and the camaraderie from all the guys that were there from an SGP point of view. I think everybody was put in the right direction. Everybody knew what we were there to focus on, and it was absolutely brilliant. And I loved doing the on-site commentary. It was, as I touched on quite early on in this commentary, it was a whole new experience for me, and I thoroughly thoroughly enjoyed it. My feet, on the other hand, didn't so much. But yeah, no, it was fantastic. Well, it was just great. It was a great weekend, Steve. I mean, it was hard work. I mean, I saw how much work you put in. You had many late nights doing your wheelings and dealings. I don't know how you survived, because I have to get a good night's sleep, otherwise I'm useless the next day. So
Yeah, mate. Well, that's the life that I've chosen to live, apparently. So I've just got to do it. And yeah, I think an interesting point. Thrustmaster weren't there. Why weren't Thrustmaster there? Like, everyone else was there, but Thrustmaster. I would like to see more from Thrustmaster. I think in that scenario, I think people. I'm not the only one. I think people would love to have seen Thrustmaster there. But yeah, look. I think it was more about the sort of average sim driver this year. It wasn't just about your super high end. Like motion rig type thing. I think it was a little bit more accessible, which was great. But yeah, I think next year could be quite, or this year could be quite good. I actually think if I look at the square footage, I think it's actually a little bit smaller than Nuremberg. But I don't think that's a bad thing.
no, neither do I.
If you look at where, by the way, and I'm not going to name names, but a couple of massive brands let down Expo at the last minute.
Right, okay.
And it was like a couple of big areas, and I'm pretty sure you know the areas that I'm talking about, were meant to be filled by brands that pulled out like last minute, like really messed them over. So that's not cool. So this Dortmund one, I think is a really cool location. If you're into your football, like I know you are, Paul, right next to the Dortmund Stadium.
Yes,
which is
if there's a game happening,
I'm hoping there's a game. Yeah, I'm hoping there's a game as well. That's the first thing I said. I was like,
yeah. I mean, but if you're asking me to come and help out again, I mean, there's probably someone who might not make the game because we work so long, like the hours there. We might, we were like, we go for dinner at like 6:30, 7. We wouldn't end up going for dinner till 9, half 9 because there was so much going on and things like, and that's right because we're there for that purpose, right? But that, I was saying to earlier on, I was saying to someone the other day, it might actually be Gareth actually saying this too. Like the only problem with Nuremberg was there wasn't a lot around it. And I think Dortmund's going to change that. I mean, I know you could jump on a tram and go into Nuremberg, but it was quite a walk for that pizza, for instance. Like as great as that pizza was. I mean, it was a lovely pizza. It was, honestly, it was a pizza to die for. It was a hell of a walk to get to it.
Yeah, you are right. For those that don't know, Nuremberg, the Messe, the exhibition hall, is in the middle of nowhere. So I think this is a good move. I really think this is a good move, and I think it opens it up to literally millions of more people. That Benelux region, it becomes more accessible to. So people in Belgium and Netherlands, it's going to become more accessible to. And even people from the UK who want to drive. As we see a bit of action here in the replay, that is the 911 Audi that tries to take a bit too much out of that Aston Martin. Came a cropper as we roll into the pits with the 911, presumably for their last.
Today,
oh, okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, so looking forward to next year, and as predicted, Hamling did make it up to P8, which is a fantastic effort. Just again, want to shout out to our good friend Stefan Hutter, who should be very proud of the team's performance in that P8 at this point. And maybe Paul, it might be at this point a good idea to do a little bit of a run through of the order so far.
Earl currently in P1, Schaefer taking on in P2. I'm terrible with names, so apologies. Svinkus in P3, Gold in P4, Stevens P5, Woodley in the 169 in P6, Lloyd is in another Aston in P7, Hamlin, which we've spoken about, up to P8, Chevington in P9, Quinton riding out the top 10, Lehman in the another Aston in 11, Mulholland in the only Lamborghini, doing a fantastic job, really liking the livery as well, especially the front and the back. I like the lightning bolts in currently in P12, Mack in P13, Shelskens in P14, Horsnell P15, Kaki P16, Tiggy in P17, Mr. Santon P18, Johansson P19, and this is the completed the trio of Ferraris. Smith in P20, Watts P21, Ganti in P22, Gotto in the only McLaren P23, Perkins in P24, Butcher in P25, and we're going to go to the car even though it's in the pits. Mr. Adam Burns in P28.
Well, it's a 9-hour race, and some people gave up, and I can't blame them. You know, you know in your deep down, you know if your race is over pretty early. But to go from 35 drivers to what we 24 left on the track.
25 on the track with 2 cars.
25 on track.
Your car. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's not a bad result for a race that was given 1 week's lead time. So yeah, I'm happy with that. Dan Terry should be happy with it too. But yeah, great stuff. Great stuff.
I love the ACC camera sometimes. I love like, where's the car gone?
Yeah. And that order we looked at is still subject to quite a bit of change because about half of the cars are still yet to pit for their last time. So there's a couple of these guys who will be shuffling about pretty soon. There's a lot of them in the last 10 minutes of their pits. You can see obviously Kanaganti is in right now. There's going to be a bunch more coming in very soon.
So we are into the business end of this race, aren't we? We are,
absolutely
almost into the last half an hour, which is quite astonishing, really. I know it's kind of obvious. Time travels in one direction, but we are 8.5 hours into this race, and I just never thought we'd get to this point. But yeah, half an hour almost to go, and still a lot to be decided.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm fearing my electricity bill at the end of this.
As am I. I thankfully managed to turn the heating off early doors when I realised adrenaline is high and my body temperature is going to keep things moving pretty smoothly. So
to be
yeah,
fair,
the
heating's really low today, which is really good to see. It's only £1.26. So yeah. But during that cold winter snap that we had back in, was it January? We had those 2 weeks. I was spending 15 quid a day on electricity and with gas. It's just madness, absolutely crazy stuff. But yeah, just still see it now. I'm like, that's not too bad. I can deal with that. It's all right. But this is a battle I think it's hotting up a little bit. The closest battle out of track, so Lehman here in the Aston Martin being hunted down by Mulholland in the Lamborghini.
Yeah, there are a few that are sort of just out of the range of really properly fighting quite yet, so it's going to come to who has the most issue with back markers that pulls one of these into each other, or when some of the other cars start to pit. Both of these cars have already pit, so this is a straight up race for position until the end. They are on the same strategy. Mulholland, we saw, had a very good pace in his last split, so absolutely shouldn't expect him to be having too much of an issue. That's the 555 car ahead of them. They've been quite a good back marker most of the time, so as long as they don't catch him at an awkward moment, he shouldn't have too much of an issue there. And then they have quite a few back markers reasonably close to them.
Does anyone know what that sound means?
What sound?
Did you hear it?
No.
Didn't hear it. Oh. The sound cancelling, noise cancelling. This is a bit. The sound that I was trying to play you goes a bit like, and it was meant to be. I've ordered Domino's.
Oh no, you haven't, have you? Oh, I think Domino's is really. I think Domino's is overpriced.
Oh, such.
Domino's is overpriced, but you can always get deals on Domino's as long as you have it with a good
not
deal.
Not generally on the weekend though. They're normally the good deals are on like a Tuesday or Wednesday night.
The best deals are on the week, yeah. Yeah. But it also depends where you live. I think I might be a bit spoiled living in London.
But also, I've heard really good things about Fireway pizzas.
Yes, well, there's one of those literally like a 5-minute walk from me. It's good.
There's one in town where I live.
Fire away. They're good. They use like a not quite a proper old pizza oven, but they use a proper pizza oven. It's good.
Nice.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it. I love it that we've got into the business end of the race and we've chosen this point to talk about how pizzas are cooked.
Listen, I watch a lot of Real World Motorsport, and this is exactly how the Real World Motorsport commentary goes as well.
If you ever watch Martin Haven do a commentary, this is exactly what happens. They get all delirious in the early hours of the morning and they start talking about rabbits or whatever. You know, like, no one cares. Everyone's just there for the chat.
Oh, yeah. Have you seen that Martin Haven clip?
Yeah, I think I know the one you mean.
Oh, good move there.
I don't need to mention which one it is.
No, I haven't. You haven't said that to me.
Was that a change of position there?
Yeah, it was. Yes.
So who was it?
So that Santon got past Tiggy for P17.
Yeah, Santon's been catching him pretty quickly over the last couple of laps. He's on quite a good pace right now. Kim Tiggy just having got in that car a little while ago, so that's a good example of that. Horschel, who is up ahead of him, has just pit as well, so not expecting too much to come of that battle. As we're seeing Tom Mack jump in the pits as well, starting off this sort of last train of pits that we should get to.
So I've got Florian Sachs in the chat. BOR Racing up to P22. Get on the hype train. So we've got a McLaren, I guess, in P22.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
In 100. Florian. Yeah, Florian, if you fancy coming and join us in the commentary booth in this last half an hour, you're more than welcome to come and join us. I'd love to hear about your race so far. Tell us about your ups and downs, and let us know how it's gone. If you want to get involved, just give us a shout, and we'll give you the role in the Discord to get involved.
Something we probably missed this, but Ellis Buckley, they are still in the race. That's why car 1 in P19 is that apparently they had a fatal error, game crash with 60 minutes in the race to go for that car.
Yeah.
Nightmare.
That was what we thought was the harder issue yet. Fatal error. Very unlucky.
Again, please come and get involved. Get into the comms booth and tell us about your race, and we'd love to hear about it. Again, we focus on what we can. We talk a lot
about pizza.
Yeah, we talk a lot of BS, but we also miss a lot of stuff. So you know, this is the opportunity for people to come and tell us about your race, because yeah, we'd love to hear about it. But
we also have Kaki in P15, who's closing pretty quickly on Shellekens. He has just got in that car, and Shellekens is right at the end of his pit window. Then that's the other close fight that we have on track right now, as well as this Mulholland one. Gonna have a few people coming in really soon. Probably Shellekens out of that fight that I'm talking about, slightly further back in the field. Zinkunas, the Lithuanian team, they have dropped in for their last pit stop as well. Hamlin can't be too far off.
What is the name of the Lithuanian team? So they are car number.
Their car 330. Their name is Lithuanian Am.
Yeah.
Brilliant stuff. So
They're just coming out the pits now, settled into their 4th position.
sorry, what did you say their team name was?
Lithuanian Am.
Why do I see Last Turn Motorsports?
Oh, so Lithuanian Am is their team name in game, but that's based on their livery, not on their SGP. So they might be different.
Okay.
They're the 330 Aston Martin.
Oh, the Lambo's making
That was
a
very
move.
close there. Yeah, so the Lamborghini down on the inside. Takes a lot of curb there, giving the Aston a lot of space. Didn't quite need to, but luckily for him, the Aston is just carrying it a little bit too fast and gets slidey in the middle of that corner, which loses him some momentum and puts it behind. So all about the exits here, but the Lamborghini gets a pretty good one, so that's probably not going to be anything. He's also getting just a slight bit of slipstream from the back marker ahead, which will help even that out, even though it's the Aston very fast in the straight line, obviously, so he will be keeping close. So Mulholland.
Did Shelkins lose P14?
Yes. Yes, Shulkins did. Still... No. Where is it? Yeah, still hasn't pit. He should pit right now. Yep, he's into the pits. Was pushing it quite far to the end of that that stint window. So we'll see where he comes out. He's got a long way back to P16, so he should be okay, I think. So we're watching Mulholland. How's Mulholland doing in terms of people ahead of him? Oh, that's Woodley. Oh, is Woodley's just been killed by Cheetah, hasn't he?
Probably.
So here he is coming down the long, flat-out left-hander. He's still going, so they haven't immediately pit. Possibly just doing a lap to test damage, but it's quite a big hit, so I'd expect them to maybe come in for that. They've only just started their last hit. Yeah, it's a big hit. So yeah, they shouldn't have to do another pit stop, so they might decide to just hang on. P6 is right behind them, so they're probably going to lose that one either way.
So what's happened here then, Paul?
It was in the replay there, just having a look at what's been happening. This is Woodley. Woodley's hit the wall, running around with damage now. It's a hard decision because if they go in for repairs, they'll lose P6 anyway. They're probably going to lose P6 on track now because P6 is so close to them. And with that damage, they're going to lose it either way. But then it comes to the worry of P7 with Stevens isn't that far back as well. So if they pit, they might lose 2 positions. Do they believe that for 20 minutes they can keep enough pace to hold Stevens at bay? So they're going to have to be discussing this in whatever Discord channel they're hiding away in now to make sure that they're making the right move.
I've just
So
found
we're seeing here this.
Yeah, the move for Shelkins.
This is the battle that we've been seeing for quite a while now. Going into the hairpin, top of the hill. Does he? Oh, he goes wide. Goes very wide in there. Lets the Porsche down on his inside a little bit. Still keeps the position there. Audi very good out the corners. So coming on to the corner, I think it's Crocodile. It's just before Cheetah.
Kind of missed when the move happened, so
Okay, so over Cheetah, is it going to be going wide at Cheetah?
no.
Right, going good so far.
Oh,
Ooh,
little bit of sideways on the last one.
not a good exit there.
This car has had a couple of odd moments, where you you just wouldn't expect it to be a moment, and it's just popped up where
Oh, he cuts across.
There we
like
go.
that. Yeah. Oh no!
Dive into the middle. No.
Oh, and he goes deep. He goes deep into
Goes
T1
deep.
though.
Yep, so the Porsche now has the good line for the next couple of corners. The Audi gives him enough space to go through, and it's very hard to hang out around the outside there.
It is.
So that's what happened, and here we can see the damaged Woodley car. Yep, he hit the wall at Cheetah. So this is 707 coming by. This is P10 unlapping himself. He has already lost the position to Lloyd, so he's down into 6th. And Stevens is still quite far up the road. We can't see him in the shot yet. He's none of these cars, but he's catching by a lot in a small amount of time. I feel like it would probably be best for this car to repair, but they're going to stick it out.
What's the gap to P4 and P5?
30 seconds.
Oh, it's a big old gap. Okay, fair enough. But Lloydie's done a great job. That whole team has done a brilliant job in their P5. That's really good result.
I'm with Gareth. I think they should have pitted.
So Hamling has pit now. So that is the gap that Woodley would have gone into. It is. I mean, here's the thing though. Thinking about it, this is why they're in such a tough position. Like, if they pit, they definitely lose to Stevens. If they don't pit, I think they probably lose to Stevens with how much time they're losing. So it all comes down to Guillaume. And if they pit, Guillaume's they're gonna be back on pace, but Guillaume will be very close to them. Whereas now, they're well off pace, but to be fair to them, Guillaume has almost 50 seconds to make up in
they've got
17 laps.
17 minutes to do.
70 minutes, yeah, sorry. So even if they're 2 seconds a lap off pace, I think they can actually hold that.
Yeah, no, you're right. You are right.
So it probably works out either way for them right now. As everyone hit. So Lehman has 45 minutes to sit over. Yes, everyone has pit. So this is fully into the last sprint of the race. We've got this battle here. Lehman, he was overtaken by Mulholland a couple of laps ago, but he's not letting this go. He's keeping right on the pace of this Lamborghini and right in the slipstream where he needs to be. He's well ahead of Tom Mack, so he's feeling pretty safe here. The drivers who are at risk, Hamling should really have the pace on Charrington, I think, but Charrington is reasonably close. Woodley is likely to lose that place to Stevens, and then whether Stevens can catch up to Lloyd. This Mulholland-Lenham battle obviously is going to carry on going to the end. Kaki, looking at his last laps, he might be catching up to Tom Mack, and then down in P20, Dan Smith has a chance of chasing down Johannesson. They're the places that are really still up for grabs without someone making a significant mistake. So that is the Woodley car we're looking at in the picture. Cameron Gold coming up to lap him. That's the red car, the Honda that you can see just behind him. And then Shalaken's P15 in that Audi. And then the P7 Stevens, that fourth car in that row that you can see in the little picture, that is the car that is trying to chase him down. Got Manso in the chat hyping that up. So there we go, we're looking mainly at the picture-in-picture now, because that is where the interesting battle is coming. The 909 right on the back now of Woodley. Jordan Woodley driving that very damaged car for Cracked Racing. He's having to fend a little there. Mercedes, they'll have been seeing how much time they're gaining each lap, so they shouldn't do anything too extreme because they know that they are much better on pace than this Aston. See how much the damage. Yes, they'll see how much the damage is going to affect his top speed as well here. Just see there, he's gone defensive.
You got Google? How's Google
Gone
doing?
defensive.
You all right?
And then we have the Mercedes here, holding around the outside. So Woodley definitely off pace. And you can see how much he's fallen back already. And now this number 16 is having a look. That's P18 who's just overtaken Woodley on pace. So that's showing you how much the damage is doing. There's Mulholland, so our two different battles sort of colliding here. Mulholland still trying to pull away from Lehman. He has done a decent job of that, but this could ruin all of his hard work, because now he's stuck behind this very damaged, very slow Aston Martin. And almost comes across from Lehman there. The Aston Martin right in the middle of the free.
This is tricky. This is tricky.
Lamborghini's dive to the inside, almost got closed off by the Aston Martin, but has managed to keep his nose in there just enough.
Great
racing. To be his. Woodley is technically a lap ahead, so doesn't have to give way to this, and he has now let them both past. Close there with his nose in. That has put off Lehman a little bit, and that moment of Lehman just staying off the accelerator because he's scared of Woodley, I think has just let the Lamborghini get the legs again. So that very tight situation for the two of them has stabilised.
Shout out for 909 in the chat for Stevens in P6, and he's having a great race in the Mercedes there. So I think he's chasing down the Aston Martin of John Lloyd in the number 72 car. So big shout out there to Joao Manso in the chat in Twitch.
While I've been doing other things, have you noticed this car set a new fastest lap?
Schaefer, are you back on stream? Paul?
Yes, I am. Yeah.
Schaefer
I don't know when you are or not.
140.9 here. The first lap time to dip into the 140s. Very impressive there from them.
Yeah. Just wanted to highlight that. Because I remember somebody saying it's likely not to be broken, the other one. So
that was me. I was saying if we are going to see it, we're going to see it in the latter stages of this stint, which is what we've seen. So pat on the back for me, but that is a massive time. That's great time.
Schaefer's putting up an absolute pace here. Unfortunately, John is too far away.
It's a little bit too late.
Really matter, but he is definitely the fastest car on track consistently now, not just with that one lap. So doing very well.
It's got a Ferrari to navigate at the moment. Oh, drive-through for 812 has just popped up on the screen.
That is a killer for 812. It's the last time you want to get ahead.
That is not given by our stewards, so that is for track limit.
Yes.
Just a reminder to the top three teams, we'd love to hear from you after the race, so please feel free to make yourself known in the SGP Discord in the 9 hours, and we'll give you the role to come and join us in the chat. John Earl and team, I don't think you need any introduction, you can just join straight away. Schaefer and team, we'd love to hear from you, and Gold and team. If you are the top three by the end of this race, we'd love to hear from you post-race for a little bit of a chat and hear how your race went. But at the moment, we are looking at the Lamborghini in shot right now, the 781 Mulholland, driving a fantastic race to get into this position in P11. And we are about to hit 10 minutes remaining. This has gone so quick. I can't believe how quick this race has gone, but we are nearly at the end. Guys, how do you think this is going to unfold in this last 10 minutes?
Yeah, well, we have a few little battles that are sort of coming close. Obviously, Lehman's now started to fall away from Mulholland, but there is still a couple of places up for grab. Horschel has been slightly pulling up on Schellekens, and Hamling has been taking big chunks out of Woodley, but I not quite enough to get there at the end, unfortunately. Oh no, we have an incident at the last corner. John Lloyd is around. He's got back started, but that brings Stevens a good chunk closer if he wants to do anything there. That could be another position that after a while we could see changing.
Yeah.
That's the 911 car again, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, do you want to check that P5? That was, like I say, an amazing result. If they can keep hold of that, it looks like they are. I think there's a decent amount of space between all of these drivers, according to pitwall.live. Unless I'm very much mistaken, the sort of the top 10 are all fairly well spaced out, right?
Yeah, reasonably. The closest within the top 10 is Charrington, who's only 3 seconds from Hamling, but he is falling back slowly. Hamling doing very good pace for that team near the end of the race. The one battle we really have is Horsnell. Horsnell is right behind the back of Shallikins. Here we go. Like I said, there's a couple more. Dan Smith, I mentioned, is getting a bit close, but this is by far the closest right now. As Dan Smith just pulls up to Johannesson, we might be able to catch a glimpse of that later as well. A bit wide there from the Audi.
My pitwall.live, it doesn't seem to be matching up to the in-game timing.
Audi there having a really bad exit, so now side by side, and the Aston just pulling away, so he got the better exit. They're both pretty fast cars in the straight, these, but Aston has the inside line. Laker braking for the Audi. Audi brakes are really nice. Neither of them hit the apex, but both of them get around the corner cleanly. So, shout outs to Horsnell now, who's put himself up to 15th. Dylan Smith, the next car, looking to make a move. Can't see it, but he's trying to send himself up the inside into turn 1. He hasn't made it, so that fight is going to continue for a bit. Horsnell we see just pulling away from Chillikins. Here we are, this is the battle that I was mentioning. Dylan Smith catching up to Johannesson. He's been right on the tail of this other Ferrari. This is the battle for second place in the Ferrari Cup that we've got going on here, from P17 to P20. And Dylan Smith in that Blacksmith racing car that Steve loves so much. Actually, Steve loves all the Ferrari liveries in this race, I've realised now. So they have been nipping at the heels of this car.
I am a bit of a Ferrari whore, to be honest with you. I love Ferrari.
Yeah, I am the same, don't worry. It is the correct opinion to have. Very excited to get the new Ferrari into the game.
Yeah, same. Like I said earlier, I just hope this is going to be a Ferrari that is... The Ferrari is a bit of an all-rounder. But the sort of driving style that I had, I want something that will eat those curves, and I don't know if the Ferrari will ever do that, but that's what I want.
ACC right now.
So we are into the final 5 minutes of this race. This is absolutely scintillating stuff, even though we have some rather large gaps between the drivers towards the end. But do you know what? If we've got drivers, so P1, P2 is a gap of 21 seconds, which after 9 hours of racing really is nothing. It's not too shabby, that is it? That's pretty good. Oh, as we nearly see Ferrari go to the back of another Ferrari there. But yeah, fantastic racing so far, and it's been an absolute pleasure broadcasting this race to this point. But it's not over yet. There are still races to be won out on track.
Yeah, and this is the one we're looking at, which is a big one. Dylan Smith and Johannesson are super close. Damon has pulled in a little bit back to Holland as well, but we don't expect there to be a move made in that one. Here we go into T1. Not the closest, but defensive driving from Johansson. This has allowed Smith to get up the inside.
Oh, look at this! Look at this! Here we go! Wow!
Great
move! Great move! You've got to make it, haven't you? You've got 3 minutes left. You've got to make the move, and do you know what? Yep. He saw the opportunity and seized it. What a great move on the probably the penultimate lap. Maybe we might get two more, but what a great move there on Ferrari versus Ferrari. Fantastic. Oh, guys, I'll be back in a minute. My pizza's here.
Beautiful. See, he's made me want pizza now. I see, you're not getting the deals in there. You need to only buy Domino's if you're getting a deal. Yeah, Lemon, after losing the position, has managed to keep up pretty well to Mulholland. Doing a good run through the field. So this is, probably the last big chance for position without a mistake. Although, just had, Deata Santon, we can see there, has made a little bit of a mistake. Very close to some contact there in the live timing, but we're about to see what happened to Deata Santon.
That looked like a Ferrari pointing the wrong way.
Yeah, that's how it happened. Just a little bit onto the curb. Typical Ferrari curb. Hopefully, Kunos will fix the suspension on the Ferrari one day, but for now, you've got to be careful.
You say that, but is it a characteristic of the Ferrari? Can they take that in real life?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Interesting.
It's one of the things about Kuno's bot. Ooh, Mulholland, he spinned it. Mulholland, he's got around.
Last chance, that is got away with it, or what?
He's got around, but he's thrown that position away. Lemon just, and this is why it's important when you lose those positions to just hang in there, because Lemon, it's only a little tap, but look at that. Lemon just passed him. You can see the green Aston Martin there just pulling away, and that was just because he stayed in there with the chance. And as soon as Mulholland made the mistake, as I said, last chance to really, unless people make mistakes, and there it happens.
Got to stay in it to win it, and that is Lehman getting all the rewards there. I love this game. I absolutely love this game. I think it's a fantastic piece of software, but I would love to see a version of this game where that sort of mistake renders you out of the race, and it doesn't matter if it's 3 minutes left to go. It doesn't matter if you've got one more lap to complete. That is out of the race as far as I'm concerned. But we're not quite there yet.
Some of the damage models that you can get in some other sims where they are a little bit more harsh. Cars do feel like tanks in this game, although I also do love this game, obviously. So you can just see there, as we're watching, just ahead of Mulholland now is our leader. This is white flag, so we are on the final lap, and not long left now for Jonathan Earl to take victory in the SGP Kyalami 9 hours.
Not long now. Brutisa for the last time. This is going to be Jonathan Earl taking the last corner of this incredible 9 hours of racing. John Earl in the FRIGUYS Porsche takes a victory. That must feel incredibly special after a tumultuous period of racing for the FRIGUYS team. Many incidents along the way, but this was an incredible victory. And this is Schaefer coming across the line in the Audi for P2. A great result there for the number 20. And we've got gold coming through in P3 in the 776 Honda. Not long to go here, so another fantastic result there for the 776. But a great result for John Earl there in the FRIGUYS team. He's had some ups and downs recently, but that was a great result. He needed that result. He really needed that, and the other drivers in that team really needed that result. So fantastic result for them. Taking it easy here for 776 in the Honda. Just need to get home now for that P3. But what a fantastic race, Gareth.
Yeah, absolutely.
But you've got
you can see this is the interesting thing about the end of endurance races. We have checker flags everywhere. Many of these drivers no longer have anyone
Where did the other car come?
Can just sort of treat this as a little bit of a cool down lap.
Fifth.
Just
Happy days.
And it's always a great relief when you finish these big races. And we've had a good result. And just finishing a lot of these long races always feels good, even if you haven't had the best result. Once you get to the end, it's a good time. There we go. There's crossing the finishing line for our top three. Pretty much everyone has come across now. We have the final standings. So yeah, we've had a fantastic day here with everyone who's been working on it and setting it up. And obviously, as Steve said, he wants drivers from the top teams, if you are listening to this, to make yourself known in the Discord so that we can invite you in there and have a little chat. But yeah, it's been a good day, and it's been very fun to commentate on.
Yeah, massive shout out to everyone involved putting this on. Dan Terry, the ACCSS crew, and everyone that's managed to pull this together at literally a week's notice. That is absolutely incredible. Yeah, goes without saying, if you guys are in the top three teams, we want to hear from you. So make yourself known in the chat, in the SGP 9 hours chat on Discord, and we will get you into the commentary booth to hear from you. Fantastic work from all of the teams involved. Thank you so much for joining. But I would like to hear from the race winner, Jonathan Earl, who has joined us in the commentary booth. Congratulations, mate. Well done.
Oh, mate, honestly. Like, that's...
You needed that. You needed that,
I
didn't
feel
you?
emotional.
Yeah, you needed that.
I feel emotional. It was... Oh, that's insane. Oh, and Dan... I think Dan's joined me as well with drove with me. There we go. Dan's in here as well.
Hello, Dan. Hey. Congratulations, guys.
Oh. And then, yeah, like 20 minutes was quite sort of steady. I was happy with that, my pace. I was battling well, defending well, and then unfortunate contact dropped us down to about 5th, and we're about 50 seconds behind the lead at one point. And then, yeah, like some solid stint driving from Dan. Brett came in and did Brett things, and then at the end I just sort of held it steady for the last stint, and yeah, 9-hour winners.
Yeah,
That's pretty good.
I don't know if John has mentioned this, but we had 3 track warnings from the first stint on.
Yeah.
We've just been very careful around the track.
Yeah, it's about 20 minutes into my first stint. I ended up with 3 track warnings.
What, and Peter drove that double stint?
Yeah.
With 3 track warnings? Wow.
3 track warnings.
Wow. Wow, that's impressive. That is really impressive.
That says a lot about how well they drove. These boys are.
Daniel, like from your perspective, like how did your stint play out between Jonathan and Peter? But tell us about your stint.
Going into this, my goal pretty much was just not to crash the car for Earl and need to do their job. But yeah, it just turned out good. I managed to get some very consistent laps and actually, I don't know. Yeah, it just turned out very good.
I
It was
find
solid.
I find like a lot of this stuff is you just have to drive. You just like block everything else out. Just lap after lap, consistency. Just be there, because if that's if you give it your all, then you're in with a chance. And it sounds like that's what your approach was with this. Was just lap, just be consistent and get it done.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
Obviously, we weren't the fastest guys out there at all. Like, obviously, there's faster teams, but we had good pace. And yeah, I just really enjoyed that. Like, my goal was, I said to the boys before, was consistency. That's key. Stay out of trouble, keep consistent. And then I thought I'd blown it, and then yeah, we just sort of stayed out of trouble, was patient with back markers when we needed to be, and just kept it going.
Are you referring to your incident in the first hour?
Yeah, I thought I'd blown it. I thought I'd completely and utterly blown it, but
And that's the thing. It's like those mistakes can compound over the course of the race, but you guys just pulled it back. It was honestly, it was brilliant to watch. And John, that first hour was some of the best racing that I've seen in ACC for a long time. I really, really enjoyed it. That there's 3 or 4 of you in that first hour, which were just like bumper to bumper, and it was great to watch. So yeah, fantastic
it was
work.
so chilled, so chilled. Like, everyone was really respectful. There's no real hunts like deliberately, and there wasn't like too many incidents from my point of view. I don't know about everyone else, but yeah, really enjoyed it. And what a great first event for SGP to put on.
Yeah, like as this went on, all I was thinking was we need to make this a championship. this would be really fun.
110% agree.
Yeah, okay.
Right.
So I think we'll look at doing that.
Yeah, I 110% agree. That was so much fun.
So guys, thank you so much for taking part and getting all of the joining procedure and protocols correct. I know it was a little bit of a different different thing, but I think the more that we do this, the easier it will become. Yeah. But we ended up finishing the race with 30 odd drivers, so yeah, fantastic work, and thank you so much for taking part.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thank you for having the event. It was great.
Most welcome, guys. Most welcome.
Right,
so yeah, I think we have
just for you, Steve. We have also Cami G here from the P3 team, I believe.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome.
Thank you for having me.
You caught me mid pizza. I haven't had any food like all day, so forgive me for having a bit of pizza.
So how was your race, Cami?
Yeah, I mean it was pretty tough for me, but I was very lucky to have 2 very fast teammates that kind of carried me the whole way. So who are not here at the moment because they had to shoot off. But yeah, no, it was really good. Really good fun. My first ACC endurance, so yeah, liked it.
Steve is muted because he was eating pizza and he's muted himself.
That's alright.
There we go.
Forgive me. Cami, I was just saying, tell us about your race, because a lot of the way that this stuff usually unfolds is that we're focusing on a specific battle, and it's not always at the front. It might be at the midfield or whatever. So we don't always catch all of the details, but please tell us about your race. Like, how did it all come to be?
Yeah, so we started off pretty well. We got into the lead quite early on, and we were holding that for a little while with the other 2 drivers. We had about a 30-second lead going into the 4th stint, probably. And then I got in the car by accident. I think it was they accidentally switched me as the driver, and I wasn't in my rig. So that was a bit of a rush. I hadn't done much. I wasn't really in the right mindset to be driving at that moment. So I was a bit poor in my first stint. Which led to us driving down to P3, and then the other 2 drivers kind of pulled us back.
9 hours
and we managed to hold on to that P3 for the rest of the race, which I'm very happy with.
Thank you so much for everyone who's watched.
It was just a game of holding on for the last half of the race,
I really appreciate it.
DTs and other stuff. So yeah, no, it was good.
No penalties for you guys. No, you fairly clean.
We got 1 DT, probably about a third into the race, and then we held on with 3 warnings for the second half. I think we had, but only 1 DT.